here I am. I'm here to do some drawing today. It's a beautiful day outside. It's the middle of July 2023. But I'm going to spend my Saturday inside drawing. Why am I doing that? Because I'm running a Kickstarter, folks. Kickstarter on now at Urfspace.com. I'm something like 66% funded, but I've only got 3 days to go. So I need you to go back my Kickstarter today, if possible, while I'm doing this. If you have any questions about why backing my... Ooh, really looks my hair yet this morning. It's still early. It's going to get more crazy by the end of the day. But if you have any questions about why my Kickstarter needs you to come and back it, then chip in here. I can put the comments up at the side. I'm going to draw, so let me share my screen. Screen window. I'm going to do some different things, but this is what I'm drawing. All right, a search and find scene that I started on this show some time ago, back in, 2021. I mean, I actually started working on this years ago. Wait, okay, let's go on full screen. I started working on this years ago, and sorry, I'm totally technically don't know what I'm doing here. And worked on it with Dale, a little bit chatting to me. I'm hoping he's going to come and join me here today. I can put some captions up at the side. So let's see now. What do we have in the way of captions? Urfspace.com. Well, that is where we go. QR code. Urfspace. All right. So why am I doing this today? Well, as you know, I've been putting together an album, The Future Sounds of Urfspace. This is to go with my two books, Urfspace, well, mainly Urfspace Beyond in this Kickstarter, Urfspace Beyond. But, there's a companion volume that I already released, Urfspace Heroes. It's got some sticky notes in it. But, those are some of Tina's favourites. That was just a mark for me. But, yeah, all right, Urfspace Beyond, 80-page book. But maybe I'll come put myself in the big screen for this. How about that? You can see what I'm talking about. Nothing's working this morning. There we go. Urfspace Beyond. This is the nice hardback, paperback, kickstarting now. 80 pages of, maybe if I see what I'm doing, it's a little easier. It's a bit hard to do everything in the mirror. There we go. 80 pages of beautiful art and funny cartoons and captions and stories that they wrote. Different characters from my D&D games, characters I've made up, a lot of character designs, really, I suppose, and then little stories to go with these characters. Lonely Day in Raintown. My neighbor Mark Gordon wrote a song about that. You can go to the Kickstarter and check the updates. And you find all like music videos. I've been putting these into music videos. This is the book. You back the Kickstarter. If you got the hardback, back to the hardback, you'll get a signed copy. Oh, hello. I think a friend has just dropped in. Hello, Dale.
Hello, Chuck. How are you this morning?
Very good. Well, thank you. That's good timing. I've just sort of been telling people about the Kickstarter that I'm doing for the book and a little bit about the album. I'll probably tell them more about that.
Okay.
I'm hiding behind my characters here.
Yes.
I'm not quite sure who that character. I don't know if she's got a name. So maybe she's Commander X. I had this character, Commander X, who appeared in Pewful for a little bit, and that was an unresolved storyline in my early zines. I did actually. There is a thing is, like, if anybody ever wants to know what happens in the end of Pewful, I mean, I've written the stories. I've written the beginning. I've mostly written that. I mean, it's all there. I just need to sit down and draw it. Unfortunately, maybe I should. I might go back to that after this. But I'm sort of loving Urfspace. I'm having so much fun doing Urfspace and all these crazy ideas. And today I'm going to work on this search and find scene that Dale and I started a little while back. Well, I was working on it. I think did I do all this drawing with you?
You did a chunk of it, and I was amazed by how you were just free-forming the characters. I've seen people do that before, like Matthias Aldefsson and Sergio Aragonés, and of course, you. It's just, for the layman, it's very fascinating to realize that a scene like this is actually made of a lot of tiny little improvised figures and props.
Yes, thoughts. It's a sort of a thought catcher because they're hungry for thoughts, and you have to do them on a deadline. So I look for reference in different things. I don't. I look at reference as I go along, but it's a bit hard because you're not sort of stopping to look at it. So you sort of you do a quick swipe and make it your own. Yeah.
Well, it's also interesting to the layman that people may get the impression that you just sit down and just work constantly on it until it's done, rather than this can represent
usually
weeks or months of working on it a little and then forgetting about it and then coming back to it.
Well, the thing about this one is that I started doing I did my search and find books for the publishers, and it was really had to fight really hard to sort of get a good deal with them. So I thought I wanted to do one of my own, and I started on one called Where's the Monster? And I got a few of them done, but I was like, oh, it's so much work to do with, if you don't have a publisher or anyone sort of backing you on it.
Well, I think that something like Where's the Monster might actually have more avenues of being published than just a traditional kids book, because then you're getting into other fan groups like horror fans.
So before when I was doing it, I was trying to show off a bit, and I was hiding some of my sort of sketches that I do. But I do have to do more underdrawing. Like, you can sort of go through a crowd where they're all kind of like, oh, they're just in a thick crowd.
Yeah,
that's sort of one thing. But when you've actually got to sort of work on the backgrounds and stuff, you really should put in a bit of work on the perspective and all this sort of stuff, which I haven't really done in this. It's a space one, so it's I think it can be a bit more bendy. But really, to look great, you should put a bit of work in on the perspective. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I'm always a bit amazed. You talked about Matthias Adolfsson. I'm always a bit amazed at how he does it. I mean, he's got a sort of formula that he sticks to.
Yeah.
I don't know. And he's very sort of set on that. I'm a little bit more willing to go off formula than he is.
So I think he's relying a lot.
But the way to do it is to have a formula, and I have a formula that I'm sort of, I'd say my formula is not as well developed as his.
Well, I think he's insane. I think that he's just so deliberately focused, and he's refined his formula so much that it's like breathing to him. I've watched him draw. I took a class with him. I think he's nuts. I admire him. I think he's a nice guy, but I think he's a complete whack job.
I mean, there's all these things. The thing is, it's repetition, Dale, and I'm a little bit sort of non-repeating in some ways. I'm always looking for the new thing. Yeah. And the key is repetition. It was a very good Al Pacino. He was talking about how I'm going to use my eraser a little bit more. I'm going to like, before, I think when I was doing this, I was sort of doing it in a little bit of a sort of show-offy way, where I'm like, look no strings sort of thing. Today you'll probably see a bit more of the string.
Well, I remember when I was up there at the studio and you showed me the underdrawing for this that you had worked out, and then I watched you put some characters together. I understand it's a lot of work, and you're doing something that requires more planning than I think Matthias puts in. I wish I knew how much work Sergio put in before he tackles something, but the best
Yes.
we can see is he's doing very rough underdrawings and penciling. And I don't think he plans very much at all. But
Yes. I mean, yes. I
so,
think, he's sort of, I think, well, it's repetition. It's sort of doing it. It's sort of thing. I mean, this is what I'm sort of in a bit of this phase in my life, but I feel like I've been in this phase all my life.
well, I wish he
In
was
that
more.
I'm really seeking for something, that's it's inside of myself and outside of myself. It's hard for me to find, and I know it's there. And I feel like these guys are sort of like they're a little more happy with just doing what they're doing, and
Well,
and I get that. I don't know. It depends. I'm like right now. Also, I'm a little cold right now because I've been working on this Kickstarter all month and I've hardly done any drawing. Yeah, so I'm really trying, like, seeing how I can get to myself a place where I'm just doing something where I'm just doing that every day, and I can have a more sensible life. But it's really difficult as well. I mean, there's only so much I can do.
Well, Chuck, you're a cartoonist in San Francisco. I mean, if you're expecting a sensible life, you're in the wrong place in the wrong profession.
Yes. Well, you hit the head on the nail there.
I mean, and also, if you want to be happy, this is definitely not the. Every artist has some sort of mental problem. That's why they do art.
Well, it's fun to do it with somebody, Dale, like having someone to chat to. I guess, I don't know. I mean, or something. Well, usually I'll listen to a book. I mean, no, I'm quite happy listening to an audio book, different things. Something to take your mind off it. This is a bit like see, okay, look. All right, now look, honestly, I'm a little unhappy with this thing. This needs to be a nice round sphere. You see, I'm gonna. Yeah, I think I'm going to make this. This whole drawing's going to be better if I do some technical things now, like draw.
I'm going to disagree with you. I think that having it not as if you look at your everything else that you've done there, it's this very organic, free form style. I think if you got out a circle template and made that an actual sphere, it would be a mistake.
No, I think you're wrong there, Dale. Actually, I used to think that.
All right. Well, you
But
have.
it's about diversity for health, and it's about the contrast. It's a contrast of the busy area and the not busy area, the black and the white. But it doesn't have to be a big. It can be like mostly white, but tiny little bits of black just to anchor. It can be on the paper. Or it can be mostly black and just a few areas of white. But you need to sort of visually change it up a little bit. And this is basically it is quite organic. But this shape here, I want it to be a bubble gum. It's like a bubblegum dispenser, and it's a bit wobbly. I get it, and but I don't know. I want it to be round, and there's going to be planets, and I want them to be quite round. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do though, Dave. What I do is I don't just use directly the template. I'll make a circle, and then I'll draw over that, so it will retain that feel. But a human. I mean, there's the thing of Michelangelo who could come up and sort of draw the perfect circle and impress the Pope.
Well, I think.
But again, I think that's more about he's sort of standing there and he knows how to.
Yeah, I mean, you practice a circle; it's a parlor trick.
Yes.
But what I think you ought to do is save that old shape on a separate layer,
all right,
and then draw the new shape and then compare it, because I think that you'll find that you like the organic shape better.
Well, you may be right.
The organic shape.
No. But obviously, I think the part of the reason I haven't finished this drawing is because I felt like it had a few little problems, and I think this is one of the problems.
I think that organic shape implies that bubble is a flexible material.
All right. Well, we'll see.
All right.
But at this rate, I'm never. But you're right. If I'm gonna get anywhere with this today, this is not the way to start. But I start slow and I'll work my way up. All right, so I'll do a. See, look.
Now I've been seeing your watercolor covers for Goodman Games.
Oh
like
yeah,
I
thank
just
you.
saw the Soggy Bottom Boys, which looks like it's actual real ink and watercolor.
It is, yes, yes.
Okay. Were they pleased with that cover?
Joseph Goodman was very pleased with it, and Joseph Goodman's great. I mean, he uses, original artists doing original things, and I don't know what to tell you. He's a great guy. We had a little sort of Kickstarter launch show. He made a point of talking about the art and saying, because I hadn't mentioned it, and he made a point of pointing out that it was hand drawn, and that all their art they use is hand drawn, and then I spoke a bit about, yes, the originals are always for sale, and that goes for all the other artists too, and yeah, we that's the thing. We have originals that people can buy. People, I don't know, NFT. I don't know if people really want to buy NFTs, but I get about 5 NFT scammers approaching me every day, trying to get me to pay to make my art into NFTs. But I don't get anyone coming along saying I want to buy your NFT. Well, they come along, they say I want to buy your NFTs, but they don't actually.
Okay, so you're doing the circle. I'm
okay. Well, look, yeah. Well, Dale, I'm here. I'm listening to you.
And... Oh no, you're doing it. I'm just. I have my opinion. You have your opinion, and the thing is,
look what I'm doing now. See, now I'm using the circle, so it'll still be organic. But yeah, no, I want some proper circles in there because there's going to be planets. I use it. Look,
okay.
We usually say I absolutely understand where you're coming from because I used to feel very much that way myself, and I still do, which is why I don't just sort of do the circle. But in the old days, we used to have circle templates, or I'd use a pair of compasses or something. So
you have to
I'm hand drawing it. I'm using the template.
Actual planets are not perfect spheres.
Well, neither of these, unless I hold the shift key. Right. Okay, now here's the thing. Okay, now thing is, these days I'm tempted to want to draw with broken lines, but the trick with these is not to do. Actually, I've already done it a lot, so I'm screwed anyway when it comes to coloring.
Well, I think the broken line is effective on the sign that you drew, the space bar.
I mean, that's the better way to draw it, but the problem is that when I color it, it's harder.
Well, when I look at, like I watched Sergio draw once, and he was telling me that it's very important where to not have lines intersect. And also he would go back and he would use whiteout to break up the ends of lines or to break up lines.
Oh, he would do that?
Yeah.
That's a top tip.
Yeah, and that's draw the whole line, have it intersect. I watched him do that, and then he would go back with whiteout, and then he would put the breaks in.
Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Well,
and that was the thing is his fountain pens, even though they have some life to them, they're not flex nibs. So he would actually go back and redraw some lines to make them thicker, to give them emphasis. Even though he told me that, unlike Hunt Emerson, who does a lot of brushwork, Sergio thought that the going from thick to thin can actually be distractive to the story.
Oh, yeah. Tell me that again.
So there's two artists in the Big Nose School that we both know, Sergio Aragonés and Hunt Emerson. And if you look at Hunt Emerson, like in his work in the I can never pronounce it, Phenomena Comics, or his books.
Yeah, the ones, yes.
He uses a great deal of thick to thin line. So there's some brushwork in it. Now, if you look at Sergio's, there is a little line thickening, but he's doing that by redrawing over certain sections.
Yeah.
He's not doing it at the time with the brush or with a flexible nib. He's drawing the stuff out, and then he's going back and specifically thickening things by drawing over the line or just a little aside the line.
I think there's a pleasing effect, and I haven't done it maybe enough even here. And I'm like, and as you're talking about it, I'm like now thinking, well, yes, I mean, I would like to sort of thicken up some of these sort of lines versus others. Like, you know, it's sort of like if you're doing a sort of lean Claire kind of flattening thing, I think it gives it, you know, it depends how much you use it, but you know, it gives it a little bit of a nicer effect. It depends where you're going. Like the search and finds, like, you know, sort of Where's Waldo, I guess, inspired them all. So we're all just you know, and he's got a very sort of set way of, you know, everything's like the same weight. And I think if you're searching for things, it has to be that. Like Sergio's, in a way, they're very fun to look around and do it. I mean, yes, they're not. Yeah, I mean, I guess he puts in. I mean, they're a different way of search, but they're more. His are way more open and loose.
Yes.
Right. Than the sort of Where's Waldo that is those search books, and that kids like that's more tight. Like Sergio's not really a kids illustrator.
Well, I mean,
he's done, but he's not. He's more appealed to adult because he sort of leaves more open. It
depends on kids' work your cutoff point of what a kid is. I mean, yes, most of the kids who like Sergio's work are in their 50s.
But you go and look at childrensillustrators.com and see what's on there, and it's not Sergio.
No, it's not. I'll go into the children's section of bookstores, and there's a wide variety of things depending on whether or not it's a picture book for the young, but there are some graphic novels now that are being sold in children's section. One was Craig Thompson's Space Dumplings, and you can see that there is some influence by Sergio in that.
On Craig Thompson?
Yeah, if you haven't gotten Space Dumplings or looked at it, I really recommend.
Dumplings?
Yeah, it's a graphic novel for kids, and it's by Craig Thompson, the guy who did the graphic novel Blankets, and it's worth looking at just for. I mean, there's insane detail. There's great alien characters, and the coloring is also extremely well done.
I don't know what area it is. I think it's Area 59 for some reason.
Okay.
What is the one in the desert? It's Area 51 and that we have. It's Area 59.
No, it's it's Area 51. Of course, that's for the suckers. Everyone knows that the real UFOs are kept at Area 52.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I do like that 40 group. What was there was one they were going on about? What it was? Yeah, there's always some good stuff on there. Oh, that rock, the stone. Did you see that one?
No, what are you talking about?
The Humberstone in England. And it's this bit of stone that sticks out of the ground that's been around forever. And, you know, it's been chopped and hacked out away, but it's just the tip of a huge rock that's buried under the ground.
Okay.
and there are all these sort of devil sightings associated with it.
Oh, okay. Devils, not fairies.
Horn figures and, like, you know, flying discs appearing above it, and you know, haystacks being built on top of it catching fire.
Okay. No, I didn't read that one. I'm trying to remember. I've been looking at some videos on the simulation hypothesis and alternating that with videos about modern fairy sightings.
Oh, yes.
But, well, one of them is because the young woman making the videos is extremely attractive.
Yeah, well, if a hot woman says she wants to go into the woods with you to look for fairies, you know, you don't say no.
Yeah, you just go.
And she says, "Do you believe in fairies?" Because I'm only going to the woods with you.
You just say whatever.
Well, I've never seen a fairy, but
well, there's a number of Fortean bloggers who are attractive young women. There was, you know, everyone's trying to create, such as us right now, a little space on the internet or YouTube where people come to watch, and it's tribe building. And some of the tribe builders are using their looks to do it.
I don't like tribes. I'm trying to move out of the tribal era into whatever's next.
Well, what do you want? Do you want cult? Do you want?
No, I want everybody. I want everyone just to get along.
Well, I understand that, but you know, I wouldn't mind being a cult leader of some sort. I mean, they do typically end badly, but okay, so that's
exactly. They end badly. It doesn't work.
Okay, so you see where the base of that globe, those lines are intersecting the sign?
Well, yes. Okay, yes. So Sergio, you're telling me he's going to go in now and do this?
He would put a small gap between, well, I can't say what he would actually do, but I suspect what he would do is he would put a gap between the edge of the sign and the intersecting lines of the globe. Now, for you, that would screw up using the bucket fill if you were coloring.
It does. That's the problem with these things. That's the hugest drawback to these things and the schedule I have to do them in. Usually is that, you know, the only way to do them is to do closed lines and do bucket fills. But I haven't done it at all on this. So this one I'm going to do a little different. It'll be a little more like, we'll see where we go today. We'll see what we're going to do. We're going to try some new things.
Well, you know,
I'm not very happy with this family here either. This guy looks like he had a rock on his head. Again, I think, you know, he needs. We need some more circles. I'm going to keep using my ellipse template for a little while here.
Okay.
Not every helmet has to be a perfect circle.
Okay. The problem is you put in that one sphere, so now you're just going to be looking for everything that isn't a perfect.
No, I'm good. That has been my plan for a while, is to make some. Look, I'm not changing these domes in the background. I think those things. But I'm going to put in some proper circles. I'm getting out my circle template.
Okay.
You know, that's how we do it. Sergio, I bet you he gets out a circle template once in a while.
I don't know, but I do know that he uses a rolling ruler.
He what?
He uses a rolling ruler.
Yeah, okay, a rolling ruler. Yeah, okay, yeah. So he uses a ruler once in a while. Yeah, so I do too.
Yeah. Did you see his video?
Digitally, I mean, he's working manually, and you know, more power to him. And I am too. You know, and people saying, "Oh, you're the last of a dying breed," because I'm sort of doing these other things, watercolors. Because I did get a bit tired of working on these digitally. I mean, like my bloody doctor, he said I was the last of a dying breed. I'm like, well, so are you, mate. Because Watson could diagnose 10 years ago. Watson could diagnose patients better than a doctor, 80% of the time.
We're all going to be replaced by AI.
He said, "Oh, I'm sure they'll still find a use for me," because he works in emergency medicine. He was just a sort of temporary doctor. He was a nice guy. I love him.
They'll give him a mop.
He said, I'm sure they'll still find use for me. I'm like, well, probably. I mean, I'm better off. I'm more hoping for an apocalypse scenario. You know, if we go back to sort of feudal, like those sort of 80s apocalypse movie, there was some guy's got his, I'd say I'd draw you a portrait.
Yeah, well, you'll be decorate. It'll be, you know how there'll be Mad Max type of post-apocalyptic future. You'll be the guy decorating the cars.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll be like in a harness. I'm like the little dwarf guy.
Yeah, they'll have you on a crane, and they'll just bring the cars over, and you'll be bouncing up and down on this bungee crane, just decorating the sides of cars. I hope you know how to use spray cans, because that's, you know, but
yeah, my airbrush won't be working, will it?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I could be there in the background turning this crank that pumps the air to your airbrush.
Yeah.
Or there'll be like 30 slaves, each blowing into a tube. Oh.
Yes, I love making it. I don't know. There was a sort of game I made up at one point. It's like, what would you do? What's your plan if the apocalypse starts right now? Like, there's a zombie outbreak. You know, where do you go first? What's your plan?
I used to do that with my girlfriend, and this is back in the days when there were malls, because the classic original sequel to Night of the Living Dead, Day of the Dead, took place in a shopping mall.
Yeah.
But now that the malls are dying, my chances of surviving a zombie apocalypse are getting slimmer because the malls are in trouble.
Yeah. No, well, my plan is to go to the garden centre.
Really?
Well, it used to be first to go to... Look, we got on all just fine with that, like technology and stuff. And zombies aren't that big of a problem. I go around the garden centre. You know, you need some good gardening implements and some seeds.
All right. I was wondering if I should go to an adult bookstore, because the survivors are going to need things.
No, that's a good one, because nobody else is. Like, you got to go to a place where other people aren't going.
Yeah.
That'll be the time to stock up. People are going to want porn in the apocalypse. You're going to have like all the porn. You'll be the porn.
Yeah.
The apocalypse porn. And then people will open their DVDs, and then inside it will just be a burned copy of Zardoz.
Oh, I'm actually going to have to write this up for 40 Times magazine. I've discovered discovered a glitch in the Matrix.
A what? A glitch in the Matrix?
Yeah. Sabrina and I spent the day in Concord. We wanted to get out of the Bay Area, and so we went to Concord to check out all the nerd geek stuff. So there was a model train store and a barbecue restaurant and a game store and a comic book store and a really good used bookstore. But one of the things we wanted to go to was Rasputin Records, because you have Rasputin Records. Those of you, they have cult sections and oldie sections, and they're like sheep. You have to leave them alone for a while until the cult stuff grows back. You go there, you shear them, and then you leave, and it grows back. So there's Rasputins in San Jose, Rasputins in Berkeley, Rasputins in Concord, and then there's one, but they call it the Mad Monk, out in I think Modesto. And I try to cycle through them to get the good cult movies. And Rasputins actually have a used adult section. And there's typically no one in these adult sections
Do they give you like gloves and things when you go?
No. There's always.
I mean, for someone who's been going around with like a gas mask on during the pandemic,
that was my
no problem
time. I should have spent that, but they were closed, so I couldn't have done it anyway. But what I've realized is there's usually one guy flipping through the adult DVDs. There's in the other sections, there's usually 2 or 3 people looking at cult DVDs or Westerns or TV shows or whatever. But there's always this one lonely guy flipping through the adult DVDs. So,
yes. So you thought, why not me?
No, I'm thinking
that guy could be. I could be. That.
No, I notice that every time I go to a Rasputin's, but now I'm starting to realize I think it's the same guy.
Oh, maybe.
And I'm wondering, is how can the same guy be simultaneously in all of those adult DVD sections in those stores? I think there's a story.
He's from the future. He's from the future. He's got that's his job, and he's got to come back to this period of time and raid, all the DVD stores and get the DVDs before things go to hell. He's got to grab them. It's like the butterfly effect, right? You mustn't go kill the dinosaur until just before it dies. You mustn't sort of recover the artifacts from the culture until just before the culture is destroyed.
Well, the male space helmet, you have to finish drawing the collar. You've got a gap that looks wrong.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm a little obsessing here. You're making it work. Can you do you have a positive effect on my drawing? No, it's good. Yeah, you are having a very positive effect. I don't know what I'm doing. That's the thing. It's a little normally.
I'm gonna backseat draw.
I can have my little private thoughts.
Ooh, and that's a term for this. I didn't realize it. What I'm doing has a term. I'm backseat drawing.
You're backseat drawing, yeah. Well, it's like the old thing of going to sports, isn't it? It's a competitive art. You've got to go and cheer your favorite artist on. But the trouble is, sportsmen, they seem to get better when you cheer them. Artists, the more people are
yeah, they want you to shut up.
The more you're what am I doing?
Well, the problem is with professional sports, there's a way to bet on it. I don't know how we wager on this.
Yeah, no, it's a totally different activity. It's anti-sports. I did art because I was crap at sports. But I'm quite competitive, so I'm always trying to find a way to make art more competitive.
Yeah, in the United States, they take everyone out in the football team, and the ones that end up laying there injured, the coach comes over and says, "Okay, here's your sketchbook and a pencil." Oh, well, my friends are down at the San Diego Comic-Con right now.
Yeah, well, I sort of that snuck up on me. I don't pay much attention. I went to that San Diego SE a couple of years ago because it was sort of easy to do, and I wasn't too bothered about pandemic stuff, and that was very fun. But it was definitely a scale down. And then in 2019, I went just for a visit. I sort of went down with Sam to Southern California, and the National Cartoonist Society were great, and you can go get a slot at their booth, but even that's sort of fairly subscribed, so you're not really supposed to be there for more than an hour or so.
Well,
but they let me hang around a bit, and I don't know.
I've always regretted not going to those, and this year I actually had an opportunity to buy tickets, and someone was selling their ticket. I could have gone. I've got pals down there. I kind of regret not going, but I don't want to walk around the convention in a mask. It's hard enough just being in the crowd of people.
Yeah, it is hard. I don't know. I mean, well, I probably need to do it in a wheelchair or something like that. It would probably be easier. I made I do like. But I don't know. Sometimes I think about cosplays. I could do Judge Dredd. I do Judge Dredd in a wheelchair. I'd be Judge Wheels.
Well, did I tell you?
But I need to have to do it properly, right? You wouldn't have 2 wheels.
Well, yeah,
you'd have you'd have to have a really massive wheel, like on his bike.
We would have to get some cardboard and spray paint and turn your chair into one of those. What do they call his motorcycle? The law cycle or something?
The law master.
Law master. Yeah, we have to
have
turn
one
your
here.
chair into a law master. But I did learn a trick for conventions. My hip was bothering me, and I don't have a cane, but I do have a combat umbrella. So I went to the San Jose Toy Show, and I took the combat umbrella in with me. And I realized in the crowd, I can use the umbrella to clear personal space. So from now on, when I go to conventions,
you can use an umbrella.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna. Oh, that's a nice toy. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, well, it's actually 2 toys because I bought the Judge Dredd from one company, the Mezco Judge Dredd, and the 3A Lawmaster, because the Dredd that goes with the Lawmaster, it was a Clint Robinson Dredd, which is all right. He's popular Dredd, but he's slightly more the sort of Clint Eastwoody Dredd. Like, if you ever see the movie The Enforcer with Clint Eastwood,
yes,
that's where a lot of Dredd comes from. That movie. I think they like that movie, and there's sort of things that he does in that movie where he's like, so Judge Dredd. I'm like, that's, they took a lot. And early Dredd was more Clint Eastwoody.
Well, I don't know if I see that in Brian Boland's art for Dredd.
No, Brian Boland sort of then starts he's in the area where they're sort of taking out. So Brian Boland really sort of became the definitive Dredd artist, where he became more the big-shouldered, like, but he's still, if you watch The Enforcer, you'll see it.
I'm kind of off Clint Eastwood. He wasn't nice to Sandra Locke, so.
Let's think about Judge Dredd. He's not necessarily a good guy. He is a good guy, actually. At this point, John Wagner, the way he's written him, Judge Dredd is pretty clearly a good guy.
I like Judge Dredd. I wish they keep trying to make him into a superhero when he's the main character in a parody. And
he's a parody, but he can do any police procedural story. That's the important thing about it.
Yeah.
You can do anything. So sometimes he's just sort of, busting gangsters in an interesting way. It's just...
Yeah. Well, I like the domestic stuff with his robot, Walter.
Yes. Oh, yeah. I think they ran out of stuff with Walter, but Walter's sort of come back. John Wagner would not, he will never not bring somebody back in an amazing way after years and years. Oh my God, there's been this. I'm trying to get my art back up here. I can't. What the hell is going on here? He streams acting for me today.
But I remember discovering Judge Dredd. I was just amazed by it. And this is before it hit in the United States.
I'm not sure it's even really hit in the United States, but people are getting to know it a bit more because you sort of added Batman crossovers. And things.
Yeah.
That's good. I mean, some people are like, I don't like Judge Death. He's too fantastical.
I love Judge Death.
Yeah, others are like, I like it when Judge Dredd goes into space, like the Judge Trial.
Yep, I remember that.
It's like, you can just go off into space. Yeah, there's a whole, that's not Judge Dredd's concern. Judge Dredd's concern is Mega City 1. The streets of Mega City 1.
I remember the Judge Child series, and there were some very interesting sci-fi concepts they did in that, like the chip. You could have your personality loaded into a chip, and people made extra money by renting out their bodies to the personality loaded on the chip.
Oh, I don't remember that. Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Yeah. And then
yeah. Yeah, they come up with a lot of stuff. I don't know that they're. I don't know. I'd have a debate. I always thought they're pretty original. My friend would say, "Oh, they're not that original. They're just sort of taking the other ideas."
Oh, Judge Dredd steals from everything.
Yeah.
The law.
Yeah, I mean they do the funny stuff. But what I was going to say, the where I'm at now, I'm reading. It's got to the Day of Chaos, which I've noticed coming up for a while. I'm not quite sure what it was, but something to do with the sort. So I'm still just getting into it. But coming up to the day, they've been doing this stuff with PJ Maybe, who's this character they introduced sort of. He was sort of introduced as like a sort of the Secret Diary of PJ Maybe at age 12 and a half, sort of parodying the Secret Diary of Adrian Mole, which was a sort of popular book in England. But he was a serial killer, and he's very bright. He's a young lad. His parents run a factory, So anyway, so Judge Dredd catches him, puts away. But PJ Maybe, over the years, he's escaped. He's very clever. He always finds out a clever way to escape. And then he sort of goes, he sort of does it. He makes himself money. He does all sorts. So after a while, you sort of really get to grow to love PJ Maybe. And recently, just did the best thing ever. Like, Mega City One has had this mayor for a while, Mayor Ambrose, and Mayor Ambrose has been doing a fantastic job of running the city, and the city's being run better than ever. And it turns out Mayor Ambrose is actually PJ Maybe. PJ Maybe tells you how he became mayor. And whenever he writes his diary, he always writes it like, even though he's a very sort of competent, sophisticated mayor, his diary is always written like 12, with all backwards letters and like a child's writing and bad spelling.
Now, is this in?
He can't help it. Like Judge Dredd, like he'll catch PJ Maybe. He knows PJ Maybe's clever, but he knows PJ Maybe can't resist killing. He has to kill somebody. And like the person that blew hit as mayor, somebody wrote a biography, like an unauthorized biography of PJ Maybe. PJ Maybe had to kill him.
Now, is this in 2000 AD right now?
This is no. I'm back. I'm some years behind at this point. Yeah, I mean, I sort of plugged through them slowly. Like, I didn't read them for years, and then I thought, well, I've got to get back into it. And, John Wagner just does some good stuff. But I can't read it sort of constantly every day. I just sort of read it from time to time. Yeah.
But the thing is, I never really saw 2000. I mean, you would see the Judge Dredd graphic novels, and then every once in a while in a comic book store, and this is decades ago, you would see 2000 AD. But I've never really seen it come over here to the US.
They've done different. There was like an Eagle Comics run that that was one of the few sort of series of like well, not really. I don't know how much you count as American comics, but they're American sort of style comics. I have that little run of those. Just as a little collection for myself, really. But yeah, those are very nice. They were sort of done in reprints in color of some of the classic story. And the best thing, they have these amazing Bolan covers.
Yeah.
So that's a lot of where people know Judge Dredd and Bolan is from that series of covers. That's really what got him established here, I think, those covers.
Yeah.
Although he'd done some things. I remember, he'd done a few little things. He did this amazing cover for this, like, it was called like the Book of Red Fox, which was really sort of like an indie sort of sci-fi comic, sort of fantasy sort of thing. I don't know how it came about, but like, it had this amazing cover by Bolan. I had that somewhere.
Well, that was one of the things I noticed when I saw Judge Dredd for the first time, because the graphic novels I bought at Forbidden Planet in London, it was The Cursed Earth, Judge Cal.
Oh, yes.
And there was one collection that had Judge Death. It was.
I think you're talking about the Titan Books collections that they put out in a sort of nice, they were sort of letter-sized with a shiny cover.
Yeah, they were softback though. They were paper.
Yeah, softbacks they had very great covers that they had new covers commissioned, and they look really good.
Yeah, and this is before I'd even heard the term graphic novel. I mean, I had seen Mouse years earlier, and I'd seen Corbin's Den, but I had yet to hear the term graphic novel. I just thought these were collections of comics, which they were.
And in the 80s, I would go up to London, and I would have to go to Forbidden Planet. I would go to Forbidden Planet, and I can't remember, there was a record shop on Oxford Street that would sell like a few sort of, also would sell sort of Mobius, and they had a pretty good comics selection there. and Freak Brothers and some things like that. And then Forbidden Planet really like had all the actual comics.
Well,
and a lot of stuff. And yeah,
we were.
But there was a lot of places. There were 2 Forbidden Planets. There was Forbidden Planet 1 and 2. I can't remember which one I went to. I think it was number 1.
Well, I'm fortunate that I know Tony Villador, and through him I've met Big Guy Swan. And Big Guy Swan helped establish a lot of comic book stores in the Bay Area, starting in the 70s. He was involved with Comics and Comics. And then he had a store for years called Big Guy's Comics in Mountain View. But growing up in San Jose and the Bay Area, there were some really good comic shops. I mean, there's still good comic shops now, obviously, but it was different before the internet. And we have a viewer. Hey, Junkie Ohio.
Oh, hello.
We're just chatting about comic book stores. Chuck used to go to Forbidden Planet in London, which I visited once years ago. And I'm talking about comic book stores in the San Francisco Bay Area in the US. And I was just about to talk about the Comic Collector Shop in downtown San Jose. That was run by Bob Sidebottom, and that is where I first saw Undergrounds. He was selling
Underground, like comics.
Yeah, Freak Brothers, Reed Fleming, World's Toughest Milkman. He even had comics of Larry Gonick's History of the Universe.
Oh, okay.
It was a great shop. But it was dark. It was dingy. The guy also sold singles, jazz singles, actual records, 45s. And I've had this discussion with comic book store owners, and they hate me, but I tell them that I miss the stores being dark and dingy and dank and obnoxious. They're all brightly lit now and professional, and it turns me off.
Oh, I know. It's so dreary. Oh, my God. Yeah. I mean, yeah. You used to sort of going into Forbidden Planet, it was like going into a mysterious cave full of all these like weird things. And like, who's in there? Who are these people? Are these people cool or are they uncool? I couldn't tell.
Well,
am I one of them or am I not? I don't understand.
I don't know the history of it. I don't know the history too much of it. I would have to talk to Big Guy. But I'm under the impression that comic book stores actually evolved from head shops because the head shops were selling the underground comics.
Yes, I think probably. Yes. Okay, so the comic book shops you're saying evolved from head shops.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean, yes, because okay, so yes, it was all those San Francisco. Yes, I mean, I discovered the Freak Brothers through a kid in the year above me at school. He was quite a cool kid. He was a sort of heavy metal guy. Was it Piers? I love Piers. Yeah, he was a cool guy. And I guess I had some interesting comics or whatever. I sort of knew him a little bit, and I saw these, and I was like, oh, what's that? Can I look at that?
Yeah.
He was like, oh yeah, here you go, corrupting me. And that was the Freak Brothers, and that got me into that. And I don't know. And I think actually probably I was getting into that. I had read Judge Dredd a bit before, but actually I think the Freak Brothers actually more than anything made me sort of think, oh, look, here's a sort of adult form of comic.
Yeah.
The drug stuff aside, they were very funny.
Yeah.
And they were very subversive too, but they weren't like Crumb was like much weirder.
Yeah.
There's this really, I mean, I've talked about this before, but this great documentary, not the famous one that's the movie, the Terry Zwigoff, which I like too, but there's one, you can find it on YouTube. It's called The Confessions of Robert Crumb, and he directed it himself, or he did it with his friend. He wrote it, and it's sort of when he's living with his wife Aileen out in the country.
Yeah,
watching it again, I'm always like, oh, I don't know why I got so inspired by it, but I watched it and like, he's basically moaning about what a terrible life he has.
Well,
but I was like, which was very similar to the other thing, which was the Ted Knight show where he's the cartoonist.
Yes.
he's always moaning about like what a terrible life he had, and I would watch that show and I'd go, actually, I'd quite like to have that life. I would, if I was him, I wouldn't be moaning nearly as much. and I had that line. I didn't realize, and then suddenly, I don't know, this was a while ago, but I was like, oh wow, I guess I more or less do have that life, you know. Really. So I better stop complaining.
Well,
that's very helpful for me.
I remember that show, Too Close for Comfort.
Yes, Too Close for Comfort, and it was the same. Did you ever see the UK one?
No, was that a? So that show was ripped off from an English show.
Well, you can say ripped off, but yeah, I mean that was very popular through the years to sort of make a different version, a translation. In fact, you know, that's what brought me to this country, but not on TV shows. But I was doing like language teaching books for school kids. But you know, you do if you learn in Asia or if you learn in Asia or South America, you learn with American accent. If you learn in Britain or if you learn in Europe or Middle East or Africa, you learn with a British accent.
Okay, I'm going to interrupt here. You were on a circle You were on a circle craze using templates. Now you're drawing.
No, I've abandoned it. I forgot. You're right. I forgot my circle.
You're drawing 2 ellipses without templates.
Okay, Dale, you're just saying this. I had the same voice in my head said the same thing just a minute ago. See, that's all there is to it. I mean, you can do it too. Just, you know, you just keep doing it. Anyway, repetition. We were starting to go. Yeah, Al Pacino. He was saying he was doing some play, one of the Shakespeare plays, Henry IV or something, and they were doing it over, and they didn't really understand the scene, but they went on and they had to do it every night. And he said sometime around the sort of 89th time he did it, suddenly it clicked and it all made sense, and it wasn't really anything was different, but he got it now, and so he was like advocating repetition. Now, Dale, can you name the movie that I am referencing in this image?
Oh, can I name the movie that you're referencing in that image?
In this bit that I'm working on there. I'll zoom out a bit more. It's pretty blatant. This is a pretty blatant steal.
No, I can't.
It's one of Tina's favorite movies.
Okay, that's not that much of a hint.
Wait.
Well, is it a disco movie?
It is a disco movie.
Is it the one with the village people?
No, it's not the one with the village people. I'll give you another clue. It has an actor in it. He's been around for a while, and he's very popular these days. It's almost like he's more popular than ever.
He's more popular.
And he's appeared in Marvel movies. And he's appeared in Jurassic Park, big clue. And he's appeared in, a very big clue would be,
Are we talking about Jeff Goldblum?
Jeff Goldblum, yes, Jeff Goldblum. I'm not drawing Jeff Goldblum.
I know you're not drawing. Jeff Goldblum
plays the owner.
What he was in, where there'd be a DJ.
Okay, he plays the sleazy owner of a nightclub in this movie.
I don't know what it is.
And this is the DJ booth in that nightclub.
Okay, tell me.
It's called. Okay, it's got a soundtrack by Donna Summer.
Oh, okay. Now I'm starting to visualize it. I think is Donna Summer in it?
Yeah, Donna Summer is in it, and she sings. She's trying to get into the nightclub to get the DJ to play her records.
Okay.
And it sort of ends. She finally gets on the into the DJ booth, and she's or something happens, and she sings her songs, and everyone goes wild. But it's a sort of story. There's all little vignettes going on of all the people going to the nightclub.
Okay.
And it happens. Oh, this is a big clue. It happens on a certain day of the week.
Thank God it's Friday.
Yes.
Oh my God! Can't believe I dredged that up. I've never seen it, but I think I've seen the video box.
It's great. It's great. It's you should say it. It's great. It's a great Jeff Goldblum movie. Tina loves it. There's a character in it called the Leatherman that Tina really likes.
Okay. Okay, you're doing a children's book and you're adding records and turntables. Those kids are going to have no idea what those are.
No. This isn't a children's book, though. This is being it may still appear in Where's the Monster? Yeah, so it is still appropriate for a children's book. But you know,
it's not Chris Pratt, unfortunately. Junkie, Ohio. Chuck and I are old, so all of the actors that we're describing are probably either dead or on their way.
Well, okay, I said Jeff Goldblum.
I keep forgetting he was in a Marvel movie. He was hilarious.
Yeah. He's great. He's better. He's popular. It's funny, and actually, I never really like that. The one I was trying to think of is well, the one where Kevin Costner plays the dead body. The Big Chill.
Big Chill.
He's the only one in that you know, it's very interesting because he's sort of different, and you know, it's interesting how he's the one that sort of holds up the best. That's a baby boomers movie. I mean, I don't know. I mean, the Gen X girls I knew all used to like that movie quite a lot, but I really didn't.
Well, I have difficulty with Gen X and boomers because I'm the first year of Gen X, so I'm technically a day walker. I don't belong technically to Gen X or the boomers because I was born.
Are you what year do you claim that is? 62?
65.
Oh, okay. Well, I've read it 62, so I'm not sure. And Tina is born in 62, so I'm putting her in Gen X.
Now, does she consider herself boomer or Gen X?
She doesn't really. I don't know. She seems a bit mystified at the whole concept.
Okay.
So yeah, I think she's right in the middle. She's got a lot of boomerness and a lot of Gen Xness, but more. I'd say she's slightly more boomerish.
Okay. Are you okay? You do understand by putting chicken feet on that, you're turning it into Baba Yaga's house.
But that's in the. Go and look it up in the movie.
It's
That's how it is in the movie.
Oh God.
Wait, I'm good. I could. Here.
That's that's an untapped market. Children's book for Gen X because shows.
That's what my whole project is.
Yeah.
Don't you understand?
Yeah,
do you understand that my whole Urfspace project?
Yeah, all of that. They should all be children's books for Gen X because Craig Ferguson on his show before he left it was on CBS, the Late Show. He had puppets on it, and it took me a while to realize that he was recreating Captain Kangaroo.
Yeah.
Oh, so there's
do you see the DJ booth there?
Okay, I see the set. Yeah, that's just awful. I'm not going to watch that.
I didn't even. I thought I want to base it on the DJ from that movie. So I did it. I didn't realize till I was looking at the reference. The booth had chicken feet. It's just crazy. That's the thing about drawing things. Like, there's so much stuff that goes on in movies, in the costumes and design.
Yeah.
You don't really notice when you try and draw it. Suddenly, you're like, "Oh my god, what are they doing?"
Well, I remember back in the day before the internet, and I would take illustration classes. There were instructors who, as reference, they would pause movies, especially old movies, historical dramas, in order to get reference. In fact, one of the instructors was an airbrush guy, Drew Blair, and he was telling us how he spent all this money to get this thing that would hook up to his VCR, and it would print out a picture of what was on the screen, like a big Polaroid.
Yeah, I kind of remember that device, and I think every artist would have dreamed of having one, but couldn't see that they would ever be able to afford it.
Yeah. Now I just okay, I'll just put up on the screen next to me.
Yeah, my first job before it sort of brought me here, and I was sort of doing all this editorial stuff. I mean, you know, I would be ordering, like, putting these books together, and you get all these requests for images. You know, we need a picture of the Eiffel Tower or something, and then I would call up the stock agency, and they would send me all these slides of the Eiffel Tower. And and I would put them on there and look at them through the loop, say, we're keeping these ones, and send the other ones back.
Slides. Oh my God. That was back in the days of airbrush. We would go to Photo Drive Up and we would scrounge and beg for the 35 millimeter film cans, because that's what we would mix and store paint in. And we could adapt the can to be a bottle for the airbrush. And that's all gone now. Wow.
Wait. Layer, I think. So tell me some more about Comic-Con. Yeah, I wish I could always go to Comic-Con and think about it, man. I think I'm gonna go on the road. That's my goal once I get these books out. You know, maybe not next year.
Yeah,
it's coming up very soon. I'm gonna go on the road. I'm just gonna go all the shows everywhere.
Well, I want to once my health is a little better, I do want to go to the cons. Sergio released a video saying hello to his fans.
Oh, I saw that. I watched that. That was rather sweet. But he sounded like he was sort of more worried about his health and all that because of his age,
my buddy Tom, who's at Comic-Con San Diego Comic-Con right now, he said a lot of people were spreading rumors that he was sick, or they were assuming that he was sick, and that's why he wasn't there. So supposedly he's going to be at Comic-Con next year, and if that's the case, I'm going.
Sounded like he was saying he was still a bit worried about viruses and stuff.
Well, you know, he has so many fans who visit him at his booth. He's at the bottom of a funnel. So if anyone's going to get con crud, it's going to be him. Because he has a line of people who want to talk to him. But
well, he's a really wonderful man, and
yeah,
you know, he's done such amazing work, brought so much joy, and pushed things in sort of like, you know, no one else managed to do it like he did, like that.
Yeah,
you know, has he? You know, but I suppose he sort of paved the way for a lot of other people. You know.
Well, I think, yeah, if I remember right, he was the first in the United States to be a comic book artist who kept ownership of his character, and he just moved it from one publisher to another. And he's kind of like an albatross because he kills comic book publishers.
Yeah, that's the trouble. It's very hard for them to make money. That's the fact. The sad fact, is that it's really hard for the publishers to make money unless they're owning the IP that they're building towards something, and they just want to take it away.
Yeah, but
because they want to make money. Yeah, and you know, you have to make money. I suppose that's the system. So you can't.
It's a fascinating thing that he has this body of work with this one character from 1985, or is it 85? It's in the 80s. I can't remember if it's 85 or 88 or.
Yeah, I remember being aware of it, never really seeing it much, and then suddenly sort of starting to see it on like magazine racks and things, but much later on in the 80s, I would say, or maybe even early 90s by the time that's happening.
Well, as a cartoonist, he's fascinating because you can see his work from when he started in Mad in the 60s all the way up until now. And you get to, if you look at his work in Mad, and then he did comic book work in Plop, which is a DC humor comic. You can actually see him learning how to become a comic book artist. So it's this amazing body of work where you got this guy who is imitating Virgil Parch, drawing these keyhole characters, and then he evolves into this guy who just draws everything.
Well, this is part of what I got into drawing for, is because you sort of do keep going and you get better. I feel like the older you get, the better you get. I mean, that's probably true with music too, but music's a little more sort of unforgiving in terms of publishing. You know, if you're not published by the time you're sort of 23, forget it. You know.
Yeah. Some musicians, as they grow older, you know, they can still.
I've joined.
Holy crap.
Oh, hello.
Hi.
Hey, Amber.
How are you?
Pretty good. Long time no see.
I know. I thought to myself, Dale. So I literally just tuned in. I have no idea what you guys are talking about. I just thought I'd join with my lovely personality.
Well, you're welcome. It's good to see you. I missed you. We were talking a bit about San Diego Comic-Con because I have a couple of friends down there, and then we started talking about Sergio Aragonés,
of course,
who isn't attending, and then we were talking about how he's an interesting artist, as that with not that much work, you can get samples of his work that spans decades, so you can see his development as a cartoonist.
So I have friends at San Diego Comic-Con too, right? And do you know who Richard Friend is?
Oh yes, yeah.
He's an
Richard Friend.
He used to be an inker for Image, but now he's penciling. And really good artist, but he's attending Comic-Con. And so there is a piece that he inked for Travis Charest that, he just ran across again because, he's an artist and everything like that, selling for $47,000. It's a cover from like early 2000s Wildcats, and $47,000. Yeah. And can you imagine, like, you're sitting, you work on a piece, right? And then you sell it for like $300 or whatever to pay a bill, and run across it like 10 years later.
Yeah.
20 years later, I suppose.
Well,
and it's selling for that much.
Yeah.
Had he sold it himself at some point?
It was one of the pieces. See, in professional American comics, the distribution of tactile real pages. I'm not talking about digital works like Alex Maleev and a lot of modern artists and stuff. I'm talking about tactile real works. The distribution is 50% goes to the company to sell, right? And out of the other 50%, that is distributed amongst the penciler, the inker. Sometimes the colorist and the letterist will get pages, but not usually. And so those pages that the artists get are for them to sell and make, supplemental income. Well, this was a cover that ended up in Richard Friend's possession. So he had sold it sometime in the past to basically make rent.
Yeah.
$47,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did he remember how much he sold it for?
Yeah, he said he sold it for like $370 some odd dollars.
Yeah.
So listen, guys, if you're thinking about that, what a lucky guy whoever bought that was, just look at my Kickstarter right now.
You could get original artwork that could be worth $47,000.
They're going, my plans come true for, it goes
By
as
now.
they have. And my plans usually do all come out as I plan. I plan to become a cartoonist, and now I'm a cartoonist. And I don't know, whatever plans I had that brought me here. So my plans come true. Those pages are going to be worth, they're going to be worth like 47 billion future credits.
So could I share a window of art, or are we focusing on the Chuck art? Because if we're focusing
well, I think today, yes, I'm doing this marathon of finishing this thing up. Yes.
Okay.
I don't mind if you want to draw and have a little window up.
I'll have a little window up.
Today, I know you have your normal Twitch stream and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah, but I'll have a little window up. That way, we can periodically check on what I'm doing if it looks interesting. But yes. I will share a little window.
I am not a collector of original art, even though I have a little. But when I've gone to the larger cons like WonderCon, it's amazing how much some
your host, Chuck, you got to move it.
Oh, hello. Oh, yeah. Okay, hang on.
It's amazing how much some of that sells for.
Yeah.
And that's one of the interesting things is while Sergio has not been going to cons, he does have a Facebook group page called Aragonés Cartoons, where he'll put up sketches, or more likely it's his daughter.
Yeah.
And then you can ask for a quote for how much the sketch is. And I'll tell you, there are no flies on him. He knows what he's worth.
Yeah. I have very few pieces of art. I support many artists, like emotionally, but financially is very, very hard. So if you're able to support an artist, support Chuck and his Kickstarter and all of the work that he's put in. Well, we have to treat this like a telethon, right? And every 5 minutes we have to go, you could pledge and get this as part of your pledge, and then you cut to Jerry Lewis talking about, comedy or something.
Well, what I've learned is you want to buy the art directly from the artist. They're the one who needs that money now. And
living artists. Let's emphasize living artists.
Yeah, I've bought from dead artists, and that's a lot harder.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was looking at it. Like I saw they were producing these like really beautifully remastered Richard Corbin books.
Yep.
They look amazing. But I'm like, why couldn't they do that when he was alive? Why does he have to be dead before you're going to do that?
Well, I think his daughter is going through his artwork, assisting with that.
Yeah, he's probably too difficult. That's it. Yeah. Anyway, I'm glad it looks amazing. It looks amazing. Somebody's working on that.
I have learned that difficult to work with in creative circles means hard to take advantage of.
Yes. I think that we were sharing that meme this week.
Yes, because it makes us all feel better.
Yeah.
Yes.
You have to be though. I mean, to be an employee, you have to say yes, sir, no, sir, 3 bags full, sir, or ma'am. And that's that. That's what you sign up for to be an employee. I mean, really. I mean, yeah, sure. Well, maybe they pay you a bit more, and they want actually want your opinion on something.
When they actually want your opinion on something.
But if they're not paying you very much, they don't want to know.
Of course not. Because then that means that they have to acknowledge that they got like advice from you or something. Then they have to pay royalties. There's kind of like a whole strike about that right now. About
So how's that affecting Comic-Con?
It's affected Comic-Con in that there's a lot of Hollywood productions that we're planning on promoting at Comic-Con and having like celebrities and stuff there, and none of those panels are happening. And so also the autograph area, what at the last minute had to be shrunk down to like a small corner of the room because there weren't enough people attending. It would have been like a dead part of the room. And so they basically opened up.
Yeah, normally that's like a whole area. They're like massive halls.
Yeah, so
people are lining up.
So people who normally got like a 10 by 10 space got like an 11 by 10 space. They slightly enlarged everything, just a little bit in order to fill the space.
But they're going to be swamped. Those people who are there.
Yeah. I think they widen the halls, the aisles in order to accommodate, because they got rid of all those tables. So, they kept the same amount of rows, but they were just kind of like.
I thought that they made an accommodation for actors to be able to sell autographs because they weren't promoting a current work.
No, it depends on who you talk to. I have friends that are in SAG that say that while there's been like accommodations about that, it's still seen as being a scab. And so the social aspect of it, they don't want to be seen as a scab in their own community, so they're just not doing it. So
yeah. Well, I'll be honest. What they should do is they should just go there and do the autographs for free.
Yeah, that would probably be it. But I think you're just, upset that people aren't getting autographs. And you have to understand that,
Yeah.
that
their whole point is, and they're not getting paid enough. So
yeah, I mean,
just go and do it for free.
The point is that protest is supposed to be disruptive. It's supposed to show people exactly the part of society that you play when you're not playing that part anymore.
Well, then
exactly.
What they should do is have a table, and when some kid comes up to get the autograph, then they just curse and yell at the kid and kick them away. I mean, if they're going to be disruptive, they should be disruptive.
I believe that's what they're kind of doing in lines, because there's been celebrities, at the picket lines, like I'm picketing for the WGA and for SAG and stuff like that. And people have tried to go up to them and ask for autographs. And they're like, no, I'm picketing. I'm not doing this. Fuck you.
Those celebrities, those celebrities should be picketing at San Diego Comic-Con in order to get the coverage.
But then they'd have to travel there.
Oh my God, it's San Diego. I mean,
I know.
It's only like 17 hours from LA.
Yeah, but there's also like no place to stay in San Diego, and it's been booked up for months.
Yeah.
And we're talking about people who you mean I can't stay in an Airbnb? Yeah.
I don't think they want to do too much. Look, they want to annoy the studios. They don't want to annoy the public too much. And they're sort of saying things like, you don't have to boycott. We're not calling for you to boycott the things that are already made or anything like that.
Yeah.
I mean, they want support, but they don't want to deliberately upset everybody too much. But they need to let us know what's going on. But it's
well,
it's for the studio to figure it out. I mean, they're just the trouble is everybody's just run. I don't know what everybody thinks they're doing. Yeah, it's this tribal stuff. What you're talking about, everybody thinks they're in their own separate tribe. We're all living together on this tiny little planet.
Yes, but that doesn't mean that tribalism doesn't still exist. You and I can't just walk into a black neighborhood and, be part of the neighborhood. There's also,
if you say so, I don't know.
There's also tribalism and stuff like, if I walk into a toy fair and I don't know anything about toys, people are going to, kind of judge me on that aspect, even if it's something that I'm just starting to get into.
No,
that's fandom, but fandom is a type of tribalism
you don't need to care about.
I will tell you I will teach you the trick about that, because I do go to the San Jose Toy Show, and I know Joe and Sharon, who run the Time Tunnel, the famous toy store in San Jose, who also run the toy show. Mm-hmm. If you want to fit in to the toy community, here is the trick.
I'm just using toy community as an example. It could be
Flash
the skateboarding community. A lot
of money.
Well, that's true of any.
Go in with a big wad.
That's a good way to get in any community, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, that's true of Scientology.
Really
you want to get high up in Scientology, you flash a bunch of money, and they go, "Ooh, money," and then they
no. You prove to them that you're the psychopath and not the mug.
Money makes
you got to get high up in Scientology. You prove that you're the psychopath and not the mug. Then they'll put you up the top. If you're the mug, they'll keep you down the bottom and keep milking you. If you're the psychopath, they'll move you up so that you can milk the mugs.
What I learned going to conventions is once I started wearing a sports coat and a dress shirt to conventions, people thought I was either in the biz or had money. And so they would talk to me first before other people at the table.
No, I usually get that reaction with cleavage. So.
Oh, okay.
I mean, if we're being honest, it's like at conventions, I've learned that like no one will talk to a girl at all unless she's sexy looking.
Are you saying these people talk to me because of my moves?
Possible.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
What are you talking about? No one will talk to a girl at all unless she's sexy looking.
At a convention. Convention.
Yeah.
In what circumstance?
I would bring portfolios to, portfolio review area and stuff like that. And I'd be dismissed offhand, like they wouldn't even look at it and stuff. And then one year I decided to wear a short skirt show off my cleavage, wear makeup, do my hair, right? I had every portfolio review I attended. You know, I've witnessed this happening.
Well, you got me there. That's terrible.
Yeah. You know, they were interested then, and then they actually gave me, you know, reviews and stuff because there's a cute girl that's really like comics.
Wait. Cute, sexy girl or cute school girl? Which path did you take?
I guess cute, sexy girl. I didn't wear a school uniform.
Okay, yeah, I'll tell you the one that's the best. Sexy farm girl. I was at a party once, a Halloween party, and there was a girl who dressed as Dorothy from The Wizard of Oz, and every guy was hovering around her.
Really?
So my advice is go sexy farm girl next time.
I mean, here's the thing, though. I mean, as a guy, I mean, yeah, I'm always totally fooled by that stuff. You know,
oh yeah, we're idiots.
Tina's like, she's like, oh, that's weird. I'm like, oh, I don't know. I don't even care.
Yeah. Yeah, to you, it's just sexy girl.
I mean, I'm just sort of trying to be honest, but
sexy girl.
You know, I mean, yes, I mean, sex sells, I guess, and yeah, and it is, and I'm sure it cuts both ways somewhat. But yes, obviously, you know, it was a very male dominated business.
Oh yeah, I mean, we're talking mid to late 90s that this was going on, and at that point in time, you know, some of the top selling books in comics were like Glory and Evangeline and Angela, which is from the Spawn universe, where, you know, her outfit is like nothing, you know.
Yeah, also the time of Cry for Dawn.
Yeah, it's not the good old days when Wonder Woman came from a, you know, polyamorous relationship.
I love that.
But here's the thing: is like really anybody can sort of dress up and look sexy. I mean, more or less. I mean, you know, I mean, with I promise with disability, it's hard to feel very sort of sexy sometimes. But
you have a wife. You know, you've had children. I mean,
yeah, I've had children. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm lucky, and you know, but the thing is, like, you can sort of dress up and feel sexy and do that, and anyone can do that. But you know, it's more about how you feel inside. I mean, sometimes you're hiding it inside, sometimes you're not. I don't know. These things are complicated, but you know, people don't need. You know, people.
It's hard to make room for
people have to feel the best about themselves, you know, and you have to feel positive, and you mustn't let those negative voices that are sort of generated more inside your head than outside drag you down in life.
Well, I mean, a lot of those negative voices come from society, though. You know, like you see. Well, let's talk about the Barbie movie for a second.
I have not seen.
Yeah,
Barbie.
let's talk. Did you go see it?
No. The plot of the Barbie movie is that Barbie lives in a Barbie world, and the Barbies in this world reflect how their kids play with them in the real world. And so Barbie is like sad, so she wants to go and see her kid in the real world and basically teach her kid how to be happy so that she's not sad anymore, right? And then Ken realizes that the Barbie world is a matriarchal society that has men as a second-class citizen, and he likes the patriarchal society of the real world. And so he learns how to like stand up for himself, and for whatever reason has like a bachelor party in the Barbie world. And at the end of the movie, she finds her kid, they defeat the Ken rebellion, and everything goes back to normal.
This sounds like the story of my life with Tina.
Yeah, but it's such a bizarre plot, considering, you know, yeah, like Mattel's in it, you know, like as an entity, the company that actually made Barbie.
Why?
Because
I mean, what? I mean, so how? In what context do they put in?
They're there because they exist in the real world, and Barbie ends up in the real world so that she can find her kid and make her kid happy, so that she herself is not sad.
So Barbie had a kid, they're saying?
No. To find the kid that owns her as a Barbie and is playing with her.
Oh,
That's the plot.
so Barbie somehow manifests into the real world.
In
Yes.
essence,
Stardust.
this child has a
Yes.
Like
of
say,
She
adult-
goes through like she goes down a road in her Barbie mobile or her her sports car, and then and she's in the real world.
you know, they stole that idea from Dale because they listen to these shows. These people, they're listening to these shows, they hear Dale, and they steal the ideas.
Do they?
That's basically what he's been talking about with Zed and Sean Connery. Basically, Margot Robbie's probably the new Sean Connery.
Is that true?
Yeah, I think Margot Robbie is the new Sean Connery.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure this out.
They're going to have her as James Bond next, I'm telling you.
Well, she was pretty good as Harley Quinn.
Yeah.
She's good in About Time, I like. Have you seen that one? If you like Richard Curtis.
Oh, I know.
You know, For Weddings and a Funeral and Love Actually and all that. He's got a very good one called About Time that I like. It's a bit weird. And you might need to watch it. You need to watch it maybe once or twice before you can really appreciate it, but it's really good.
I liked, well, of course, I love him from the Blackadder. And I think he also did Upstart Crow, which was the comedy about Shakespeare.
Oh, yes. And actually, no, that's Ben Elton. That's Ben Elton.
Oh, I thought that was Richard Curtis.
Ben Elton's actually better on the Shakespeare than Richard Curtis.
Okay.
Ben Elton's actually more sort of knowledgeable in a lot of ways than Richard Curtis, even though he's more silly. But Richard Curtis also wrote The Tall Guy, bringing it back to Jeff Goldblum.
Which I cannot find on DVD.
Yes, I don't know. I haven't seen it for a long time. And the thing is, it's like a very sort of low budgety movie, and the film quality is sort of not good.
Well, that was directed by the late Mel Smith from Not the 9 O'Clock News.
The word?
I believe that was directed by the late Mel Smith from Not the 9 O'Clock News.
Oh, yes. I saw him once at the airport. He was being driven. He was at Heathrow Airport. He was being chauffeured along on like one of the little trolley things, sort of sitting there. He was a nice guy. And I met Griff Rhys-Jones, actually. Griff Rhys-Jones lived right next door to my university. And we asked him to come and be on, give a talk at something that we were doing, like a student union thing. And he did. He got up and did a bit on stage for us. It was great.
No, I saw The Tall Guy when it came out. And it went nowhere.
Well, tell us what you really think, Dale.
Well,
I bet you were talking about Rowan Atkinson and Jeff Goldblum.
Yeah, you would think because of the actors in it, it would still be available. But it's one of those cult films. I belong to the Incredibly Strange Film Group on Facebook, and it's something that comes up is we all recommend these films, but then you have to tell people, where do you find them to watch them? And some of these things are almost impossible to get, either on streaming or as physical media.
You know, Mystery Science Theater 3000 is on Hulu, right? They were on Netflix, the new versions, and now they're on Hulu, and they're making like new stuff. Or no, not Hulu, it's Amazon. Anyway, the point is that they were talking about in one of like the behind the scene ones that's like accompanies the actual episodes, that they were having this hard time finding these prints of these old movies.
Yep.
Right. And they are members of like online groups like that too. And so, you know, they'd hear about these horrible movies and they try and find them, and they, you know, like they would be going to people's private collections and like lots that have just been abandoned, you know, just like crazy sources for this stuff.
Yeah.
It's so funny how people people just want the things that are hard to find. So if something was so crap, like that ET video game that they buried it all in the desert, now people are like, oh, we got to dig it up. It's so rare and valuable.
Is it rare and valuable? Is it really?
I don't know. But as soon as it's hard to find, people want to find. That's from the internet made everything so easy to find. Yeah, like we were talking, like, you know, Dale still likes to spend his Saturdays going around hunting around obscure shops and trying to find obscure things
Mhm.
that
Yes.
you won't find anywhere else.
That's to
You know, where you could just go on the internet and like place an order and they'll be shipped to your store.
yeah, and I know that. But the thing is, retail is hunting, and people, it fulfills a caveman need.
So what you're saying is that women are better hunters than men.
Oh yes. Ron Johnson from Apple, who when Apple started its retail chain, they used Ron Johnson as the VP of retail, and he was from I think he was from the Gap. And they brought over a lot of people from the Gap stores to run Apple Retail. And Apple Retail was actually stolen. They used the retail model of Computerware, and then there was a store in New York who I can't remember. And they killed all their competition. That's why Apple Retail was so successful. They had very little competition in retail. Then what little there was, they deliberately killed it. But after Ron Johnson left Apple and he became the CEO of JCPenney's, and he was going to turn pennies around. And one of the things that he did was he ended the coupons. He ended these crazy sales. And the side effect of that was they started losing sales because he didn't realize or accept the importance of the ceremony of looking for these sales, looking for the coupons, clipping the coupons, going in and feeling that you accomplished something by getting one over on the store.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes.
he destroyed, well, he almost destroyed pennies completely.
Mm-hmm.
I have no doubt that Ron Johnson is a genius, but
Really?
thing is,
After hearing that story, I kind of have.
I'm just saying that because I know people who worship him. Remember, Apple's a cult. But a lot of the success of the Apple retail is because they copied something that was already successful. They copied Computerware, which was a chain of Apple retail stores.
Those I love those Computerware stores. I enjoyed. The moment I went into an Apple store, I was like, "This is crap." Computerware, I much prefer going in there.
Oh yeah, well that's because all the managers at Computerware had long hair and beards. I was a manager at Computerware, and when we would have a manager meeting, it looked like the Last Supper. In fact, one time we actually posed in that. But then the girls started coming in and ruined it. Because
sure.
Yeah,
it was the girls' fault.
Like,
we couldn't decide who was Mary Magdalene
if women hadn't loved them. Women love cell phones. That's the fact. And then then they took over. Before that, it was sort of nerdy computer stuff for guys or whatever. Like some nerdy guys and maybe one or two women, whatever. But generally, the mass of all women love cell phones, and that was the doom.
Well,
so women are always trying to pass it off on men, but they've got way more power than they ever admit.
What?
I'm sorry. I only because I'm post-feminist.
You know, at the same time, they've been studying, like anthropology and archaeology and stuff like that, and they realized that women invented civilization.
Yeah, really.
I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm no doubt. Like, I think women have like.
Well, they were traditionally
in the aggregate.
They were traditionally the gatherers, and they were also surprisingly they were the brewers. They were responsible for the safe water,
and that was a super important right in medieval Britain, was to be able to brew your own beer. Yeah. They consider that one of their most important rights.
Interesting. Brew your own beer.
You could brew it and sell it. You could die. Anyone could start brewing beer and sell it.
Beer, alcoholic beverages, in essence, were safe water.
Yes, until coffee came along. Yes, so that's why the age of reason comes with coffee.
Yeah. It's too bad the chocolate didn't catch on, because they had chocolate houses as well as coffee houses. There was always a.
I like mixing the two.
Yeah, well, you're weird. That's
not weird. It's
that's
very
an abomination.
Common. No, I make hot chocolate coffee since I've been a teenager. I've had this.
Okay, I've lost all respect.
Well, you don't like my hot chocolate coffee? That's what I've been drinking on the morning shows.
Yeah, Amber, I think you may have a product there. What the hell? You've probably been sitting all your life on like your gold product there. Hot chocolate coffee.
Yeah,
and that's set to sweep the country.
And out of all of the powdered chocolates, Ovaltine dissolves the best in hot coffee without becoming like little powder islands.
Oh.
Yeah. So
wait, Ovaltine? I thought Ovaltine was like a malt drink or something.
They have a malt version as well, but I just prefer the regular chocolate.
So you're like an Ovaltine. Can I say you're an Ovaltine now?
I guess I'm an Ovaltine. Yes.
I'm sorry.
Okay. I'll be back.
Uh-oh.
All right.
You gotta do mom stuff. She's probably doing mom stuff. God, it's good to see her.
I like this hot chocolate coffee business, though.
Good. Don't encourage that.
What's wrong with that?
Before Starbucks hit the Bay Area, there was this is in the 80s. There was a rise of coffee shops, and I used to go to them with my art school friends, and that was the thing that was very hot at the time, which was mochas.
Was what?
Coffee and hot chocolate. Oh, so it's
been around for a while.
I was a hipster art student in a coffee shop drinking that stuff, and they'd serve it to you in a cup that was the size of a cat bowl.
The trouble is, Dale, you had just like it sounds like you had a beautiful time back in the day, and like everything.
Yes, and now I'm bitter and old.
I think you have to remember that those experiences are still around, but
no, it's all dead. It's all gone. I want to spoil
the first time. I mean, that's true. There's nothing like the first time, but you either have to like that. But at some point, as you get older, you don't really want to try new things. So
I also dearly love teasing Amber. She's fun. She should.
You love what?
I love teasing Amber, but she shouldn't put up with any of my stuff.
No,
I'm an idiot. She needs to treat me like her daughter. Oh, I see you're working on the adoring crowd.
Yes.
Okay.
Now you made me aware of it. I don't know.
Oh.
They're all just strange aliens. Like aliens is the easiest thing to draw because you can't really draw them.
Yeah.
You can't really draw them wrong.
Oh.
All right. Well, I want to know more about what's going on at Comic-Con then, in absence of, I feel I'm in a bit of a Comic-Con-y mood, I guess.
Well, one of my friends, Stephen Burns, was down there. He gives lectures now at conventions on using Blender. So he is an Adobe certified instructor who teaches, I forget the name of the school he teaches at. He's down in Southern California. I met him through a mutual friend of ours. And he got into 3D printing and Blender, and he realized that there was a market for making custom parts or model kits. So if you have something like a model airplane, and the cockpit isn't designed as accurately as you wish, there are people who will 3D model the stuff and then they'll sell you the file or they'll sell the print. And he's transitioned from making parts for spacecraft models to actually designing models himself. And he teaches Blender. So he's going to the conventions and he's letting people know there's this free tool, and then the 3D printers are just keep dropping in price.
Yeah, I mean, people. Yeah, I mean, that's great. People do some funny things. I have a friend, guy I used to work with. He wrote 3 books about one tank, and they're big fat volumes. They're not like light books. They're like those sort of good, the illusion of life by Disney or Disney animation. There's like these 3 big fat tomes, and they're all about one single kind of tank, or all the variations. I don't know. He's made a business out of it. Like now, that's what he's doing. But now he sort of does it. He does it for other people. He sort of puts together other people's books of custom tanks.
Hey, the trick is to find your niche and monetize it.
Yeah, he loves it. He's very happy.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. Hi.
Hi.
I'm back.
I might take a little break.
You doing mom
I think I
stuff?
might take a little break. So do
Or
you
are you
want to take
doing
over the
wife
stream?
stuff?
Both. I was taking in groceries.
Okay.
Yeah, Ian had taken the offspring out to the store, and so they have returned, and I was helping.
The sprog.
The
The
spawn.
sprog, yes, the spawn.
The genetic backup.
Xerox, yeah.
Yeah, that's not a good way to look at it, because they're
Your attempt to colonize the future.
whatever genes you put in there, they're thoroughly deleted with all sorts of other genes from all your.
Not to mention epigenetics. Her life experiences will actually change her genetic code.
I know they.
Yes,
I watch
yes.
Protection Court when I'm drawing.
Mhm.
And like she brings that up all the time, that like when people experience trauma in their childhood, that it actually changes their genetics.
Yep.
Yeah, it makes them like less able to respond well to like stress and stuff.
That makes me wonder if the pandemic, and now I'm not talking about junk DNA from the virus, but I'm talking about just the experience of the pandemic, if that had, how that will express genetically in the future.
I don't know. My daughter is a COVID baby, so there's that.
You can't say nothing has entirely good or bad effects.
Is a COVID baby mean that, hey, we're stuck inside? What do you want to do?
Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime gal. Send me a kiss by wire. Baby, my heart's on fire.
Oh, my God.
Did you laugh a lot when you saw that cartoon,
if you
Amber?
abuse me, or then you'll end up alone. So, baby, I'm on my own. No, the only reason why I know the words is because Ian has this amazing talent to know the words to any song he hears.
Wow.
He like hears it like 1 or 2 or 3 times, right? And then he like knows all the words. And he doesn't see it as a talent. And it's like it's amazing. It really is like astounding that he can do this. And so he knows the words to everything. And so I literally I'll be humming the words and they're way wrong, and then he'll correct me.
I can see how that would be a genetic advantage.
Yeah. It's amazing. It really is an amazing talent of his.
Yeah.
And
hopefully it's hereditary.
I don't know. So far, my daughter seems to be singing on key. He doesn't sing on key. So, see?
I just want to show you something funny here. I'm looking at my references. I just want to show you some funny reference here. This is some sort. I'm not sure what even Asian language that is, but somebody's done a.
That looks like Japanese.
They were told to illustrate a cover for a Doctor Who book, clearly about the Doctor Who and the Daleks, but they didn't have any actual reference from Doctor Who.
Yeah.
So they've just sort of done their own version of what they think it should be.
That's like a game of telephone in Doctor Who.
It's like Turkish Spider-Man.
Yeah. It's very funny. I love it though. It's like the red. There's electronics inside. They've got the core principles. The Daleks. The Daleks have somebody inside. There's the Doctor. He's got a sort of cape, and he looks a bit like Solomon Kane or something.
Yeah. Then
the Daleks inside, they're more humanic looking.
Yeah.
And the Daleks, they're a very interesting interpretation. He's clearly read the book, but never saw the show.
Well, that was the cool thing about the Star Trek comics by Gold Key. The artists were Italian, and they were sending them reference photos. while the show was on, but they never saw the show. So some of the early Star Trek comic books were really cool. They had flames coming out of the engines. I mean, it was they weren't exactly accurate.
I'm going to pop off for a minute. I'll be right back.
Amber, what other rumors are you hearing about? Wait, are you taking a pee break? He's taking a pee break.
He's allowed.
Well, I might be a few minutes. Yeah. So
Okay.
Go ahead.
Right.
Do what
Amber, tell me what else are you hearing about Comic-Con?
Gosh, I've just been seeing people post pictures and a lot of cosplay and stuff like that. Just going, well, I'm having a great time. It's like, yeah, you are. And it's a little.
You feel bad? No, I dig. I regret not going. I actually had an offer to buy a ticket. So
I had an offer to be at the Keen Spot booth to for the announcement of Captain T, but we just can't afford to go out there right now. Out to San Diego. And so it's like, I could have had a room with them and everything, but it's like, I just, we're poor.
I know. I didn't want to go masked. That's the problem. I have a hard enough time going to the toy show masked. I have a hard enough time going to the model train show masked. But it would just make me sad to be at Comic-Con masked. And maybe next year. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's changed too. It's not the convention it was when I first started going 20 some odd years ago. I went for like 17 years straight. So actually more than 20 years ago. So yeah, it changed over time. It used to be more of a fans convention. Now it's a promoters convention.
Yeah. I saw that when I was going to WonderCon. Not so much when it was in San Francisco, but when I went to it a couple times in Anaheim, I saw that it was a bit more commercial than what I liked.
Yeah.
But I just don't like the crowds. Oh my God. I have so little tolerance for it.
I think as you get older, you get less tolerance for crowds.
Yeah, it's because you hate everyone.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. And I swear the next time I'm going, I'm bringing a hand truck because I know that I'm just going to be buying books, especially if Stuart Eng's table is there. So I need a hand truck for the books.
Oh, Steve Notley got an Inkpot Award.
I saw that. Bob the Angry Flower totally deserves that.
Yeah.
He's going to be insufferable.
Yeah, he is. But he deserves it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm happy for him. And then the Schulz Museum got an Eisner for a book they did. It's a collection of photos and stories about artifacts from the museum.
Nice.
And I've been to Mecca in Santa Rosa, and I've seen a number of those artifacts before.
Nice.
It's an odd place if you worship the beagle. Supposedly his body is frozen underneath the ice rink, but they have guards, so you can't go under.
Have you tried?
I disguised myself as a Zamboni driver, but they knew that I was a fake Zamboni driver.
They caught on to your
yeah, my
your
ass
scheme.
was the wrong shape.
I see.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah, the guys who drive the Zambonis long enough, their asses become a specific Zamboni shape.
Is that it?
Yeah.
I see.
No, he's supposedly underneath the rink. Jeannie Schulz is going to see this and be pissed off at me.
She's going to be like, how dare you let people know?
I've met her. I've met her a few times. She's so nice.
She is. She's like she's like just a sweet person.
Yeah.
I know Andrew Farrago, which we still need to get on the show sometime.
Yeah.
Andrew Farrago has a really good relationship with her.
Yeah.
And he will share all the time. Like I think he was one of the ones that helped curate that book.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I'll have to find that out. He does a lot of books, and of course he's a good guy, and so is his wife.
Yeah. Yeah, I've known Shannon for years.
Yeah, I met her a couple of times. God, what was the name of her strip? Was it Skin Horse?
She still has Skin Horse. I think she just had a Kickstarter for putting out another volume of Skin Horse. But the one that I fell in love with her for was Narbonic.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the Conspiracy of Daves. I still think about that whenever I meet someone who's named Dave. It's like, are you part of the conspiracy?
Oh, I'm sure that's true. My dad's named Dave.
Yeah. So there's a Conspiracy of Daves. And it was just an amazing bit of writing. And you know, and she calls Narbonic her journeyman's piece. You know, she considers it like, you know, flawed, but it's where she was learning how to draw. And I can see that and I can respect that and everything, but I think that there's beauty in its imperfections.
She was doing a collaborative, and this is a few years ago. It was something. It was some mystery. Some.
I got a soda. Coca-Cola, please sponsor us. I'm sorry.
Don't drink that stuff. It will dissolve your insides. Oh. No.
We don't keep it in the house very often. We stopped drinking soda pretty much a few months ago.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say maybe about 6 months ago and stuff. So we don't like have 2-liter bottles in the house or cans in the house anymore, but we'll still occasionally get soda with like fast food, or Ian will go out and he'll buy soda for him and a soda for me. But they're these ones. They're not like, you know, a 12-pack of sodas.
Well, Sabrina's a Coke fan, Coca-Cola fan. Mm-hmm. And she thinks that it has medicinal purposes. You know, if you have an upset stomach, you drink it. If you have a head wound, you bathe it with it.
Did you ever see My Big Fat Greek Wedding?
No.
So in My Big Fat Greek Wedding, the father, who was an immigrant from Greece, believed that Windex had medicinal properties. And so he would get injured, and he'd put like his elbow in a bowl of Windex to heal it.
Well, I mean,
it's got ammonia.
It's ammonia, so I guess it would be antiseptic.
Yeah, I guess.
But Sabrina gets the unleaded. Sabrina gets the Mexican Coke in the glass bottle.
Oh, I love Mexican Cokes.
Yeah,
those are my favorite.
That's quite easy to get around here.
Yeah, those are my favorite.
I assume we all know the conspiracy theory about Coke and New Coke.
What's the conspiracy theory?
Okay, so do you remember when Bill Cosby introduced New Coke?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
and how it was such a complete.
I know through historical things, because you have to understand I was a wee baby lad at
I'm sorry. I keep forgetting I'm talking to an infant.
I'm not an infant anymore, but I was an infant then.
You're still cute as an infant.
Have you ever seen the movie Closer?
No.
So
the Natalie Portman one.
Yeah, it's a Natalie Portman movie, and so there's a great.
Yeah, Natalie Portman's very sexy.
Yeah. There's a great sexy line she says in that movie where the guy, one of the guys, is saying, "Man, when he's British, and he says, man, when you were wearing nappies, I was wearing flares, right?" And she says, "My nappies were flared."
Well, I don't find that as funny. Wait,
my nappies were flared.
Okay, so they introduced New Coke, and it was a disaster, and people went insane, and they were hoarding Coke, and they brought Coke back. Mm-hmm. Now, the conspiracy theory is they knew that New Coke would fail, and they did it deliberately as a distraction, because when they brought the old Coke back,
They had changed the recipe.
they had changed from cane sugar to corn syrup.
I mean, they made that change at that point in the recipe. They did make that change. And so what they told the shareholders at that time, because I've heard about this conspiracy, and weird food history.
It didn't not happen.
Weird food history went into it, right? And so what they told their shareholders at the time was that corn syrup was cheaper than Coca-Cola, or than sugar.
Cane sugar, yeah.
To put it in Coca-Cola. Plus, at the time, there was like some kind of political dispute in Mexico where they were getting the majority of the cane sugar in the 70s. Yeah. And so they basically were forced. It forced their hand. It just happened to coincide at the same time as New Coke. And so there's... Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
No. I told you it was a conspiracy theory. And yeah, I mean, it could very well be a matter of timing, or it could be a very well-planned conspiracy.
Well, this is what Weird History said, is they said that they released New Coke, and they took regular Coke off the market. And it's while regular political stuff started happening down in Mexico, and there was the embargo on sugar.
Okay.
And so, so it's not like they anticipated that happening.
We make the corn syrup.
Unless they fomented the political crisis.
Yeah. We want our Coke made by our farmers.
Why would they give up a cheap sugar for a more expensive sugar? That doesn't make sense.
We're getting into a globalization debate, and yes, and I don't know how much they do these things, but clearly it's better profits for Coke.
See, that sounds like a conspiracy.
And there must be an incentive from the government. There's like, you know, all the food, like all this, you know, this is the number one selling soft drink, right? Coke is the number one selling soft drink. Is that right?
I think so.
You know, and certainly within the category of all their brands versus Pepsi, and they want to have a Pepsi competitor. You know, Coke's a nice fat, then a Pepsi, and then some small chain.
Okay.
And you know, and that corn syrup is being made. We're growing that corn. Our farmers are growing that corn. That corn grows good here.
So it's Merca corn.
It grows better up north. You know, it's more north. We're more north than they are, and you know, where Iowa and there with the cornfields. You know, they're quite far north, and you know that's where the grid is. That's the heartland. The heartland is the fucking grid of this country, and you know that corn and the Coke, you know, put them together. I mean, it makes sense whether the corn syrup's good for you or not versus the other sugar, or tastes better or not. I mean, I don't know. You know, I don't know what the science really is. Like, there's always a lot of science
leads to obesity.
It's like palm oil. Like the oil industry put out a lot to say that palm oil was bad. And they still do. And it's hard to know if palm oil is bad or not. And then now it's all about this sort of clear cutting that they're doing with palm oil. But again, it's really unclear, you know. And in some places, one thing might be true. And in another place, another thing might be true.
Corn syrup promotes obesity. And who wants fat people? Cannibals.
Sugar. Normal
I would
sugar.
argue that the medical industry wants fat people because they make money off of them.
Yep.
Yes. So yes, the whole profiting off sickness is not good. Like in ancient China, your doctor only got paid when you were well. If you got sick, you didn't have to pay him until he got you better again. I thought that's quite a good system.
So what you would just pay like atonement to the doctor, or like is it having them on retainer?
Yeah, you pay your doctor a retainer basically.
Okay.
Until you get sick, and then he has to treat you.
So
until
it
you get
was
well.
insurance.
Then you don't have to pay him anymore until you're well.
So it was insurance.
Yeah, it's sort of insurance. Yes, it's insurance, but you know, it's sort of like total coverage insurance.
Well, it's also.
I guess there's always a grey area of when are you sick and when are you not sick. That's what it comes down. That's the life issue.
Well, it's also
and with doctors, like there's like mind-body medicine. How much are you responsible for your own health? You know, I have a very real physical disability that sort of goes back genetic. We talk about epigenetics. You know, how much can I will myself better? I can certainly keep the rest of my in very good shape if I'm careful.
Well, can I
You know,
ask a question and let me know if I'm stepping over the line?
No,
Are you
there's
in
no line.
pain?
No, I've talked publicly about any of it, but you know,
Are you in pain?
You know, pain is a question of sort of mental, and you know, I could, you know, if I didn't sort of take proper care of myself, I could be in a lot of pain. I mean, there's sort of certain things that cause pain. I was in a lot of pain, you know, before I sort of, you know, I was working in advertising, and you know, that was too demanding on my body, and you know, I couldn't really do that anymore. You know, that I was in a lot of pain, and I was in a very bad shape. You know, so. You know, it really so it's a lot of it is about your, you know, your sort of lifestyle and having to sort of make changes to yourself and your lifestyle. You know, there's things you can change and things you can't. You know, serenity prayer, strength to endure the things that you can't change, courage to change the things that you can,
and wisdom to know the difference.
Yes. So, you know,
we actually have that hanging above our toilet in the bathroom.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a religious person, but it's I find it wisdom to be able to, you know, have the wisdom to know the difference. I don't know. I just like it. Even though I'm not a religious person, I just, you know, we have a really neat kind of calligraphy drawing of it, and I like it. So
I just
judge me.
Yes.
I
mean, that's a sort of just a fact of life. You know, that's the thing. You know, I'm interested in the facts of life.
I just find it easier to be filled with hate.
You just want to be filled with hate, huh?
Yeah.
No, I've, you know, I gave up a lot of resentment a couple of years ago, like actively, you know, and I feel better. It's true what they say that, you know, like hating someone or holding a grudge, it's like drinking poison and expecting the other person to die.
I think it's a lot like Farmville. You know, you have all these little hates and resentments, and you go around and you feed them each day, like a Tamagotchi, and it's a hobby.
Yeah, not my hobby. I gave it up.
Okay, well, you know, I don't make fun of your hobbies.
It's just why would you want to hate on the world? You know, what do you get out of that that's positive for you?
Oh yes, right. Yeah, my friend Annika got very upset at this idea where I said, you know, we sort of live in this poisonous universe that wants to kill us, you know, and so the fact that we're alive at all, you know, all our organs just sort of, you know, fighting off all the poisons around. But she really didn't like that idea. She's like, oh no. You know, and she's right.
Well,
you know, that's not, you know, that it's not the way to look.
The thing is, if you are upset and disappointed all the time, the new upsets and disappointments aren't as impactful.
I would argue. Have I told you guys about fork theory and its relation to spoon theory? I think we've touched on it.
Tell me again. Yeah, you did. Yes.
So fork theory is like all the negative things in your life. You know, they stick a fork in you, right? You have to pee. That's a fork, right? You have bills hanging over your head. That's a fork, right? Your dog's barking at you to go outside. That's a fork. And when you have a lot of forks, you know, you reach a point where you just can't handle any more forks, and you got to start pulling forks out. And sometimes that means the smaller forks so you can deal with the bigger forks. So that's taking the dog for a walk, you know, going pee, whatever it is to take small forks out. But the point is that you have to learn to be grateful for the small forks too. You have to learn gratitude for them. You say, thank you for giving me an opportunity to get out and exercise with the dog. And I feel like being resentful and hateful all the time is just piling yourself with forks for no reason.
Well,
yeah.
I disagree. I think that if you are filled with hate and resentment all the time, you develop a shell, a mask of a pleasant demeanor in order to hide it.
No, sense stuff like that.
Yeah, but didn't you watch Star Wars? Do you not get the message of that whole thing with Anakin? You know, he was much more powerful, when he just hated everybody all the time.
Yeah, that's
he had enormous
Oh,
power.
you mean Anakin's the good
I think you got the
guy?
wrong message. You would think that was a bad thing.
I'm supposed to think he's a bad guy. Oh, I see the twist now.
No, he's the hero. Like,
Yeah, yeah.
those
There's
children
annoying kid.
deserve to
There's an annoying
die.
kid that comes along
Those
and messes
children
it all
deserve
up.
Oh, I'm
to
sorry.
die.
Not children, younglings. The younglings
younglings.
deserve to die.
The younglings deserve to die, huh? Yeah, in the
Oh, that was
Kenobi
very good.
show,
That's good. Yeah.
they have like a survivor of that massacre who, you know, wants to revenge against Darth Vader for you know, killing all of her friends and stuff like that. And yeah, so it's like this whole subplot.
The massacre in the Jedi Temple was one of the best bits of the prequels. I mean, that was such a horrific thing that he did.
Yes.
You know, and you didn't see it coming. That was not sort of pre-foretold that he'd ever done that. And then you realize, like, you know, he's just
kind of knew it was coming.
The whole thing really sort of built to that moment, you know, where he just does this terrible, evil thing.
Yeah.
And you know, then he can't go back from that. And you know, that was all made it all worthwhile.
Well, you kind of knew it was coming because he had killed the Sand People, the men, women, and children.
The men,
yes,
and the children. I killed them.
Yes,
them
you know,
all.
he's saving his mom. They were savage Sand People.
And then Natalie Portman rushes to him. Oh, even though you just murdered all these people, I love you so.
Yeah, I you know, at some point, someone should have just slapped George Lucas if he had read the script.
No, I think he's doing it. He's doing it on purpose. He's doing it on purpose. Like you know, well, I don't see what's wrong with that. I think that's the story. You know,
that's the story.
It's that, like, he's very Joseph Campbell. You know, he's trying to do the Joseph Campbell. He's doing the hero, but there's more to Joseph Campbell than just the hero's journey. I mean, you know, there's a lot to it. And there's all these sort of aspects of it, and you know, and he's really with the prequels. He's really like the sequels are like that sort of positive hero journey, but the prequels are like sort of the opposite. It's like, you know, it's that the darker sort of side of it all, and you know, more what's, you know, really going on, you know, all the time, and you know, all these myths and stuff do contain these sort of fundamental stories. I mean, that's what's so great about Joseph Campbell. He says, yes, any individual, you know, you sort of got it wrong if you're taking it literally.
Well, that's just,
you know,
it.
Even if it's understood, it's not literal.
The original trilogy, the original trilogy 4 through 6 follows the hero's journey, but the prequel trilogy 1 through 3 follows Save the Cat. And they're two completely different styles of writing that don't mesh very well, which is one of the reasons why the prequels don't feel Star Wars-y, kind of.
I mean, they're very, I don't know, but it depends. Okay, my mind changed about them when, you know, my son and his friends were like, oh, they liked Phantom Menace the best. That was their favorite Star Wars movie. Still is, probably. I don't know. Okay. But, you know, I was like, oh, you know, yes, if you're a kid, that's the first Star Wars movie you see it, you love it. And
I feel like Revenge of the Sith was probably the best plot out of the 3 because it actually had peril. You know, I mean, we all knew that Darth Vader was going to fall. We did, you know, but we didn't know how. But you're
talking about it retroactively. I'm talking about it in the eyes of someone coming to it for the first time, which is the only way to approach it. Really, if you're going to talk about it this seriously.
Okay, I'd like to remind you that all of this Joseph Campbell stuff that has been piled on Star Wars is to simply hide the fact that it's a really Freudian messed up series.
Yeah, because he hated his father and was trying to get attention.
Because he kissed his sister.
That too.
Again, these are the mythic stories. You know, these are the stories that have been in human. That's what Joseph Campbell did. He looks at all the myths all around. He says, look, these are the commonalities.
As mythic stories fit into space dramas, Urfspace is the biggest space drama that you have to support the Kickstarter today.
Yeah,
so
that's my start. These books are
$a few
towards
the Urfspace Kickstarter, so that you can get artwork that could possibly sell for $47,000 in the future. Possibly, no guarantees.
Yeah. No, it'll be in future galactic credits. and I'm not exactly sure what the exchange rate will be, but I'm imagining something like several billion future galactic credits is what these originals will be worth one day.
Really?
Fun.
Yeah, but I'm not exactly sure what that translates into in today's money.
I don't know. We'll figure it out.
And I'm not exactly sure and how many years I'm talking about.
So you don't know
but
if that's like
in some distant time and place, the future. An inscribed copy of one of these could be the most valuable objects in all the universe.
on that note, I'm trying to remember what it is that classifies the comics, and they seal them in plastic, and they're like, this
They
one's
slab them.
this one's
slabs,
6.0 quality or whatever it is, right? There was
you're going to have your slabbing guy standing ready. So the moment your Kickstarter package arrives, the slabbing guy just gets in there.
So on that note, there was issue 1 of Love and Rockets that is one of these, worth like now $600 some odd for this issue. And the creator, you know, saw this floating around the internet where people are going, wow, this first issue is worth so much. And commented on it that Jamie Hernandez remembered seeing the comic, like people would pick it up and then just instantly throw it in the trash the first time that they released it at San Diego Comic-Con.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know, people would just, or they'd flip to it and they'd write notes in it and stuff, because there'd be like a blank page, and, you know, like just not caring about it and crinkling it up, and, you know, would see them on the ground and stuff like that. And now this one that was treated well is worth so much. It's just, I don't know. I feel like in comics, it's a feel good moment, but at the same time, you wish you got the money.
Well, you know, we're dealing in the world of magic and spells, you know, and that's literally what Alan Moore, you know, says. Everything, you know, all creative art is magic and spells, and there's something about comics even more so. It's the greatest art form. Otherwise, why would I be wasting my time doing comics if it wasn't most?
I don't know, because it's fun.
I know, it's a form of art. All forms of art, whatever. It's art is art is art, and I don't know where I was going. I had something to say, but you were saying
Magic and spells.
We've lulled Dale to sleep now. That's good.
Have we? Is he gone? Did he leave us for, you know, a better plot?
He's gone to the land of nods. He's like little Dale in Slumberland.
Did he actually fall asleep?
I don't know. He's just happy. Or maybe he died. Maybe he just died happy. Maybe we sent him. Dale, oh God, please, Dale, don't be dead.
Is he? No, I don't think he's dead.
Breathing. Hello. Oh, hello. Here's some dogs.
Yeah. Gosh, you know, I hope he's okay.
I know. Otherwise, this would just become the worst show.
Yeah. Otherwise, this would be very morbid.
We need your what? No one will really see you, but we need to know what your opinion of. If you think Dale's dead.
Yeah.
If we think who?
Is Dale dead?
No, I just think he's passed out.
Okay.
You think he's happy?
Yeah, I think he's happy, but he's just passed out.
Okay.
I think he died happy.
So
if he is dead, then he died happy.
All right, Janae's a witness.
Okay.
So, you know,
okay.
I get witness.
Yeah. Yeah.
We shouldn't. You don't think we should call 911?
Should we turn off his camera?
It's reminded me of one of the jobs I did at the ad agency was for Wells Fargo.
Yeah.
And it was I can't remember. It was some email we were sending out, and they were looking at the stock art, and it was a picture of a guy in a boat with his girlfriend, and he's sort of looking out to sea, and she's sort of asleep in his arms.
And that's what it reminds
me. But then
me
at some point, I sort of saw it as her being dead. He'd killed her in the boat, and now he's throwing her overboard.
You said you'd never watched Always Sunny in Philadelphia, right?
No, but it's also the Ripley. The talented Mr. Ripley is something about that too, isn't it? But,
yeah, but
I have watched some of all. I have watched a lot of it. Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Do you remember?
But anyway, of course, that was. Let me finish my story. Of course, that was the Wells Fargo image that they picked for the campaign. And I saw it for years afterwards because I have a Wells Fargo account. Years afterwards, somebody's like, "Oh, it's the guy who was like." dead girlfriend in the boat.
Well, the reason why I bring it up is because there's a running gag in that show where Dennis is like, yeah, you bring out a girl on a boat because of the implication.
Oh yeah, does yes.
It's like, what do you mean? Do you like rape her? And he never actually answers the question. But there's also like other times when they go into his car and he has like a kit and tools with like duct tape and rope and like weapons and stuff in it. So you wonder. Yeah. And then there's another thing too where he takes footage of him with girls that he sleeps with, right? And he's got like the wall of tapes of him with all these girls, but some of the labels are red. And so it's just, I don't know, there's just these little
yeah, I know they've gone so far with that. I don't know. I've watched it in little bits. I'll watch it for a bit and I'll find it really funny for a few, and then after then the more I watch, the more I go, oh my god, it gets a bit depressing because they're so sort of.
Yeah, I will admit that it's good in small doses.
Yeah, and then I'll go away and not watch it for a bit, and I'll come back and I'll find it hilarious again. Yeah.
It's kind of like The Expanse in that way. The Expanse is such a great show, but you can't binge it. You just get so sad.
Oh yeah, Tina was like, Tina sort of liked it as we were going through, and we were like talking about watching it again to watch the final season. She was like, oh yeah, but then we started.
I'm turning Dale off because he's fallen asleep.
Okay, yeah, I really studied him. I studied him, and I did see him move. So he's
alive. Watching. He's just.
I really hope like he's not dead. And
you could try calling him on the phone, and maybe the ring will wake him up.
I don't want to wake him up. Look, the reason I'm not doing that is because I think he's just asleep, and I don't want to wake him up, folks. And if he's gone, I don't know. It's what he would have wanted, but it's a bit.
It's what he would have wanted.
It's what he is. I think. He would have preferred to be with Sergio or Matthias Adolfsson.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He would have been a bit happy. I think. Well, I don't know if he would have been. I think he'd be quick.
Here, let's do this for a second.
I'm really having a hard time going on. I'm just going to push on.
Here.
This is what's called being professional.
Let's do this for a second.
What did they do at the Battle of Waterloo? Amber, have I told you how excited I am about the Napoleon movie?
The what? Are you talking about the Napoleon movie? What?
The Napoleon movie.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, because
I wasn't at first. I wasn't, but then I saw the trailer and I was like, "Ooh, I'm really excited," because I thought what I saw was Wellington squares on the field of Waterloo, and I thought I saw like basically everything. So it looked like they were doing the whole of Napoleon, and I've been getting quite interested in the Battle of Waterloo for whatever reason. I really like the Sharp books. Did you ever see the Sharp TV series with Sean Bean?
No, I have not.
No, you never saw it. Okay, great. It was on the BBC in the early 90s. Or no, maybe I do one of the British channels, but it's what made Sean Bean famous.
Okay.
And it's a great show about the Napoleonic Wars. He's like a soldier, and like in Bernard Cornwell's books, he's done a few series of different things, but he has a soldier who's in the ranks going up the army. And so like, usually from like Sharp sort of more working class, but he's so it's sort of boy's own adventure like that. But the guy, your Sharp meets, or he meets the Duke of Wellington. He's fighting for Wellington in Spain against Napoleon, so the Napoleonic Wars. And Bernard Cornwell, like every book, has probably at least 2 well-researched battles in them,
mm-hmm.
and he really puts you in the battles in a really good way. And the TV show is a pretty good adaptation. It's better to watch the TV show first and then read the books, because the books are always a bit more epic than the TV show. But it's very good fun, and I don't know, it depends. I mean, if you're sort of pro Napoleon, he's not that pro Napoleon.
You're pro Napoleon. It's interesting. Napoleon had a cult of personality in his day, and then when he lost at Waterloo, all those people had to pretend like they hadn't supported him all this time.
It was very interesting. Yes, so he was like, they had him imprisoned, and he was sort of under guard by the British on this island in the Mediterranean.
Mm-hmm.
And he really sort of lulled his guard, the British guy in charge into false sense of security. And he had a lot of sort of comfort, and and he got a bit sort of fat and uncomfortable actually. And he may have sort of gone to seed a little bit, stuck there for as long as he was. But the British guy went off to probably see his wife or something. I can't remember what that was. Some sort of personal little errand, went off and left behind. So Napoleon had one boat, and it was French. He had it painted like a British boat, and he got his men on board like a loyal man. He went over with a handful of I'm not sure how many there were, but I think he had about 1,000 or something, maybe something like that. Or maybe it was hundreds. I'm not sure. But he got the boat, went over, and made his way up through France. And as he goes up through France, the newspapers go from like, ha ha ha, look at this, he's never going to do it, to by the time he gets to Paris, it's like, oh, hail, the emperor's back. And he's got everyone all rabble-roused, and they go marching off to face off against the Allies, which is Britain and Blucher, who are the Prussians. And there's always a bit of debate, like what happened, and then you get to the Battle of Waterloo, and it's a great battle because it's like basically the biggest battle, and of this kind, this era of what they were doing with these, the way they were fighting battles then before World War One. Really,
yeah, back when they used to meet in the middle and go, how are we going to fight this battle?
Yeah, so it's good. And so so on one hand you've got Napoleon, who's got these sort of fanatically loyal troops, but he's never very loyal to his troops. He sends them in mercilessly to his death, and he has done over again, and he doesn't always win at all. And Wellington beat him over and over again, and all the time in Spain. So now Wellington's got to sort of take him and fight him, and the Prussians are sort of coming from one way, from the Prussians are coming from the east,
again?
and Wellington's sort of there, and Wellington sort of knows this land and this territory for whatever reasons that that's the way he's going to come. That's where they are. So Wellington sort of picks this spot, for the various reasons. It's sort of got a high ridge. It's sort of got all this, and there's some little bit of maneuvers in the days before, like the Prussians are here. Napoleon's trying to, this is all the sort of battle tactics in the days before. So it sort of builds up like this. Where's he going to come? Build up the tactics. How's he going to get through? How are you going to sort of arrange your forces to sort of deal with all this? And then this fucking motherfucker with a day-long battle. Napoleon starts too late. Napoleon starts it too late. The weather, like whatever, there's this sort of field in the front, and Napoleon just tries to hammer up the middle all day. Like he sends his cavalry, he sort of doesn't like, he doesn't want, he just wants to go up the middle and hammer through. But then there's some stuff in a house in a barn, like a sort of chateau in a barn at one side. There's Wellington squares up on the ridge. The cannon. There's rockets, but they don't do a lot. They're just sort of new technology. Then there's on the other side, there's sort of villages, then there's a lot of stuff going on. Napoleon sort of thinks Wellington's sort of fleeing kind of later in the day. So much kind of crap going away and back and forth, behind the battle. But actually, that's not at all. They're holding very firm. And the Prussians are trying to get through, but they're having him to come around. And that was Napoleon's problem. Then the Prussians get there like in the real nick of time, right at the fucking end of the day. But they've been fighting their own battles all day as well, to sort of get around. But they sort of had early battles the day before, and then they're sort of trying to maneuver out. And then afterwards, there's always a bit like, oh, Wellington should have come and relieved Blucher. Blucher had to come and relieve Wellington, but Wellington was like, well, I only said I'd do that if Napoleon wasn't coming at it. But there's always a bit of that. So each side sort of goes off saying, and even Napoleon himself goes back to Paris and says, I won.
So Napoleon won then?
He still somehow tried to, he still wanted to go back to Paris and claim that he won. And there was still a lot of people in France willing for a long time to say that he won.
Yeah.
But that's like Trump saying he won. It's like Trump saying he won now. I mean, the parallels to Trump really actually are quite a lot. Napoleon placed all his family into positions of authority, all this stuff.
Well, what also gets me...
Napoleon's a bit more Facebook, comment, from the people. He had a bit more.
What also gets me is that he was really big on propaganda, right? And so there was an island where cholera had broken out, and a lot of his soldiers and a lot of natives to the island were very sick, And Napoleon had these paintings commissioned of him going and seeing the sick people and looking at their wounds and showing how caring he was. And he would have these displayed publicly in squares, for people to see, their caring leader and stuff. But he never actually went and saw them. In fact, he ordered them put to death in order to prevent the infection from spreading.
Wow.
Yeah. Like, it's interesting because if you study art history goes heavy into propaganda and propaganda that was created for the church and for different countries and different kings and, people like Napoleon. Yeah, it's fascinating.
This is just tying it right now. I'm drawing Thomas de Torquemada, or kind of a version of him, that from Nemesis the Warlock in 2000 AD. So he was the ultimate, sort of human bigot. Like, humans are purging the galaxy of all the aliens.
Yeah. The purging the galaxy. It's interesting. There's a YouTube channel I subscribed to recently called Heavy Spoilers, where they'll go and they'll break down movies, right? And they're talking about how in the alien movies, there's a lot of like gender fluid stuff. Like in the first Alien movie, the chick who gets the blood splattered all over her face. Well, in Aliens, when they're going through their reports in the back, they said that she was originally born male. Right. And then also in Aliens, they're talking about having sex with another species, and it doesn't matter if they're male or female. You also have the men and the women eating and sleeping together and cohabitating in the future, when the movie was made in the late 70s. And, you didn't see a lot of that. And so, it's just
Well, things were a bit more progressive, but it was just like when it came out. I mean, I was still really young when it came out, and I was a bit terrified of it. Like, even the idea of it was like really terrifying.
It's still terrifying. It's a great movie.
Alien, and we were looking at them, and I was like, oh my god, I don't want to see that.
Yeah.
But when I did see it, of course, I loved it. Yeah. But that wasn't until I was still only about sort of 77 or something. When did that come out? Not long after Star Wars, 78. So it's 8 or 9.
I want to say 77, 78, somewhere in there was when the first one came out.
Yeah, all those things.
Yeah.
I'm going to go help the dog. I think Janae's dog's having some trouble on the stairs.
Okay, so
not that I'm much better on them.
It's my show now.
Oh, no, okay, I think you made it up. All right.
It's my show now. He's doing a marathon and he's leaving. He's leaving in the middle of his show. Let's see. Let me push Urfspace. You guys should support the Urfspace Kickstarter. There's links. There's QR codes. There are, little things on the bottom telling you about the links and the QR codes. And it's going to be for a cool set of books and art and music. And if you like punk music, he's been playing it and it sounds good. So.
Oh, Amber. Ooh, hang on.
What?
I don't think this. I didn't put this going out onto your channels. Shall I turn them on now?
Oh, it's okay. This is your marathon. I'm helping you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you can always go out to my channels if you need to.
Well, I mean, shall I put it out onto your Twitch or something?
It's okay.
I don't have anybody on Twitch.
Oh, it's okay. I think it won't do it with it already streaming. I think we've tried that in the past and it just doesn't work.
Oh no! Oh wait! Oh, actually, I think it. Wait. Oh shit! Why is that not coming? Facebook's not doing it. Shit. Oh yeah. What happened?
Please stop. Please stop.
This is not going on Facebook. Right, yeah, on the Twitter.
Stop.
Let me see what's going on here. Maybe if I can. Oh shit.
Mhm.
Yeah, I know you're being a jerk.
Is it going
I
on?
don't like it. Yeah. I know, boo boo. Yes, Owie, I know. You're being a jerk. I don't like it.
Okay, wait, that's not showing up here. Wait, okay, is there a restream feed I can paste?
Yes, I love
Like I said, I think we've tried it before, and once you start the stream, I don't think you can add more because it's streaming out. Otherwise, you'd only get like part of the stream. Oh, Dale's awake.
Oh, good. Okay, let's get him back in. Dale, I just realized I think I messed up this stream here. Unless I can, there's a way to share it out.
Did I fall asleep?
You did.
Wow, sorry guys.
It just lets us know how riveting we are. As,
No.
entertainers.
I didn't get much sleep.
We were slightly worried that you might have passed away, but I figured that was probably how you wanted to go. So.
Well, you're all in my will.
Yeah, but yeah, we decided to put you off because you were like this.
Oh God. Sorry.
That's all right.
I am the worst host.
We
I
connect streaming software to go.
I have the old man problem now of sleeping everywhere and anywhere.
Old man problems.
It is, yeah.
The best kind of problems.
The prostate needs energy.
Let's see. Let's do roof here.
Fell asleep with the camera. I'm such an idiot. Oh. What are we talking about?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Sergio Aragonés has a new Gru story out. I think it's Gru in the Wild. It's by Dark Horse. I bought it. I've been meaning to read it, but I bagged and boarded them before I read them, so they're filed away somewhere.
Amber.
What?
Lunchtime.
Oh, okay. Guys, it's lunchtime for me. I'm going to have to go.
Yeah, go take a break. Thank you.
All right, I might stop in later. We'll see.
Yeah, well, I'll take my own lunch break. So take a lunch break if you want to come back, and if you can, otherwise, whatever. Yeah,
all right.
No worries.
Bye.
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 Dale, I've made a mistake here.
What's a mistake?
In that I think I set this up wrong.
Set what up wrong?
In that it's not going out to my Facebook. So I think what I might do is sort of stop it and restart it.
Well, at least no one saw me fall asleep. I think it did go out because we had someone named Junkie Ohio on for a brief time.
It's going out to YouTube. Fine.
Okay.
I don't know what to tell you. Maybe I can, if I can go and view, maybe if I do it on view on YouTube, maybe I can sort of, maybe I can paste the YouTube into the Facebook. I had to hear myself.
It's good to see Amber. That makes, I'm very fond of her.
Well, I can just go straight in Facebook. Can I try this? But then it doesn't see you. Wait, that's no good.
I didn't talk in my sleep, did I?
No, I don't think so. No, it was hard to tell if you were even
asleep or dead.
Alive or dead, yes.
Yeah.
I was like studying you very closely and you twitched and I was like, okay.
Okay. No, I stayed up late playing games on my iPad.
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out if there's anything I can do to make this expand here. I'm just going to, I think I'm having trouble. I'm going to say.
Are you going to end it and then we come back after your lunch?
Yeah, maybe we'll do this. I'll tell you what. Let's keep going for a bit now because I'm not quite ready for lunch yet. And seeing as you're away, I'm going to just post a thing into the event if I can find it again.
I'll have to. I have no food in the place, so I'll have to go out and get. I discovered a new Japanese place that it's just a little. It's an old Taco Bell, and they repurposed it.
Oh.
They sell ramen and rice bowls. It's really good. It's called What the Cup.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, tell me more about it. Yes.
Oh, it's a restaurant that I've driven by for years. It's called What the Cup. It's in San Jose, and it's an old Taco Bell, and it sells ramen, and it sells rice bowls, and you can get a little mini bowls of mini rice bowls with the Japanese stewed pork on top. Oh, it's so good. I think I'll go there for lunch.
Yeah.
No, I see you're busy clicking, clacking.
No, I'm just making a little note here about to anybody who might be trying to find us on Facebook. Say sorry, but you can continue to find us on YouTube. Sorry.
So you guys thought I was actually dead?
I mean, you were laying there. You could have been.
Yeah, well,
you know, I studied you very carefully to make sure you were breathing. I didn't want to be continuing a show glibly. Well,
that's one of the reasons why I didn't want to do the Wednesday show anymore. Is I could have died on air. So
well,
I'm that age.
Sure. Well, yes.
What do you think you're going to do for lunch?
Oh, I see what I did. Oh, I see. Okay. I'm just learning something. I'm connected to the wrong bloody page. That's the problem. I was connected to my personal. But then I want the people only see it on the page. Oh, I see what's going on. All right, I know what I did. Shoot. I deleted the wrong one.
Don't worry about it.
Because I was like, oh, why is it going out to both my page and my thing? Take my head in. Wait, but the other one should still be there. Let me try to turn it off. That was unable to connect. There's Planet Earth. Turn it off. Where's Chuck Wheeler? Okay, put that one on. It's gonna work. Oh no, it did work. Okay, it looks like it's going out to Facebook. All right.
Going out to Facebook all along, or just going out to Facebook now?
No. I think I've made it go onto Facebook.
Okay.
Let me just quickly go to Facebook. Oh yeah, there we are. Turn my volume off. All right. Okay, I'll just share that on to my page, Planet Earth. Oops. All right. All right. Well, we live and learn. Yes, Comic-Con. I want to talk more about Comic-Con.
Okay. The convention that we're both not at.
What's
The
that?
convention we're both not at.
Yeah. Well, we're doing Comic-Con at home 2023.
Yeah, it's like being on The Price is Right. Yeah, you get the home game to take home with you. Of course, I have enough comics I can have my own Comic-Con.
Yeah. I mean, Comic-Con, yes. Yes. So last time I was there, I sort of walked around and I had a nice time. And I had, so in 2019 I did that. And then, I went to the Comic-Con SE. Yeah, I'm not prepared this year for it. I don't know. The thing is, you have to be prepared all year. I'm not. Some people are there doing, like my friend Travis Hansen. He's there. He does it all the time, and so does Stan Yan.
Yeah.
He does sort of caricatures and children's books. He's another guy that, they're great guys, and they've got their acts more together than me.
Well, I have friends who go every year. My friend Tony is down there right now, and he's having a good time. For me, the conventions were always just an excuse to go to Southern California. So I'd go to the convention, but I would have to spend all this other time planning the other places to go. So I was always exhausted by the end of it.
Yes, it's the very exhausting experience, like one way or the other. And it's sort of like emotional highs and lows. I sort of get simultaneously like inspired and depressed.
Well, I would get poor. I would get poor, and I'd almost have a heart attack because I'd be transporting about 60 pounds worth of books around the convention.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why.
Well, physically, it's very difficult. Yeah.
I'm going to take a hand truck next time. I saw some guy at WonderCon, and he had a hand truck, and he had all his stuff stacked on it that he was buying. I thought that's the most ingenious thing I've ever seen. But that's the thing the conventions need, is someplace where you can buy stuff, and it's a table where you buy stuff, and then you go and you give them the stuff to store, and you get a ticket, like a bus station locker. Well, because you want to make it easy for people to buy stuff at conventions.
Yeah, I would agree with that, I suppose. But no, but people don't want it to be easy. People like you. We've already had this discussion. People want it to be difficult to buy stuff.
Well, difficult to. You want the hunt, you want the retail, but you want to make it easy.
But then you want a team of porters to carry your.
Oh yeah,
trophy
or conventions should have shopping carts. They should, before a convention, the volunteers should go out to all the grocery stores, steal the shopping carts, and give them to people at the convention. And then at the end, they just phone the grocery store, and the guy comes and gets the shopping carts. But the idea of a porter sounds really good.
Yeah. I mean, like you could get young people who could do it, like task rabbits.
Yeah, but the problem is you got to get them a ticket to get them inside. Now, does Comic-Con...
Well, they would do it for the ticket.
Oh, yeah, they do it for the ticket. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I could hire someone off the internet to like be, my Jeeves while I'm at a convention. I could enjoy that. Oh my goodness, I could have them stand in the lines for me.
That's the ultimate in like bougie behavior that's going to get you cancelled at Comic-Con these days.
No, I don't think so. I mean, if I'm,
you should hire some very poor-looking people.
I don't think so. I mean,
Then you're just standing in the front of all the lines.
I mean,
Then you just walk off. You say, "Off you go."
yeah. The problem is, I would need more than one porter, or one servant. I would have to have one that would follow me carrying the stuff, and then the one for the lines. So, yeah, this could be expensive. But Comic-Con's expensive. I mean, when you compare the cost of the hotel room and the restaurants, and it might be worth it to invest in the proper help at the convention.
Yeah. Well, now what else can we do? I think I'm doing some. Ooh.
Now the question is, would that be a? You see, you got to factor in the price of the ticket. Now, do they allow infants in or young children in? Do they have to have a ticket, or do they get in free?
They changed the rules about that. I think at some point they do, but I think they have to be pretty young for Comic-Con because kids.
Okay, because
I would say Comic-Con is not for kids. They're always running these articles. They used to be comics are not just for kids anymore. Now it's like comics aren't really for kids anymore.
Oh, they're not. Yeah, I go into a comic book store. I don't see children anymore. The youngest people in a comic book store are usually the employees. No, I was just wondering, if either we could have children, if we could sneak children in to stand in line for us or carry our packages, or if we could dress the adults as children to sneak them in.
Yeah. Well. Yeah, I think they. Yeah, I don't think they make it easy at Comic-Con. I think if it's babes in arms, they're probably okay. But toddlers, once they're toddlers, they don't really want them there.
Well,
I mean, you don't want a toddler running around Comic-Con.
I'll tell you one thing that I brought to.
They got to pay.
I'll tell you one thing I brought to a convention one year. When I worked for Apple, I discovered these fabric folding chairs for camping, and I had one that had a footrest. It was an easy chair, and I would have that for meetings because we would have meetings where people had to stand up or sit on the floor. So I would have a comfy chair. But I took that to a convention once, and I was surprised how useful it was to be able to just carry your chair with you at a convention, especially if you're standing in line a lot. Yeah.
Oh yes. They used to have these things in England that were quite popular. You don't really see a shooting stick.
Oh,
the thing.
It's like a walking
stick. Like a little seat on a spike. Actually, that would be quite a good thing for me.
Yeah.
I should think about that. I should get it. Yes, you could get, and you spike it, and then you sit down. I always wanted one. I never had one.
Well, the problem is, we're talking about the convention floor. I couldn't use the spike, but
no, you'd have to get a rubber-footed one. Or what I saw the other day is like a real grandpa cane where it has like 4 little feet, 4 little rubber feet.
Mm-hmm.
That's quite good because you can just I always had that problem, like where the hell do I put my cane while I'm doing this other thing for a moment?
Mm-hmm.
No, but you look like I don't mind at this point.
You and I should design a line of equipment or set up an online store to sell equipment for professional convention goers, like the shooting sticks and the luggage, the folding luggage rack, hand trucks. We should have a line of things that people buy when they're going to conventions.
This is another one of my ideas that I consider suitable for Nathan For You. Do you ever see that show?
No.
I've got some various business ideas. Nathan went to business school in Canada, where he got really good grades, and now he's telling you how to set up your business. It's a sort of mixture. He's a new level of font. The candid camera. It's a mixture of that, but they're more willing participants. He goes to Hollywood, like he's sort of operating down in LA. So these people that they know they're going on TV. They know they're sort of participating in something, but he's sort of just being really silly. And like them things that happen, and he's really commenting a lot on things. I love Nathan Few. He's really good, and
well,
I do like my restaurant where you would pay for the amount of time that you're in there. That's a Nathan Few.
Well, I'm not kidding. Actually, one of the things I noticed going to the big conventions was that there were people there selling poster tubes, because people would buy posters at an original artwork at booths, and they didn't have any way of transporting it. So there were people selling poster tubes. I think there are things that we could probably have a table at a convention, just useful things that people forgot, and things that convention goers would want, like deodorant.
That's a very sensible idea. It's like selling shovels in the gold rush. That's who got rich, the people who sold the shovels. You're absolutely right. And if I was any kind of a sensible human being,
well, no one ever listens to my business.
That's a great idea. How much would you like me to invest?
Well, it's surprising. One of the things I learned working in retail was it's surprising where the profit comes from. You would never think going to a movie theater that the way the movie theater makes money is by selling popcorn. When I worked selling computers, we made very little money selling a computer. We made more money selling cables and the stupid little things that we would keep at the desk. Like we used to sell stuffed animals that you would use to dust off your screen, and paper. Oh my goodness. That's why we would give the printer away so we could sell ink and paper.
Yeah, absolutely. Or my brother-in-law used to work at John Walker and Company, little wine shop next to the Crockett Galleria. He said their biggest seller were the miniatures behind the counter. All the businessmen are coming in all day and buy the miniatures. So that was really their meat and potatoes.
But we have to figure out a way to scam these sell to these con goers.
Well, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, have you seen any convention reports
about San Diego Comic-Con?
Yeah, what's going on down there? They've got no actors. Look, everyone's complaining about like corporate entertainment folks. Kickstarter, right now, you can find Urfspace.
Buy it now directly from the artist before you have to buy it for more on the used market.
Yeah. And in the future, it could be worth billions of intergalactic credits.
Yep.
Could be, you never know. There could be a scenario where, the whole of Earth being destroyed. This is the sort of scenario that might occur in the book if you got it. But, the whole of Earth being destroyed, like just as a small remnants of humanity, they get destroyed. All that's left of the entire human race could be this book.
Well, I like to
billions of years into the future in some sort of sealed capsule. And then it could be one of the most valuable objects, in the universe.
Well, actually, your work, you're not far from the truth. Your work is cult. And this is the kind of work that a kid will find years from now in their parents' library and discover it and go, oh my goodness, this is so cool. Kids do that all the time I did it with Peanuts. My parents had old Peanuts paperbacks. the stuff you're making now, some kid will discover in like 2 or 3 years. Amber's kid, certainly.
I do have some fans amongst the kids. I do like my friends' kids and stuff. Some of them, you know, my work's been very popular by the kids that have found them. You know, I feel confident that I've done good work over the years. And
yeah, you don't.
You know,
yeah, it's nice to still live in a world where independent cult work is being made.
Well,
and you know, it's time to buy it now. There was a famous cartoonist in San Jose, Ralph Rambo, and he used to self-publish his own little historical books. He was an illustrator for one of the fruit packing companies, and he would illustrate and hand letter his stories. And when I was a kid, I could have bought these new for like $1 or $2 or $5. Now that I've waited so long, I have to pay like $20 or $40 for something that was $1 when I was a kid. So this is the time to buy your work, because I know 10 years from now I'll be in an antique store and I'll see your work and there'll be an extra 0 attached to the book price.
well, it's very kind of you to say, Dale.
Well, I've been there.
Well, you know, I've had some great support on my Kickstarter. Some wonderful backers have come on. I don't know if doing this today is helping. You know, part of my goal was to sort of talk about the song that my friend Oles wrote. It's a bit hard. The thing is with this, the way this is set up, is I can't really stream a song to you unless I have a video to go with it. And the video that I want to put with it involves this image, because the image is called Interstellar Earth. The song's called the Interstellar Earth Drive. And well, I was calling this the Urfspace Disco Express or the Urfspace Express, but it's something similar to that. And you know, the tune is going to go well with this, and I'll sort of pan around it, and maybe, you know, or maybe it'll be the video of this of what I'm drawing right now. You know, this I can sort of download and somewhat save.
Well, don't beat yourself up, Chuck. Your books are fun. This is fun, and you know, draw for drawing's sake, and people can enjoy your work just for what they are, which is drawing for drawing's sake.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of. I don't know. Well, I think I've got some messages, but
you do. But you have to admit that some of the stuff that you do is coming from your subconscious and not your conscience.
Oh yeah, this series is very subconscious.
Yeah.
I mean, it's embracing my subconscious as much as I can.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, we're seeing
the strange things that lurk therein.
Yeah, most people, you know, the things that haunt the inside of their mind, you don't see it come out on paper like we do with you.
This is another thing where I need to think about it a bit more.
This actually, you know, this book should be marketed to mental health professionals.
Yeah, why not? Why exactly?
Well, they have money; they're well paid.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, if you're a mental health professional, actually, you know, well, yeah, people have said some nice things about my work, and that it helps them.
Yeah. Have you ever thought about releasing these as a coloring book? Coloring books are in.
Yes, that's the sort of trend I've somewhat avoided.
Okay. Remember, the thing with trends is not to avoid them, but to exploit them.
So if I see a trend coming, I'm like, oh, I think I'll go the other way. No, I'm gonna look. I'll do it. I'm gonna do it soon. I'm gonna start. I'm gonna like. Look, did I show you Barbenheimer? I was trying to show you Barbenheimer. I did Barbenheimer.
The screen is so tiny. Was
that
whiskey? Did whiskey just run by?
Oh no, it's Sporty. It's Sporty.
Who's Sporty?
That's my friend's three-legged dog.
Really?
Yeah, well, Janae, she was here. We had a check on you to see if you were dead. I said, like, we asked her opinion, like if we
Okay.
if we thought if she thought we ought to like call somebody, or if you just she thought you were asleep, and I thought, well, this is how you'd want to go,
I am the worst blogger.
Except perhaps unless I was Sergio or Matthias Adolfsson.
I am the worst blogger. Yeah, they're gonna. Well,
but then I question whether you would have been happier with Sergio or Matthias, because I'm your friend, Dale. So
you are my friend. Happy. I like Barbenheimer, but that's
your Facebook friend.
That's all over the internet now. This mashup of Barbie and Robert Oppenheimer.
But I thought it was very perfect for Urfspace. I mean, if you like Barbie and Oppenheimer, then you should like Urfspace. Urfspace is like Barbie girls and Oppenheimer technology.
Yeah. Barbie punk, or Oppenheimer. Is there a term for 1940s nuclear technology style? Atomic noir. Atomic noir.
Yes, there's noir. Yeah, you sort of go Deco 1940s. What do you call that?
Nuclear noir. No.
The other day I was drinking a beer. What was it? A ham beer, HAMM,
Yeah.
And it's all designed like very 50s.
Yeah.
But I wondered if it was old. If it was, is that why John Hamm?
Their logo was a bear. It was the Hamm's bear.
Okay, but now it has this sort of 50s kind of more abstract kind of.
People like.
I suppose you might call it like Jet Age. There's Jet Age. I like Jet Age.
Okay.
Do you know what would you say Jet Age? Like
Jet Age reminds me you'd be describing of the early 60s.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, late 50s, early 60s.
Yeah. I guess the Jetsons are Jet Age.
But they're made later, but they're sort of using a sort of later.
I hear Jet Age, I'm thinking of Pan Am. I'm thinking of stewardesses in pillbox hats.
Yeah. And why not? Who wouldn't want to think of that?
I like stewardesses. They're like your mother in the sky.
Yeah. Well, British Airways certainly led the charge in diversifying.
I miss flying.
They replaced like beautiful, accommodating young women with grumpy old bats.
That's a hard job. I wouldn't risk.
No. I appreciated that for.
I was too young to appreciate them before they changed what the job was. But I was young enough. I flew when I was young enough, and it was the age where you could still get the pilot's wings. And you can't get those anymore.
Here's the thing, Dad. I say terrible things sometimes. I can't help it.
That's because you're a terrible person.
Even if I know that it's going to upset everybody.
Embrace your terribleness. I told you.
It's to be funny. It's not. I'm not. I don't think I'm really a terrible person. I'm not propagating these ideas. I just find them funny.
I've told you to fill yourself with hate.
Someone might find them and believe them. That's the horror of comedy, is that somebody might believe it.
Fill yourself with hate and resentment. I'll tell you, you'll sleep better.
Say so. I question that approach, but all right.
All right.
Well, actually, this does need to come down here, doesn't it?
God, you have a studio. I hate you.
Well, there's a little room in my house that.
I hate your house. What I hate, though, really is the parking.
Look, yeah, I should be out there enjoying that.
Oh, God, no. Don't go outside. Outside's bad.
All right. I don't really know what goes on here. There's a sort of gap here.
Show me. I can't see that you were what's enlarged. I need to see the drawing.
I've sort of drawn a door. That's too far back.
I can't see the drawing.
Oh, I'm not sharing with you.
Yes.
Sorry. Okay, yeah.
Show me the drawing. Yes.
Sorry, no.
Thank you. And point to what? Oh, you flipped it to get a different. No, you didn't flip it. You're zoomed in.
No, I haven't flipped it. I could flip it. I don't know.
Remember, you should flip it every once in a while. Just
yeah, I get that. These things I sort of I might flip it all at the end, but I don't know.
Okay. All the books tell you to.
Yeah, but yeah, if I was doing a proper drawing, for sure. Yeah.
No, where are you lost?
I was just looking at what's going on behind the DJ. I put a door behind him, but that doesn't really make any sense because.
Why doesn't it make sense?
Because that goes out into space, and then I could put something in here.
Well, you put. Okay, it goes out into space. That means you need to have a danger sign on the door or next to the door, or a sign that says airlock.
But I'm not even sure. It's not really connecting up with Baba Yaga's heart. I didn't really think it through. Like the door. I think I don't need the door.
All right. How does the DJ get into the booth if there's no door?
Well, there's just some little. There could be a little ramp at the side here or something.
Okay.
That's the approach.
So the DJ's booth is attached to the wall.
No, it's standing on the legs.
Okay, then you have to draw the back of the DJ's booth.
All right, I might have to do something in red here. This is what I'm talking about. It requires a bit of thought. So generally, you should do all this stuff before you start drawing anything.
Yeah.
Kids. But I'm just going to do it now because, now you see, but now I've left myself with a situation where drawing stairs. I don't really want to bother. I just think he can get in and out of there however he wants. And there isn't really a back to this thing. It just, this is going to go.
Okay.
Wait, oh wait, I thought I'm drawing in red. What am I doing?
I think you should go back to the door and extend the spaceship.
No, that's getting too complicated. Not if I'm going to finish it today. Otherwise, I'll spend the rest of today trying to figure out perspective.
Okay. You can draw. Right. You can draw the stairs.
It's fine. I'm just doing something like this, you see, and then that's all going to be back. There we go. This will work fine. There we go. I didn't really need to do it in red. I could have done it. See?
Now I'm starting to understand why I fell asleep.
Well, look, I don't know. I've got to go eat my lunch in a minute. I think I'm getting a bit hungry.
What are you gonna have for lunch?
Whatever I can find in the fridge, I suppose.
Okay. How long do you think the break will last? Because I'm gonna have to run and get lunch.
Well, yeah. Well, I need probably a little break. Oh my God, I've got to file my California sales tax. I've got too much going on right now. Can I tell you?
Does that blue alien guy have like mechanical nipples?
Yeah, they're like little dials on the radio.
Okay, you're weird.
What?
You're so weird. Oh.
I think originally he was saying something like, "I want you to turn me on" or something.
Oh God.
I just got rid of that, and I just.
God. How long do you think the lunch is going to last?
Well, I'm going to say like half an hour. So I mean, if I stopped now, or maybe sorry. Well, where am I at? Okay, I like to set myself little goals. So okay, I would like to finish this little area.
Okay.
you know, and then when I come back, I'm going to do in the bubbles, and I'm going to do the whole space around. I think the space around will be a little more easy. It'll be more abstract, but I still have to think things put in there. But I'm looking in my general Urfspace reference folder, which has got like a lot of odd things I've put in there.
Okay. So I don't understand how you're going to have to put some sort of dome over the dance floor and the DJ, because if that piping represents a cutaway, the palm tree is going to get cut off.
Yeah, no, it's all protected by magical space stuff.
Is the magical space stuff going to have some sort of dotted line to represent the magical space force field?
Yeah, that'll probably happen in the coloring phase.
Okay. You're not going to use a line to delineate it?
I have not yet decided. No, probably not in the actual artwork.
Okay, I'm thinking
there'll be just like the way I work is, you know, I'm not making all the decisions now. Some of the decisions.
Okay, I'm thinking you need.
I used to always feel like I have to make all the decisions now, but you don't. You keep making decisions.
Okay, I think you need the line. I'm gonna be annoying, and I think you need the line.
You know, you've got to sort of make some decisions all the time as you go. You don't have to make all the decisions.
My decision is you need the line.
Well, there's something that's going on here that I was thinking that this does sort of kind of come backwards, like here or something.
Okay.
So that's sort of there, and then this is actually, this feels like this is actually a bit wrong. It should be a bit more.
You know, behind the DJ, you haven't drawn any speakers or amplifiers. So
yeah, that's a good point. I think there's some things like that I had. That's what all this crap is up here. That I think I was planning on building it up a bit more.
And you also don't have any spotlights shining light on the DJ. Oh, and those.
Yes, I think that's what I have to sort of work on a little bit. That's all.
Okay, those turntables. You need to put a dot in the center of each one of them to represent the spindle.
Oh yeah. Okay. No, Dale, calm down.
I'm telling you, because it looks like a sink.
Yeah, you're right. Of course. Well, probably also like they have like little beeps, but you know, again with the color, you can do some of that with the color. I don't have to do it now.
Okay, it has. Remember, Sergio says it has to work in black and white.
Sergio can blow it out of that.
Somewhere in
no, he's right. He's right. It does have. Yeah, it does. It has to work in black and white, but you have to leave some room for things just to happen in the color.
Oh. Okay. There's no talking to you.
It's not that, you know, it's just that there are bits that are in the color that aren't in the black and white sort of thing. The black and white still works. The color's like adding to it. Otherwise, you don't need the color. If it's all in the black and white, why do you need the color?
Okay.
Because it's prettier? No, the color sort of sets a mood and does something. I mean, it is prettier, but
black and white is color. White's a color, black's a color. And that's how
I'm a shade of gray. I don't believe in black and white. I only believe in color. There's no black and white. Black and white don't exist.
Oh, good Lord. If it doesn't work in black and white, it's not going to work in color. You have to remember the classical paintings were painted.
Work in what way? It's art. It's not supposed to be work.
I don't even know why I'm talking to you.
It's not going to conform to some archaic rules of drawing. They're obsolete since the invention of the camera.
Are you going to do something with that platform? Does it need a texture or need something? Because you have this big flat empty space.
Yeah, it'll probably be actually dark. It's probably going to be black or quite dark. I mean, again, if it were, if I wasn't using color, then there's room for like things to be solidly black, more like that. But this will just be like, it'll be very dark, but not quite black. And I don't want to make it black.
I think it needs something on the platform to break it up, like a kitten.
Well, yeah, maybe I'll add some little doodads. Yeah, and you're right. I've got to put some speakers and things. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, but there's lots of bits where I haven't done that yet. So for the moment, I'm leaving it relatively simple and then see where everything else ends up. There's some more stuff I want to do here.
Okay.
I do want to have lights. So this thing is somewhat of a canopy here that goes back a bit, and that curves back. So there is actually, these trees are sort of going down, and then there is actually some sort of space underneath. And actually, this tree.
Okay, but I still think you need to delineate the force field because you need to give some visual indication it's a force field. And I don't buy this color thing. I think that's just a fad, and you shouldn't rely on it.
Well, yeah. Well, look, here's a good expression that keeps coming up again lately. It was one of my mums, and I was saying it to people, and she said it again. I hadn't heard her say it in a while. Sufficient unto the day.
Oh, no.
Thereof.
No, I'm not listening to that again. Now, are you going to have anyone on the outside of the spaceship, like in spacesuits or like little repair robots?
Yes, I will.
Okay.
Depending on how we're getting on here today, I'm really sort of making myself in a bit of a muddle designing this strange spaceship that doesn't necessarily conform to any known laws of building things. But nevertheless, Dale insists that it conforms to some strange rule of cartooning.
You have to have internal consistency.
If there is such a thing.
Okay.
Look, best cartoons are the ones that are totally crap.
Fictional.
Have you seen McLaughlin?
Oh, God.
He's very popular in Britain.
Fictional worlds need to have internal logical consistency, or you end up with stuff like the Star Wars saga.
Look, the Star Wars saga's got way too much logical consistency.
No, it doesn't.
We're talking about the universe here.
It doesn't make any sense.
Logical consistency. You're only deluded into logical consistency. You've been stuck on one planet your whole life.
Okay. Let me ask you a real question. You have other elements, such as the canopies to the left of the cat girl. Do you want to keep working where you're working now, or do you want a mental break and work on some other elements of the drawing to recharge mentally?
I hear what you're saying, and like my, he's kind of my hero in some ways. Although Jonathan Lemon has met him and didn't seem to think. I got to ask Lemon more about that. But Roger Dean, who does the Yes album covers, but he just says that part of his technique is just to sort of stand back and spend a lot of time looking at it.
Okay.
But I don't have time for that.
Okay. All right. I think that your strategy of ignoring your hero's advice is a sound one.
I got to keep moving. I've set a goal of getting it done this day.
Really?
Do you understand that?
Yeah. Okay.
Carpe diem. Which means
would it be the end of the world if you didn't?
Pay the fish his due. That's my motto.
Pay the fish its due.
Great fish, the great salmon of Inishkirin.
Okay. All right.
All right. I probably do need a lunch break. I'm just looking at all my references. I'm now looking at some medieval rabbits. I'm going to draw one of them. They're beating a man up. I've got this lovely drawing here. It's some medieval illumination.
Oh, okay.
Of two rabbits
were SOBs.
Beating up a man. One of them appears to be tickling his feet with a feather, and the other hitting his head with a big stick, and they've tied him to a tree.
Yeah. Yeah, those monks, they had to express their frustration somewhere.
For whatever reason, I'm working in a 4-pixel brush.
Okay.
I don't know why I've decided that's the size. You know, it'd be really nice to sort of do like, you know, yeah, have these be my rough and then go and do another level of polish. But, you know,
I don't think so.
who cares?
I think the spontaneity of the way that you're working now brings a life to the drawing.
Yes, I think so. Yes, people like to see that you're, you know, like the mistakes and things, and then they're like, "Did you do that on purpose?"
Well, I think that people have evolved. I think that generations of human beings have looked at enough art that we've evolved that not only can we tell when someone has pulled it out of their ass, but we appreciate that they pulled it out of their ass.
Yeah.
Is
it pulling it out of your ass? I don't know. Yes. Well, it's definitely pulling it out. Let's say we pulled it out of the donut. Yeah, we reached into the donut. We pulled it out.
You're cartooning. You're not cartooning realistically. You're not trying to cartoon. Would be the term for it? You're not trying to achieve a level of draftsmanship that something like Walt Kelly would have done in Pogo or Hal Foster would have done for Prince Valiant. You're acting as a conduit for things that are just appearing in your imagination. And you're doing it in a shorthand style.
Yes, it's a bit of both. I mean, I do care very much, and I've gone down that road of sort of really looking at something like Pogo and that sort of art. And I would like to be better at that. But I feel like part of what I've done is this sort of idea of stripping things down really simply and just going in a very sort of childish way, almost in the exact opposite direction of like trying to learn technically drafting. But in order to really understand what sort of fundamental like little things that I can do and like the sort of more the physicality, the performance aspect of it is what I'm exploring lately, having explored those other areas. And then I'm exploring this area, you know, in order to go back. I'm hoping soon to sort of go back to, you know, and I had done like you saw those sort of Goodman Games covers, you know, which I'm doing. I'm always like, okay, I'm not quite there. I wanted to sort of commit 100% to going to that yet. But, you know, that's what I'm building back out towards in a way, you know, a more sort of definitive, you know, there's still some things I'm working out, and I guess maybe that's a process that goes on forever. You know, yeah, that's the thing. It goes on forever. But I'd really like to revisit people. I've written this story that I've been cooking away. You know, I think I can do it justice and do it well and do it quickly.
Well,
you know, part of that is doing part of comics is doing it quickly. You know.
Yeah, and you're simplifying it. I mean, we saw the simplification. We saw comics become more and more simple. You have something that's beautiful like Pogo, or you have something well done like Little Abner, but you also have these very simple, sketchy styles like Crazy Cat by Harriman. You have the simplicity of Wizard of Id, of Peanuts.
Yes, I love that.
Patrick McDonnell is learned. I mean, I know Patrick McDonnell has his own unique style, but you can see in his work that he picked up stuff from E. Segar and George Harriman. And
I don't know. I feel like if I wanted to do Patrick McDonnell, I could do that, but I really don't want to.
No, you could do Patrick.
There's something about it. There's a bit of me that has sort of did that. I don't know. He's excellent and he's done it so well. He does it so well. But it's another level of me. I'm like, yeah, and he does that. And at first I really liked him, but then after a while, I'm like, you know, don't you want to do more? But maybe he's happy or not. I don't know. I guess, yeah, it's very complicated, I suppose. It's just being happy just doing that little thing.
Well, when I read Peanuts, it's a haiku. You know, he simplified his style before Scholes passed away. I mean, it was almost extremely symbolized. You know, Snoopy had become this symbolic character like the Japanese lucky cat. I mean,
yes,
it-
yes,
it was-
yes, the waving kitty.
it was odd, but it was the logical progression of, him evolving the design of these characters and also compensating for the difficulties he was having drawing. But
Well, I have difficulties drawing too, to be honest. My physical body. I mean, I wonder how much that plays into things.
well, I like your style. I've said that when I met you. I don't like you personally, but I do like your art. But
Well, I like you. Facebook said I should, so.
But it's fun, and I think that it's easier to communicate fun with something simpler and sketchier. If you were transported thousands of years back in time, I think you would have gotten along well, because you'd be able to do this stuff on cave walls and they'd be able to understand it.
I mean, every book on cartooning I ever read begins with cave painting.
Yeah. That's what
I mean, that's fundamental. I don't read other art books that start with cave painting. Cartooning always seems to start with cave painting.
Yeah. And that's why there's not a lot of extremely devout religious cartoonists.
Yes, well, there's some. That was my favorite thing Robert Crumb said in his notes to the back book of Genesis. There are lots of cartoonists who've done the books of Genesis that they claim is the word of God. I'm the only one who's done the actual word of God.
I love that book.
Yeah, I keep wanting to read. I've read it again for a while, and yeah. I mean, to me, that was like, okay, you got it all there in there, Crumb. If you didn't do anything else, I think you really showed your genius.
Oh yeah.
We'll see it now.
But man, did he get a lot of flack when that came out.
For what?
He got a lot of flack when that was published, Genesis.
Yes. So what flack did he get?
Well, the problem is he gave these characters, including God, a physical definite form. And he also has a great deal of baggage because of the underground comics that he has done. So people leapt to the conclusion that this was not a serious interpretation of Genesis, but it was an underground cartoon version of Genesis. So he got a lot of
what he was going to
people
do.
who didn't even read the book.
Yeah, they didn't. First of all, they didn't read the book, and it was what he was going to do. And I don't care what people like that think, because they're absolutely stupid.
Yeah, but it's a little, it's a little odd to see the Almighty drawn in Robert Crumb's style, even though he drew it not comedically.
Yeah,
I mean, he's an excellent draftsman, but it's a little jarring because outside of, I mean, there's all sorts of religious propaganda where there's visual images of Christ and God. But if you're not in a museum looking at classical paintings of those figures, you don't normally see realism. You see idealism. There's more realism in his character design than there is idealism.
Yes. He's the thing is, he's gotten so much better with his work over the years. So first of all, to sort of, judge the later work by the earlier work. Well, I mean, you can do it, but we all grow and evolve as artists, and he's a great artist, and he's grown and evolved a lot in the artist, and he's got it all on display in this book. And he's like being serious about it. He's not, he started off to do a parody, but he said, as soon as I started, I realized that no parody I could do could be more strange than the tale that is written down on the pages of the Bible as it's written. And and he's painstakingly researched how to do it, and like what to do. But it's interesting. He says though all the reference, he uses reference. He always uses reference. All the reference he used was from Hollywood movies of the Bible epics. But whatever, that was about as well researched as you're going to get. I don't know, So he did that, and it looks amazing. He creates this amazing world that's like fantastical, but also feels very real. And he's telling the secret story that he says that the Bible is suppressing, the sort of story of the Earth Mother.
Yeah.
That was the more dominant religion, and that the Abrahamic religions are doing that. So he emphasizes that because he loves a woman with a big, strong butt and strong legs.
Yes, we're all familiar with Robert Crumb's women.
So there's lots of Crumb women, which are, they are Earth Goddess mothers. He's doing that. He's bringing that back to fucking life. So, don't talk about it unless you can fucking understand it. That's not you, Dale, but people.
Oh, I talk about a lot of things I don't understand. No, it was a wonderful book, and I think that the fact that it was wonderful and it was artistically a masterpiece, and it was well researched and well done, I think that really upset people because it was someone.
It really upset them because it showed you this is what you actually believe.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to know.
No. Hello, Lashy Official. My name's Dale. I'm one of the hosts here. The person drawing is Chuck Whalen, who is a web cartoonist, games book illustrator, children's book illustrator. He's done such things as Urfspace, Pewfell, the web comic, and a number of kids' books. So if you have kids, you want to look for his search and find books. And hey, Lashy Official, yeah, we're kind of chilling. I fell asleep while I was on camera. I hope you got to see that. I think I was drooling.
Very exciting show.
But yeah, we were talking about Robert Crumb's Genesis, which if you haven't read it, check your library for it. You're 23, you don't have kids yet. That's a good investment strategy. The yet.
Do you like to draw? Does he like to draw?
Do you draw, Lashy Official? Do you do any sort of art, or what's your? Do you have a profession or a hobby that's artistic related, or you're a pro? Okay. Do I know you? Are you from the Cinema Insomnia? Oh, you make character designs. Awesome. Do you work analog with pen and paper, or do you work digitally? Chuck's using Photoshop on an extremely envious hardware setup, a Cintiq and a Mac Pro. And I like working on a Samsung laptop using Clip Studio Paint. And we're doing this today to support Chuck's Urfspace GoFundMe, which you should check out.
Kickstarter. But thank you.
Oh, it's Kickstarter?
I don't know if there's a big difference.
They all blur together. Oh, you like Photoshop? I don't like Photoshop. Chuck likes it, but I like Clip Studio Paint. I like the vector layers.
Yeah, Dale's a bit old school with all that. New school. I don't know. It's new school, old school. I don't know. I mean, yeah, I'm happy enough in Photoshop. It's just the tool I've always used. So
no, I mean, why? You have no reason to change. Although I don't like the fact that you're working. I'm sure Amber would agree with me. The problem is you're working raster, which could run into problems enlarging it. But I assume that you're already working at some insane DPI.
Yeah, I'm working at plenty DPI for purposes, and Yeah, I mean, there's only so much DPI you need. I mean, once you're blowing things up to the side of a building, you don't need very high DPI. You need 1 DPI. So it depends on how big you're going. But yeah, I mean, I've got enough DPI for the detail I want to have.
Unfortunately, Lashy, I don't think that there is a way that you can share artwork on this. Even I can't do it right now.
You can post just a link, and
okay.
you post
Yeah, put up a link.
And you can share it if you want. I don't mind.
Oh, I like the speaker because he made it sentient.
Well, yeah, it sort of turns sentient. I know he was talking about being a character designer.
Oh, you're putting disco lights.
Suddenly, my speakers wanted to turn into characters.
You're putting disco lights behind the DJ.
I'm gender assuming. I don't know what gender you are.
I don't know what I am anymore. I'm starting to think that old men are a separate gender.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think the difference in the genders disappears. The longer, further away from puberty you are. I don't know, or at least after a certain point. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, our gender things is because we've all been watching this very sort of limited view of everything through television for a little while, and it sort of made us think everybody had to be very the same.
Yeah.
Media controlled, as invented by Joseph Goebbels. Powerful stuff. All right. Well, okay. I'll keep going for a bit.
All right. I've got the link, but I'm not going to look at it at the moment, Lashy, because I'm scared that that I'll click off of Chuck and lose the connection. But I will look at it later because I copied it.
Oh, well, I can do it easily enough, actually.
Okay.
Let me see. Where's
look at it. Hang on. I'll try putting it in a separate page, but if I end up dying here, I'll try to come back using the original link, Chuck. Oh, okay.
I'm not seeing this.
Likes doing Dungeons and Dragons, D&D, fan art.
Oh,
and has a cat. Okay, you're good in my book. We're very pro cat here.
I can't see the
okay
comments aren't loading for me for some reason.
All right, so it's a very rendered style, but not like a painting. It's definitely game concept art.
Cool. Are you doing game concept art? Is that, I mean, for different companies?
And I think that Lashy may be not in the United States because I see letters. I don't know if that's the Cyrillic alphabet or not.
Oh.
Lashy, are you in the United States or are you coming from somewhere else? You're not. Yes, you are from somewhere else. My assumption is you're a Europe boy. Ah.
Oh, okay.
Serbia. Holy fudge. We have someone from Serbia.
Very cool.
What's the weather like? That's what old men always ask when someone's in another part of the country.
That's the only interesting question at the end of the day.
Lashy, who do you admire as an artist? I mean, do you have any heroes? Chuck and I. Oh, there's a storm outside. Okay. Well, at least we're giving you something to do.
Good. Yeah, the regular internet went out, and all you can find with us.
Yeah.
We like. I don't know. I'm broad influences, but I like underground comics. I guess I'd say that was my largest influence on making me draw comics. But other than my own father's interest in drawing comics, or cartoons.
Yeah, I hate you for that. You genetically are a cartoonist. You have tons of artists. Yeah. Well,
I don't know. It's difficult. I do very different things from him, but he had books on cartoons and comics and things, and so I just got to read them. I read Charles Adams,
mhm.
Ronald Searle. He had a big Penguin book of cartoons that had about like the Yellow Kid and all that sort of early history of comics and stuff.
Ronald Searle. Oh my God.
Yeah, he had several Ronald Searles and Trinian sort of books and stuff.
I think it was Searle who was he was a prisoner of war held by the Japanese in World War II.
Oh.
I think it was Searle. And he actually had a book of his drawings that he did as a prisoner of war, the Japanese. I guess the prison camp commander learned that he was an artist, and the camp commander was an artist as well. And he gave Searle some colored pencils.
So did you say this was in the Pacific? So it was Japanese?
Yeah. I'll look and see if I can find the book. So, Lashy, are you more...
And then was there a moment when Ronald Searle went across the line and the Japanese commander took the pencils away?
all those
Bridge on the River Kwai. I'm muddling it up with Bridge on the River Kwai.
Let me see. I found the book when I was in college. It was in my college library, and I was skipping class, and I was looking at the art books, and the drawings broke my heart because he was drawing his fellow soldiers and the fellow prisoners, and then he had a drawing, just an absolutely beautiful drawing of a mother cat and kittens. And he had to admit that they later ate them. And
they later what?
They later ate the cat and the kittens.
Okay.
And that broke my heart.
Yeah.
But it was Searle.
That will bring you down.
And he had to recover his health after the war. But what's the name? I'll have to find the name of the book and give it to you. But it's really something to look at and think about. Scholes did a few sketches when he was in World War II. Okay, so I'm sorry, Lashy, we've been ignoring you. You love Old Masters. You're some cool game and animation guys. Can't remember all the names. I did finish Academy of Arts. I'm actually a traditional painter. Love Impressionism and that 18th, 19th century style. So, are you someone who paints in oils or acrylics or watercolor? I was an acrylics kid when I was younger because that's what all the illustrators used. You used an airbrush, didn't you, Chuck?
I have an airbrush. I have not done what I would say. I got it more for painting minifigures and things like that, or sort of special projects. I've not really sort of got into like airbrush art per se.
Okay, looks like Lashy's into oil painting, so
okay.
I'll have to say, well, I've worked with oils a little bit, but tempera.
Tempera. My art teacher at school did like egg tempera, and like he did the most delicate little things.
I don't have the patience for egg tempera. I'd die.
Yeah. But they looked amazing.
You can't blend an egg tempera.
Yeah, I was like, that's too complicated. I don't want to learn that.
Holy fridge.
Yeah.
His father is a Byzantine icon painter. That's why he loves tempera. Oh, okay.
Wow. Okay.
Wow. Why did I think that they were done in encaustic? Wow. So
icons. I've been very influenced by icons, like, yes, with cartooning and stuff. Like, there's that religious iconography and all this. I mean, I'm always thinking in terms of like, making icons, like the characters, like in my Urfspace, I've got all these characters. These 2 books I'm kickstarting, I mean, they're books of characters, but, they're like, I'm trying to make them in a sort of iconic, my own kind of weird way. These goes back to some drawings I made, very early drawings. I'm sort of really sort of mining the depths of my early art and things that I did and things that I was told I couldn't do. I was told I couldn't draw people with blue skin, crazy eyes. So I'm sort of embracing all that. But yeah, some of the like, the earlier icons, the earlier style where they're more sort of graphical before they get influenced by like the Renaissance, or even like the Ethiopian sort of things like that. That Ethiopian is like Scott Pilgrim.
Well, I had to look at a lot of icons and pre-Renaissance religious art when I went to school, because it was part of the art history requirement. And Lashy, if your dad's doing egg tempera icons, is he also using gold leaf? Because if I remember right, oh yeah, send us a link. Because I think icons used a lot of gold leafing. Wow. So if you're in Serbia, Lashy, what are the art supply stores like? I mean, do you have them? Are there a chain? Do you have to get all the stuff online? He uses real gold leaf. Wow.
My son has some real gold leaf, like a little bottle, real gold leaf that he got when we went up to the gold country in California.
Mm-hmm. You're a
real
sucker.
California gold.
Yeah.
Guess what's on the bottom? Made in China.
Yeah.
But it's good because they put a little bit in the bottle and it floats about. It looks like, oh, you've got quite a lot of gold in there. Yeah, he always likes it anyway. We like that. We like that it was real California gold made in China. Can't beat that.
When I was a kid, that was one of the cool things, is my parents would take me to some of the tourist traps in California because it was new to them as well. And the traditional thing when you're in Northern California, one of these tourist traps, is you buy a redwood burl and try to grow it. And of course, I always killed it. So,
I didn't know you did that. You could do that.
Yeah, I've got one actually that's still alive, surprisingly. Sabrina, I think this is a few years ago, we went to some Bigfoot museum and one of the tourist traps nearby sold redwood burls, and it's at my folks. It's still alive. I'm surprised. Okay, I'm looking at
Dale, speaking of epigenetics, I feel like you're part redwood burl.
I'm a part burl Ives. At least I'm starting to look like
it. Part Milton Burl, maybe.
I'm definitely not burly. Wow. I'm looking at Lashy's dad's tempura icons.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I can't see the chat. Can you put the link in the private chat so I can take a look?
You're asking me to do technical support. I hate you. Give me a minute.
Can you share your screen?
No, I'm not sharing anything. I hate you. Hang on. I hate the fact that our fans are more talented than I am.
Oh, there we go. Thank you.
No, we're not cool. Trust us. If we were cool, we'd be out doing stuff with our friends.
We'd be outdoors running around on a beautiful sunny day. But I'm here. Oh, look at those. That's amazing. Oh, and that's you and your dad? Is it? Oh,
yeah.
Thank you. Oh, yeah.
Lashy, what's the market for something like that? Is he doing that simply as artistic expression, or is he hired to do those, or does he do them and sell them? Does he sell them through a gallery or just individually? They're beautiful, but I don't know what the market for that would be. Oh, he does commissions. Okay, I dig. So the market comes to him.
Yeah, that's the sort of people want one in their house. You know, people like, you know, they feel very, you know, strongly about having things like that in their house. Yeah.
That's the thing is culturally, at least the people I know, it's very cheap, but the market is cheap here. The religious artwork, at least where I live, it doesn't lend itself to icons. I'll be honest, if you look at some of the quote unquote religious stuff, it's terrible. I mean, it's really bad. You sell yourself.
Yes, American religious iconography, yes.
Yeah,
you know, it's like sort of superhero Jesus sort of thing. Well, the Mormons are really good at it. They're like the Mormons are all over it.
Yeah. Oh, Mormon religious artwork. Well, if he's working in tempera, his father has more patience than I ever will.
Yeah. I don't think those Mormon artists are. Maybe some of them are.
Well, I'll tell you, there's a market for it. I was in a Mormon temple once, and I saw some of the paintings. And they were huge, and there was all sorts of figures in them doing religious stuff. And I was amazed by the painting. And I'm thinking, you know, are these Mormon artists? Are they artists hired to do Mormon scenes? How often do they buy this art? You know, Lashy, maybe your dad wants to find a dealer outside of the outside of Serbia. I have an art instructor. I won't name this person, but this person does landscape paintings of California. He just goes out and he paints plein air in oil, and then he ships them to a gallery he has a deal with in Paris, and the dealer sells them as French landscapes.
Wait, that's the plot of Big Eyes. Wait, is that what you're talking about?
No, this is someone who was one of my art instructors. He also was.
Like in Big Eyes, he's getting the woman to ship over art from France, and then he's putting his signature on it.
This is someone who's selling California landscapes in Paris, and he would teach classes, and the classes he was teaching in a very affluent area, so he actually would set up tours to go and paint live in France, and it was a big deal every year. You know, all of his students, who were usually housewives, very, very wealthy housewives or very wealthy career women, they would go with their husbands and all go to France and paint, and they would paint the lavender fields. But he turned that into a very interesting business. Okay, problem is I don't know how to do all that. He's too old, and I don't have much time for that. Okay, I dig.
What was the question?
Oh, I mentioned to Lashy that maybe his dad wanted to find a gallery outside of Serbia to see if see how the paintings would sell.
Yeah, well, I mean, I have trouble selling my own paintings.
Well,
but you know, someone bought one of my Kickstarter.
Lashy. For your business,
watch out, you sign a deal. That's what I say. Yeah, don't sign. Read the fine print. Show it to a lawyer. I don't sign any contracts. That's my advice.
Well, thank you for showing his work, and thank you for showing your work. How do you went to an art academy? That
yeah.
I went to an art school, but they're not called an academy. TY. Thank you. Oh, okay. So Lashy, was this academy like a 4-year school that you did after, like in your late teens and 20s? Yes. Okay. It's like I'm talking to a magic 8-ball. I love this. This is such a weird world. I'm talking to someone in San Francisco, and now I'm talking to someone in Serbia.
Yeah.
I love this.
All right, I'm getting near my lunch break. I don't know, but now I've started on these. I'm just thinking I'm going to do these little windows here.
You should.
I definitely have
Now, my question is, are you going to put any sort of line work in to imply that they're glass? Like sometimes Sergio would put in lines to imply the thickness or the reflection.
Dale, would you rather died on a show with Sergio or one with me?
I think you know the answer to that question.
But wouldn't you be happier on a show with me?
After high school art designer school, I got into university. Academy is 19 to 23. So you're 23. You're such a freaking kid. That's awesome.
Well, that's good. Well, we're here to answer questions about careers in art.
No, you don't want my advice about careers in art.
Yeah, you don't want Dale's advice, though. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. How did you find this?
You're 24. Okay. He's 24. I take it back. He's not young.
Yeah.
That's cool.
The secret I've discovered to art, the people who are successful are the ones that keep doing it and don't stop it and do something else. But, you know, maybe there's a reason they keep doing it. But I think, you know, the longer you keep doing it, the better you get at it, really.
Well,
I keep thinking one day I'll be really good. And I'll wake up one day, I think, oh, I got better, I'm better. And then I'm like, but I'm still not good enough.
oh, he wants to drink a beer with us. I got to disappoint you, Lashy. I gave up beer. I'm on the wagon. I'm not telling you to do it, but keep it in the back of your mind. When you get old, sometimes you have to give the kidneys a rest and the liver. But you're still drinking, but you drink hams. I don't know what's up with you, Chuck. Shouldn't you be out like most of the San Franciscans, like buying up all the remaining Anchor Steam?
I think I made my opinion of that beer. I've got nothing against the company, and I think it's very nice that there's a nice local beer and you can drink it and say that's the real taste of San Francisco. I think it's ridiculous that it was bought by Sapporo for whatever reasons, because they clearly didn't drink the beer, because the beer tastes disgusting.
You see, Lashy, we in the United States, we don't really have pubs. That's the problem. Pubs, we have bars, and they're noisy and a pain in the ass. Drunk only once. Good. Learn. Puke your guts out, and don't do it again.
Yes. So like a pub is a more friendly, like everyone goes down the pub,
Yeah.
you know, and you can have a nice pub lunch or something. But a bar, you know, you're out looking for trouble.
Yeah.
But there's more likely to be music and fun things going on at a bar. And as someone who takes an interest in these things, the toilet facilities in this country are much better than in Britain. And in Britain, they're much better than in Europe.
Well, that's because our toilets are still imperial measurements, and your toilets all went metric.
Yes, do you think it's our? I don't think it's to do with our metric toilets. I think it's to do with our people that like to.
Well, we talked about epigenetics earlier. The fact is that enough time has gone by with Britain on the metric system. It has actually changed your butts so that they're adapted to metric toilets. Yeah, we have coffee here. We have coffee shops everywhere. We have a chain here called Starbucks, and you can't go out without hitting a Starbucks. They're in the grocery stores. They're in casinos in Las Vegas. Yeah, we have inches. Inches are awesome.
Oh, what? What are you talking about?
We're talking about measurements. Oh, he hates Starbucks. Good.
Oh, inches,
Starbucks sucks.
Yeah, I never go to Starbucks. I'm a non-Starbucks goer. I've been there once, I think, or possibly twice, but not really. Only because I was being polite to the person I was with.
Okay. The thing is, you like centimeters because they're a constant. You have to remember, in the United States, legally, every state in the United States has a different length of inch. That's why you have to be very careful when you are in, you're doing work for another state. You're doing it all for their legal inch, because the state legislatures actually vote on how long an inch is.
What?
Yeah.
You're kidding me.
No. That's why if you buy clothes in a different state, they may not fit the right way. And
well, I always wonder this because you go to America, you automatically go up a shoe size.
no, each state has a different inch, and you have to. You see, that's why most rulers are made. Most people, when they buy a ruler now, they're all made in China. And that's just their interpretation of what the inch is. And if you buy a cheap Chinese ruler, those markings on the ruler are so thick that you don't really get an accurate California inch or a New York inch. People are just using an average inch. But in serious legal measurements, you have to use that state's inch.
Yeah, okay. Somebody told me that miles are shorter here too.
Well, that depends on the heat. You know, the roads expand and contract depending on the weather. No, you don't want to be born in the 70s or 80s because you'd be old.
Yeah, it's not as good as it looks.
Yeah.
It's better now.
But don't get tied up.
It's honestly better. Unfortunately, we just know more. Yeah, we were able to live in more ignorance back then, and there were more gatekeepers. But we were only seeing part of the picture, and in some ways, life's simpler in the past. But as somebody that has a disability, I'll tell you that no, the future is always better than the past. Yeah. We're way better off now. I'd rather be, alive now. The world's always got problems. It's always messed up, and. But we can unmess it, just if we really put our minds to it. It's up to artists to inspire people.
I should start drawing. Chick tracks and start leaving them in bus stations.
Yeah, I think you should draw like. Wait, somewhere I have a little list. That's all the names for this show.
You have a list of things that you want me to draw? Oh, and Lashy has told us that he's going gray at 24. That's good. Chicks dig it.
Yeah, and it's better than going bald. My friend was like bald by the time he was 24.
You want the gray. Don't cover it up.
This is reminds me.
But you don't want to be born in the 70s or 80s. People who are born in the 70s and 80s are obnoxious.
D-sit clip. That needs to be your name for your the D-sit clips. The D-sit clips.
Oh.
They will sip from the sippily cup.
I should draw, but I'm stuck here.
I'm going to take a break in a minute because I have to eat.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just finishing up these little guys in here who are starting to look a little like Toho Studios thing.
Okay. Oh, Lashy, just remember, if a girl has gray hair, never call it gray. It's blonde. Okay, you're going to take off? All right. It's good talking to you. It was nice to meet someone from Serbia. Keep drawing.
Yeah, thanks, Lashy. Thanks for checking it
Yeah.
out.
And thanks for sharing the artwork and your dad's artwork. Tell him we said hi. And we liked his work. We like yours too.
Yeah. So great. All right.
God, I'm so old.
Well, that was nice. We had somebody come and say hello. It's a bit like being at a Comic-Con, but you're like...
Well, I'm just, it's nice talking to someone young. I mean, we talked to Amber, who's young, but you know.
Right, but yeah, like to us she's young, but she's not really young.
She's young, and I think being a new mother is destroying her mind. It does it to all of them.
Oh yeah, well, you know, like my friend says, you know, it's classic brainwashing techniques they use on you.
Yeah, sleep debt.
You know, they wake you up in the middle of the night and they give you all these bizarre instructions that you have to obey, and you're all sleep deprived. And you know, it makes sense, doesn't it? I mean, that's how they get you, and that's how the cults use the same techniques.
Thanks, Lashy. Thanks for showing up and chatting with us. That was fun.
Right. Well, look, there we go. That's quite productive. I did
we don't live the dream. Trust us.
Yes. No. Well, we're living the nightmare, but you know, it's fine. No, you know, you're right. It's living the dream, but you know, don't expect. Look, if you make art, you'll make lots of art.
Okay. Working with Adobe products is not the dream. Adobe sucks.
It's a dream. Yes. No, you're right. I'm living the dream. I planned. You know, I worked hard on being able to be where I am now.
I am,
and you can do it. You can do whatever you set your mind to, but there are more sensible things to do. I promise you. But like my friends who went to work with the money, you know, they have a lot more of that.
It's not the oh, you can't tell me that. I have to ignore that, Lashy. I'm not passing any judgment, but I don't dare do that. I live in San Jose, where Adobe headquarters are. The Adobe police would come and beat me up.
Well, they've done that before. We've had the man from Adobe here to talk to Dale about his system.
No, I actually
plugging up their competitors' products.
No, Oh, he's buying it because he's a pro. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, I have Adobe. I use that. I have the Creative Suite. I find it very useful. I mean, the Photoshop is great. I use them. You know, I've been around for a while, so yeah. But Dale likes Clip Studio Paint, and he probably has a point if you want to do comics and cartoons. I think.
Oh, he's a Mac user. Okay, you're dead to me.
I'm a Mac user too.
You're dead to me too.
Yeah. No.
Work for Apple, then try being a Mac user.
Right, the next most pressing bit is this little bar in here, which I'm like. I think I'm going to draw some tables and chairs, which is why I haven't really.
Oh, are you going to put in a stripper? You need an alien stripper on a pole.
Well, I thought that might be going on in this sort of domey place down here or something. I don't know. I'm not doing anything too sleazy.
I never pirated software. Did I? Did I pirate software? No, I didn't pirate software.
What do you mean by pirate it?
Well, the thing is, I worked in a computer store, so the line between if you buy it and you pirate it becomes really blurry.
Well, they got me now on the subscription plan. I mean, okay, I'll admit. I mean, I would get copies of software at companies I worked, and
Well,
that was doable, and that was how everybody did it in those days.
Back in the day, I didn't pirate it, but I scammed it. Back in the day, Adobe had student versions, which is the same software, but you had to be a student. And so all the kids in the Bay Area who were Adobe users knew which junior college to enroll in and take one class to get a student body card. And then they knew the store to go to in, I think it was Mountain View, and buy the Adobe software and then go back to the junior college and drop the class because it was cheaper to enroll in the junior college and take one class, get the student body card, and buy this software. So they would do it every year. Oh.
Okay, I don't know what this person is. They're very wobbly. I'm getting a little lazy because I'm hungry.
You know, the sad thing is I can now afford Adobe software and I still don't use it.
But sometimes I just go and let myself make mistakes and do it badly for a little while, and then then see what comes out of it. Like embracing the random.
Oh yeah.
You can. Yeah, there's a very careful control way of doing it, and the building, and it makes a very beautiful, neat thing. And then there's a sort of like random, like what out of the chaos, what comes out. It's like pareidolia, sort of seeing the face in the clouds, or
okay. So you're talking about embracing the random after we had that fight, whether or not you're going to use a circle template for that globe.
It's both. I've just said sometimes I like, sometimes I'm like, not like this guy didn't really know what I'm doing. I'm like, oh, I've got some reference. I'm talking to you. I'm not really, but I'm not, rather than not do it. I'm just doing something stupid. and then I have to make it.
Oh, so far it looks really good. I am still arguing over the force field that covers. I'd like to see a linear representation, but what I just realized is if you do that, it's going to cut through that. The line would cut through that glass.
Because it can sort of go around this whole area. Can be protected by a special space force field. Who knows?
Okay.
Yeah, I'll get to it. I don't know. It's I don't know why you feel like this thing has to be constrained by some rules of.
Take care, Lashy.
Thank you, Lashy. Really appreciate it.
I feel that I have to be as annoying as possible because you asked me to be on and be annoying.
You have to be what?
You asked me to come on and be annoying.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, well.
But also, I'm learning a lot watching you work, and I hate you for it.
Yeah. Well, when I say things like that, Dale, you don't have to take me literally. No, I like to be abused. I spend too much time being British.
Yeah, your wife is too nice.
I feel very like people are always kind. They don't really insult you here. Like in Britain, people like insult you all the time. Like here, if you sort of do that, people are like, "What did you say? Whoa! How dare you?"
Well, you have to remember that Britain's like a breeding ground for British comedy. So everyone's practicing.
Well, it's good. Like, we just demean each other. Like here we don't tolerate that. Here we're like, "Fuck you, buddy," and then we shoot you.
That's the highest expression of American wit. Fuck you, buddy.
You buddy, bam, bam.
Okay. Are you gonna underdraw some of the space bar to make sure the perspective's right? Because that underdrawing, I wonder about that. It doesn't have to be perfect. It's just looked a little off.
I think I have to take a break.
Oh,
because I've been sitting a little while, and so I don't know what to do. I don't want to leave you here on your own.
Why don't I leave?
5 minutes.
How about I leave? Do you want to come back in a half hour? Will the same link work, or do you have to send me a new link?
Yeah, I'm just going to leave it. Like I'm going to put up back at what is it now? It's 2:19. I'm going to say back at 2:50.
Okay, and do I hit leave?
I probably need 20 minutes.
So I'm going to hit the leave button, and then when I come back, I'll hit the link, and that should put me in the backstage.
All right. Okay, I'm gonna put a little note up.
Okay, and that platform where you see the people walking across from one side of the spaceship to the other. You know how you have that pipe? You know how you have that piping there, sort of as a railing?
Yes.
I think you need another line below it in order to imply that's part of the hull.
Yes. Yes, you're right. Yes, there's some things I need to do on that. Yeah.
Okay.
I might put a few more figures in some places there.
Go have lunch, and I'll talk to you later.
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna put up a little back Lunch break. Lunch break.
I'm going to hit the leave button.
But yeah. All right. See you in a bit, Dale. Bye.
See you in a bit.
Dale's off, and I'll be here. I'm just making a little sign. I'm going to lunch break. On lunch break. Doing all day. Back at 2:50 p.m. All right. Thanks for tuning in right now, everybody who's tuned in. And yeah, I hope you don't mind. I got to eat. Right, let's edit that out. All day marathon. On the screen. There you go. Oh, I better put PST. So people know where we are. PM Pacific Standard Time. All right. Thanks for tuning in, folks. I'm going to eat and I'll be back in a bit. Hello. I'm back. Oh, it looks like Dale's here too. Hello, Dale. There he is.
Can you hear me?
Hi, everybody. Well, it looks like I got a new backer on the Kickstarter here. Tina just told me. I haven't looked at it yet.
Congratulations. I have to remember to do that.
Here it is. Okay, let me refresh that. Oh my goodness. All right. Yes. All right. A big one. Okay. Look at this. All right. I'm up to 3561. Wow. All right. With 3 days to go. Oh my God. I'm getting close. All right. I'm less than 1,000 away. Oh my God. Yeah, that's amazing. Paul. 2 people today. Stephen, Vargo, and Paul. I don't know who they are.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Let me see if I can find your Kickstarter. I haven't even been to it yet. Kickstarter, Urfspace. Urfspace Beyond by Chuck Whalen. And you need less than $1,000. All right. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, personal data, blah, blah, blah. All right. Journey ahead. You have to read all this.
Yeah.
And Urfspace Beyond book, $10. Album 30 signed. How much do I have to pledge to like borrow your dog?
Yeah, you can borrow him anytime you like. Yeah, that's that's not a that's not a Kickstarter award, but that's a reward you can claim anytime you like, Dale. That's a co-host reward.
Co-host
you
reward.
spend at least a year co-hosting a podcast with me. We'll let
If
you.
I borrowed whiskey, I would just get in trouble. You'd see us on the news, probably in a bank robbery or something.
I think, well, whiskey, like Tina's always very worried about whiskey getting into trouble doing this, that, and the other. But I'm like, this is sort of what he wants to do at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't. You can't.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! I'm looking at the Art Lovers Everything that has original art.
Yes.
Oh, I hate you.
Okay, wait. I have to just edit this now because I know. All right. All right, because yes, there's a new backer. This is wonderful news. I don't know if it's somebody who's watching the show today, but thank you so much. If it is, I'm just going to update the list of what I've got. So so one of the pieces was claimed was like Return to the Land of the Hand. Do I even have that on there? Oh yes, it is. So I'm going to take that one off. So how do I edit that? Edit.
What's the deadline on this? 3 days to go. Okay. I still have time to procrastinate.
Yes, don't worry. I plan to spam people a lot in the next few days. I don't know. I decided to commit to today to doing this because of, and I haven't even got around to playing it yet. But I want to know how to play it this song.
Well, I'll tell you something. You're lucky I'm here. You're lucky I'm wearing pants. I fell asleep during the chat. I'm the worst co-host.
Yes, you could have rolled over and.
I could have choked on my tongue.
That's who's talking to us. Dusan Popovic. No, okay. No, okay. There's a Dusan Pavlovic who is an artist on with the Beehive with my illustration agent. I don't know if that was them. I think they are somewhere in Eastern Europe, but it's spelling different.
I don't know.
All right, my son shared Barbenheimer.
Where is your son right now? Isn't he on a trip?
Yeah, he's with my family in England with my sister.
Oh, is he having fun?
He's just like, how can you just dump him on your sister? I think they want to see him. I don't know. I don't want him here.
How are you doing as an empty nester? You don't have to answer that.
I like that show Empty Nest with what's his name from Soap. What was his name? Richard
Mulligan.
Richard Mulligan.
Oh my God, where did I drag that out of my brain?
I did like Richard Mulligan. I do. He was a bit odd.
I'm surprised that you know the TV show Soap. Did you watch that in England or in reruns?
Yeah, that was a sort of a late night thing they would show, probably sort of late at night on ITV. It would be hard to follow it. Like it would be like, I don't know if you watched it all in order, it actually felt like a soap opera. But I felt like watching it, it never really felt like it actually continued from one episode to another.
Soap came out when I was a kid, and Sabrina watched it. Soap was kind of a big deal when it came out. There was a lot.
It was sort of funny and not that funny. It wasn't that funny.
Yeah. I like Chuck and Bob the most. You know, just it was genius to cast a ventriloquist.
Yes, and that Billy Crystal there. I mean,
Yeah.
actually, he was one funny. I was a bit surprised when he wasn't gay because he played the gay character, didn't he? And that was very important with that show. Was him playing that gay character, I think.
Oh yeah, that was groundbreaking.
Yes, I didn't really realize at the time because you're sort of watching it, and you know, when you're young and you're watching things, you know, you just see the first things. You don't really, it's hard to know like what the context of it is in terms of the whole history of things.
Yeah. Context is everything. You know, when you're a kid and you watch Hogan's Heroes and you don't know the history of World War II, it's a little, you can't really watch the show the same way after you take a few history courses. Of course, now I can't watch the show because I know what happened to Bob Crane.
Okay, I'm just gonna. I can just take that one out. Okay. All right, I'm just updating the gallery here. So I took so the person who backed, my first art backer, took Return to the Land of the Hand, or they claimed that one first. So
okay, so
they got first tips on that.
You said there's a gallery I can look at and choose a piece of artwork.
Yes, I'm gonna show you.
All right.
Okay, so let's see. Wait, I just have to go view post. Great. View post. All right, I'll post this link in now, and then everyone can see it because these are the original artworks. I believe. Let me just do another sort of check over which ones are still available. Make sure none of these actually went anywhere by mistake. I think I have this. Yes, I believe I checked this over.
It's bizarre that they showed American TV shows late at night, because late at night over here when I was a kid, they would show Benny Hill.
Well, they probably had some sort of late night swap deal. You know, they're making their prime programs, but then they're sort of swapping. You know, they don't have big meetups. They just, you know, which programs are we going to get? We want British programs. You know, we want some British programs. We don't want others. You know, whatever. So they make their little deals.
Okay.
Or we want to translate, like, this is a good British show, but we need to translate it. And sometimes the translations are good, and it goes the other way too. You know, and sometimes they're better. Like Archie Bunker, he was a British show. He was Alf Garnett was the character, and the show. It went under different titles because he really went on for a long time till he was like an old man in a wheelchair, and his wife was pushing him around, his long-suffering wife, and he was still complaining at everybody and still being big.
Wait, you're saying that All in the Family was based on a British show?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Archie Bunker is based on Alf Garnett.
Oh my goodness. Next thing you're going to tell me is Star Trek's based on a British show.
Star Trek, really, Star Trek is pioneering. I love Star Trek, and I don't know what came first, but I think Star Trek's its own thing. I think Doctor Who's it's different from Star Trek.
Okay. Well, I like Space 1999 and UFO. Those are my two favorites.
Space 1999 is derivative of Star Trek. That's the British version of Star Trek.
British and Italian.
Yes. So that was nice, you know. So Star Trek sort of spawned that, and that was good, and it really enhanced the whole brand of, like, you know, the sort of you know, the space in a comfortable living room, which really peaked, I think, with Voyager. Voyager, I really felt like I was sort of traveling around in a nice carpeted armchair.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
you know, it's very nice and cozy.
There was
big. You know, it wasn't like the Enterprise is a bit big. You know, you never know. Like Voyager, you know, they were nice and cozy.
in Star Trek: The Next Generation, the bridge looked like a living room.
Versus the horror of space. That's
Well,
realistic vision.
I think the most realistic bridge was the Nostromo in Alien, where it was cramped and there was equipment everywhere.
So yes, yeah. Well, I was going on to you earlier about Judge Dredd and PJ, maybe, wasn't I? Okay,
You're going to show me some pictures.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, yes. So I'm going to send you that link. All right. So here we are. Art. I think I can do, well, can I even get in the comments? I still can't get in the comments. Okay, I'm doing it in the private chat, but can you post this into the comments?
I don't know if I can post it into the comments. Okay, I see. Okay, hang on a minute. I have the hyperlink. And are you asking me to post it into the comments in Facebook? Well, first of all, I'm going to open it in a separate tab so I can see it. And here we go. Ooh. So these are the remaining ones.
Yes. So there are others. You can ask about others if there's one that you see.
Right. So there's ones on the top, and then there's below.
Oh, that's just the image for the page. You know, maybe I should reset that image.
Okay, I don't know what I'm doing.
I just need a page image. Okay. Let me take that featured image off the page. I hear what you're saying.
I don't know what's going on.
That's confusing. All right. Yeah, I get it.
I'm seriously confused.
All right. Yeah. All right. Let me fix that.
I'm too confused.
Yeah, this is what I need. I need someone with the brain of a 12-year-old.
Yeah.
To tell me these things.
Well, didn't you send your technical support to England?
Yeah, unfortunately, my youth audience. He did share my Barbenheimer though. So you know, he's like those kids. They like that. They're going to see Barbie and Oppenheimer. And what can I tell you? My book is, if you like Barbie and Oppenheimer,
no,
you know, you might like Urfspace, because I've got like, there's science fiction and there's science and there's like, well, there's all kind of girls, not just Barbie girls.
I do like girls.
And a few sort of dorky guys.
I do like girls.
Okay, wait, what am I trying to do here? Okay, something's happening here. All right, I need to remove the featured image. There we go. Remove featured image.
I do like girls. I've said that like 8 times now.
Well, I'm celebrating the feminine divine here. That's my autistic story. Okay, see if that's updates. Okay, post.
I'm trying to choose.
All right, if you refresh, it doesn't have like the head of image anymore.
All right, hang on.
Yeah, it's good to have a featured image. But
okay, so
yes. So I'm asking this guy. So he's got second.
Okay, that's helpful. That is.
And you're telling me you're not Paul.
I'm not what?
Like my backer, my second art backer is Paul.
No, I'm not Paul.
I don't know who Paul is. I know a few Pauls. I love them all. So, or maybe it's Paul. I don't know. But anyway, thank you.
Oh my God!
And I just sent them the link so that they can have a look at what's available. And you know, I think there's some of my favorites are still there. I'm not holding any back. I don't think. I don't know.
Hold nothing back.
And there's some other things. If there's something you've seen that I've done that you like, I mean, that's anything goes. But I'm showing the ones that are from the books that I'm currently kickstarting. Urfspace Beyond.
I'm trying to. Yo, I'm Tinkerbell, bitch. Oh my god.
Yeah.
You are so bizarre.
I don't know. I was like, okay, can I say I'm expressing my feminine side? Am I allowed to do that?
No,
I don't know.
No. There's no. This is the. You can't say you're expressing your feminine side. The police will come and arrest you.
My acupuncture treatments, they told me to, embrace the yin. The yin and the yang.
Yes. And how's that going?
Well, this is the result.
So you're saying this is a whole lot of yin?
I think this is a whole lot of yin after having been a lot of yang.
Okay.
Like your yang is your back, and in a way, your back, you're sort of curled up to the wall. You sort of protect your yin,
okay.
And then your yang, and you're there, and you can put out a lot of sort of yang energy, yin energy. Sort of. Oh, exposed.
Oh, I don't know which one I would want. Oh. Lady Discipline.
Okay, Lady Discipline's for you, actually, Dale. Look, have you seen what the cat's wearing?
Oh my god! I just realized that. Oh my god!
Yeah, actually, I kind of did that one for you. That one's yours, really.
Oh my
and the Mini Tank Bot Girl. Mini Tank Bot Girl is a very tragic character.
Mini Tank
Bot. Like in the blurb,
you stole that from Doctor Who.
Yeah.
That poor girl was
descended from Doctor Who, where she gets turned. She gets put inside a dog.
Yeah, that's horrible. That's a nightmare. I do really like Kill a Clown Girl. Oh my god.
Yeah, people Kill a Clown Girl. The kids like yes. People like Kill a Clown Girl. Yeah, that's a very good one. That's that one is like a little doodle in my sketchbook, and I'm like, oh, could I translate it into a proper finished drawing? And I did really the same, and I was like, yeah, I kept it. I was so happy. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that one I consider a great success.
Oh my god, I like We Meet Again. That's hilarious. The thing is, I love.
Yes.
I think that,
okay. So I have some interest. My friends expressed an interest in Goose Girl, and We Meet Again. So
I was looking at Goose Girl. It's very IKEA.
Wait, I should be sharing the screen. Hang on, let me share this. Oh, here we go.
Okay, Princess Duckling is just weird.
Oh, but she's got a good little poem with her. Where's Princess Duckling? Oh, yeah. Princess Duckling laid an egg. She brushed her beak and went to bed.
Oh, I didn't see Pissed Off Princess.
Wait, okay. I'm going to read Princess Duckling because.
Oh
no, she's in Heroes. Okay, so Princess Duckling's in Urfspace Heroes. So the Urfspace Beyond Urfspace Heroes. If you're interested in Urfspace Heroes, you can order it right now on Amazon, but you can get it also as an add-on item. Princess Duckling laid an egg. She brushed her beak and then went to bed. What's the point? I do not know, but her duvet's soft with a down pillow. I wonder if I take any, she might want to stay with me. Surely now all can see I love that fluffy chickadee.
God. One of my friends has been yelling at me because I haven't illustrated my poems. He wants me to go back over all my old poems and start illustrating them.
I poemed my illustrations.
You poemed your illustrations, and I'm being asked to illustrate my poems.
No, do it the other way.
Oh.
Poem your illustrations.
Poem my illustrations, okay.
Space Nun, she's another one favorite from Heroes. some of the rim whirls can get pretty rough. That is when Space Nun swoops in and sweeps them clean. Afterwards, she relaxes in her onboard jacuzzi.
I love the ship.
And she's got, it looks like there's a jacuzzi on that ship. It's a nice ship. It's nice. It's like all white and gold with a jacuzzi. And she's says, say your prayers. I mean, you know, because it's like Dune, they have the Bene Gesserit. She's like the Bene Gesserit. That's how I see the Bene Gesserit.
The Bene Gesserit are space nuns.
Yeah, they're warrior space nuns.
Warrior space nuns.
Though my friend who's Catholic does get a bit upset about that sort of thing. I have upset some of my. Can I say this book upset my Catholic friends and my Protestant friends? They were both upset by this book.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, it happens.
The other one, okay, I'll tell you one that upset my Protestant. Can I just? Okay, I'm just about to lose all my backers now. Orange Gina. It's 1660, and Charles I has been restored to the throne of England following the puritanical reign of terror conducted by Prime Minister Oliver Cromwell and his corporation, his capitaine-hatted cronies. These religious zealots won the 4-year-long English Civil War and beheaded Charles's father. Then they persecuted the people of Britain for 12 ghastly years until Cromwell's death. Thankfully, most are now leaving for the colonies, so God save the good people there. Meanwhile, Charles has quickly restored the theatre and legalised the acting profession of women. Orange Gina Mags works selling oranges within the Theatre Royal, Drury Lane, for a 6pence each. A taste of freedom. But actually, that was prostitution. Like back with the theatre, it came back prostitution. These orange girls would like go, you know, taking the gentleman would pay them to, you know, I don't know what they did. There was something with sex and oranges.
I don't.
You know, they send them around. The girls would go around
I don't.
Oranges and sell them for 6
I don't want to know. I mean,
and you know that, but that was the sort of thing that the Puritans were against. So they came over here. So this is a bit of a double-edged sword. I'm saying, you know, I'm looking at it both ways.
Well, yeah. Unfortunately, we did get the puritanical rejects.
What's that?
We did get the puritanical rejects.
Well, they come over here and complain that they were persecuted, but really they were the ones who did the persecuting.
Yes. Those who claim to be persecuted are usually, well, no, that's not true. I'm not going to go there.
I have Orc Girl. I don't know if she's up on the list there, but she's available. She's another favourite. Her slogan is Orc Girl's mate for life. And so she has the she has the heads of her 3 former mates to prove it. And a bloody dripping axe.
I really like the Space Princess because I love your buildings. You know, it really shows that you read a lot of Judge Dredd.
Judge Dredd and like sort of Vaughn Baudet and stuff like that. I like how much Vaughn Baudet was able to do, really, like with his backgrounds almost and things more than anything.
Oh my God, he was so good.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and this has sort of been a bit about trying to sort of, what's the most simple way to capture the essence of that, you know, with the washes and the shape and just sort of feel the shape. Like, yeah, and it's all very like tactile about the actual feeling experience of drawing the line. And I can get that same feeling of experience of drawing the line, you know, doing this, what I'm doing here digitally. But it's even better really when you're doing it with the actual materials and the magical things that happen really with the watercolors, you know.
Yeah, and
you know the sort of complicated the calculations that were involved. That, you know, okay, but you know, if we're all living in a simulation, might as well enjoy the simulation we've got rather than try and make another simulation.
Yeah, I think I think that's the thing that will break the simulation is once a paint program has a realistic watercolor brush engine. At that point, the simulation will break. I've tried a bunch of them, and you just can't get that. You can work at it and simulate it, but you can't get those puddles and randomness.
And just the pure connection between your brain and the piece of wood with the hairs on the ends and into the pigment, and the pigment on the paper as the pigment moves over the paper. And same with the ink pen, like dipping the ink in, always the danger that it's going to blob.
Yeah.
Ruin at any time it can be ruined. But the mistakes and the ruin are part of it as well.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's like playing. So there's a way you can do it like, okay, I'm in the recording studio, and I'm recording it very perfectly. It's very like music. So that's why I've got this music album. It's like putting them together. I'm recording, and I'm filming it as I do it. So, that's like I might be in the studio recording it, or I might be like with you now. That's like a bit like doing a live, doing something like this is a concert in the park, and okay, or me busking.
No, I think this.
Too. I don't know.
Well, yeah,
but, here I am.
I don't know if it's so much as busking as it is a couple of homeless guys or one homeless guy talking to himself. I'm more of an imaginary character than an actual person.
Yes, well, yes, it's true. Like everybody in life could well be just sort of angels and spirits, so just sort of sent to torment us in our own individual.
Oh, okay. I see the drawings up. Are you going to get back to drawing?
Yeah, I bet to do. I've had a little stretch here.
What are you going to tackle?
Okay, I got to do this little bar area, but yeah, like you say, before I was really, I was doing it like a concert in the park where I'm performing it. Today, I'm showing you a little bit more behind the curtain.
Okay. Now, I've got to ask, it's a bar. Are you going to show anyone throwing up?
I am now.
You are now.
Actually, that was the hallmark. That was my hallmark of my early work. My friends will tell you is that Ferdinand the Frog was often vomiting here, there, and everywhere.
Okay.
Which was partly based on myself, partly based on my friend of mine who would vomit a lot. But actually, I think it was mostly I just like vomiting. Vomiting. I enjoyed drawing, vomiting, projectile vomiting.
Yep.
I'm a bit like Punk in that I just sort of anytime you tell me I'm not supposed to do something or something's rude, I want to do it. I try not to just do it.
The person who always drew the best vomiting was the late Al Jaffe, because whenever he drew someone vomiting, he always had that little bone that was in the vomit. So that's something I learned about drawing vomit, is you have to have the little square pieces and you have to have that little bone. You still there?
Yeah. Sorry, the little bow. Sorry, I lost you for a second.
Al Jaffe from Mad Magazine, when he.
Oh yeah, Al Jaffe. Yes, I love it. Oh, poor old Al Jaffe. Yes, wait, he just passed.
He died too young.
Yeah. He did. Did he get to 100? He reached 100.
I think he hit 100. Let me double check.
He was just like right around 100, wasn't he? I remember he was going to be 99. Oh well, wait. Okay, now I've got to really think about this space. All right, now I'm just going to overdraw here. So yeah, this is something they'll tell you to do in how to draw comics. So I'm sort of going to draw the inside. I'm going to zoom out a bit. Really, I've got to. Normally, I think is I did do a kind of a thumbnail of this, and then I did a big drawing, so it has built up my sketch. But I didn't do a very detailed sketch. It was a sort of normally I would have done more on the sketch before I even started on the inking. But
he was 102.
Retrofit this building. I think I probably have it right, but I'm zooming quite out to do it, so I'm just sort of.
Al Jaffe was 102. And it said he died of organ failure, which is slang for he died in the saddle.
Yes.
God.
Massive organ failure brought on by partying too hard.
Have
you ever seen the movie, talking of British films and things, have you ever seen Steptoe and Son? Have you ever heard of Steptoe and Son?
I've heard of Steptoe and Son, a junk dealer and his son. And Sanford and Son, the American TV show, was based on it. But I have yet to see an episode of it.
Okay, well, when I return you your Zardoz DVD, which I've still got waiting for you, I've got Steptoe and Steptoe and Son Ride Again DVD movie.
I think there was some DVDs I'm supposed to loan. Oh, I remember what I need to loan you. You wanted to see Day of the Triffids.
Oh yeah, and Day of the Triffids. Yeah, so we need
I
to
have no idea where.
We need to have a D&D, a DVD swapping.
I have no idea where that
Events.
is. If you lose that, I will kill you.
What?
If you lose that DVD, I will kill you. That was an insane stroke of luck that I was able to get that.
What, the Zardoz DVD?
No, the Day of the Triffids.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, all right. Well, now I'm scared of it.
You should be scared. Triffids.
I'm not. I'm not the best person to lend things to.
Don't worry about it. I'm going to lend it.
And I'll tend to lend them to somebody else. I did that with Stephen Fry. I sort of did it a bit anyway, but in his book, The Liar, he has a character that sort of says, like, his books are all sort of torn up and whatever, and he sort of says, oh, they should just be, you don't need to respect them, and you shouldn't give up, you should pass them on. And I sort of felt like that anyway, kind of justified that for me. But yeah, it means I'm not. My brother-in-law Mike got quite upset with me because I didn't really respect one of his copies of Ayn Rand.
Okay, there's no way you can respect a copy of Ayn Rand. It's Ayn Rand.
No,
No, the only.
I know we had a cat that insisted on devouring literature. Literally,
the thing is,
she would put little.
If something happened, I could buy a Region 2 version of it. This is just unusual because it's a Region 1 version. Remember, DVDs are encoded to geographic versions, and sometimes the stuff that, sometimes the old British stuff, I have to get Region 2 now. I have a region-free DVD player for that purpose. I just wish, considering they're phasing out physical media, I wish they would phase out that counterfeiting region stuff. It's annoying.
Yeah, well, exactly. The trouble is, they're trying to make money off of the art. It's all very complicated. I wish everyone the best of luck in their strikes.
Yeah, it's not a cold. The temperature is not low in LA right now. I wish them luck on the line. And I'll tell you,
you have to support. You have to stand. You can't say like, oh, they're getting benefits, so why don't I get it? Yeah, I mean, you shouldn't say they shouldn't get it because I don't get it. You say they've got it, give it to me.
Yeah. Well, I think that they're very lucky in that Fran Drescher is the president of the Actors Union. She's been.
Yeah, but I'm not going to say I'm in any way surprised at her because she's, I've always had a very high,
Oh, I've had a high opinion of her.
Yeah.
And she's been through personal tragedy, so she's pretty tough. But I think as someone who there are fans that still remember her. So she has a positive image going in. If it had been someone like Billy Mummy from Lost in Space or someone who isn't as much in the public eye, who wasn't as iconic, I think they'd be having a harder time. So I think they were very fortunate. I'm sure I'm sure she's extremely competent. It comes across.
That's got to be though. The thing is that that show wasn't just popular here. That show was popular all over the world.
Oh, The Nanny. Yeah.
Every country in the world probably bought that.
Yeah,
show.
Any country that appreciated her in a miniskirt.
If they bought any American television show, they bought that show.
Well, the thing is, she is a very talented comedian, and she's easy on the eyes.
Or at least they throw it in. At least they throw it in free with every purchase. I don't know.
I never watched that show.
She's fundamental. She's very fundamental to something. I mean, I can't say I watched it a lot, but anytime I did watch it, it was an enjoyable show. So but it wasn't a show that made me go like, well, I've got to see that again. But
she had another show that was on TV Land. It was Happily Divorced, which I watched, which was fun. Didn't last too long. And then it's always neat to see her in guest spots, like she was on Entourage.
Entourage. Yeah, I did watch all that, but I didn't watch. Oh my god! We saw a really funny. It was like, I don't know, Becky, Vengeance of Becky, or Becky Vengeance. Or, apparently, there's a Becky 1. I didn't realize this was Becky 2. But I had Sean William Scott was like, there's some prehistory with Becky. I'm not sure. She's like sort of some teenager who's had a traumatic past, and her dog gets kidnapped by these right-wing nutsos, like led by they're a bunch of bro dudes. They've got a nice little compound by a little lake, and Sean William Scott is like the chief bro dude, and they're called the Noblemen. And then she proceeds to terrorize them.
I'm going to have to look that up.
It was pretty funny. It was a good one. It's a good new one. Yeah. And well, it was not too long. It was very short as well. And Tina and Janae both enjoyed it.
Oh. No, all I watch lately is just old stuff on streaming. I found out that Pluto has episodes of The Love Boat, so I'm going to watch the whole Love Boat.
Yes. Oh, there's an episode I want to see after watching Gilbert Gottfried. It sounded like there's a really good episode with Tim Robbins, like a double episode, and it's got like sort of Denmark and the Danish resistance and all this. And I was like, oh, I'm going to watch that with Tina. Because her father was involved in the Danish resistance. At 18, he was sort of blowing up Nazi trains and spying at the airport.
Oh, my God.
There's some exciting stories about all that.
I like the underdrawing so far. So you have the table.
This is even more fun. This is actually see how fun this is. Like now, I don't have to worry about anything because it's red, and I'm not going to keep any of it. So I'm just I don't know what the monster. I know what I'm doing. I just fill in the space. You can be quite free. My mind wanders a bit. I just go here, there, and everywhere. I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Now I became aware of it. But I know I can. In the next phase, I can make up more. I'm sort of solving some of the problems. I know you don't have to solve all the problems all the time. That's what I'm telling you. And then you don't know where the gags come. Like maybe something funny just happens.
Yeah, but I want to point out.
Then you're like, oh, maybe if you plan it, you can put some gags in. Like doing it like this, I didn't really think about any gags. Like the gag is just like this whole stream of crazy folks. But some gags you usually have to work on a little bit.
Yeah.
Like what gags am I putting in?
No, the meta gag of this is just the entire image, and then your eye has to travel through it and pick up all of that detail. And you become, because of all the detail, you become immersed in it, the story.
Yeah, and I try to think of the story of the characters as like.
And there's gags in there. There's subtle ones. I mean, you put the gags in the costumes, which aliens you put in. It's, in essence, it's just a large field of Easter eggs.
All right, let's see what's going on up here. This is sort of fun. I don't really know. I sort of okay. Well, you just motivated me by saying you like my weird looking buildings.
I do like your weird buildings.
I'm sometimes a little unconfident about like what the hell am I doing, but this one I sort of feel like this feels nice, and I want to do something nice here, but I'm not quite sure what it is yet.
Okay.
So I don't know. But now I'm a bit like, okay, somebody's watching me, so I don't know. So just try and distract me. It's like a Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
You mean the glasses that distract you from fear by turning black?
Well, no, it was like you learn to fly by like you fall over and something distracts you on the way down, and then you miss the ground.
Okay.
That's in the third one, which actually was my favorite one. I don't know for whatever reason. I just like when it came out, I was like, oh, there's a new Hitchhiker's Guidebook, and I went and I bought it, and I just
I only read the first one.
Oh yeah, no, the second one, the third one. Well, the first one is the Hitchhiker's Guide. The second is the Restaurant at the Universe, and those two together are mostly the show.
Mm-hmm.
But there's more of it. There's the radio that has a lot more. So there's a lot more. There's all different versions. That's the thing. Talk about, there's a multiplicity of Hitchhiker versions.
Well,
and you can choose your favorite. My favorite was one of the favorites was the audiobook version read by Stephen Moore, who was the voice of Marvin, but he could do all the other voices really well. And it still had, and he did it. It might have still had Peter Jones doing the book. It might have still had him because he always did it on the radio. Yeah.
So I have an odd little history with that book. When my parents took me to England before that book was released, I was actually in a bookshop and I saw The Hitchhiker's Guide to Europe, and I bought it. And what I didn't realize when I bought it is, in essence, it's a story. It's a collection of stories by hippies hitchhiking through Europe, telling you where to get cheap food, drugs, and where to pick up girls.
Right. So the origin of the Lonely Planet or something.
Yeah. And so when The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy book came out, I didn't make that connection that the one inspired the other. And then the TV miniseries came to PBS, and that was in the early 80s. So I saw it and loved it, of course. And the local science fiction convention, they started having all this bootleg Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy merchandise. And like you can buy bathrobes and towels with the logo on it that said Hotel Beetlejuice. And there would be Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy parties at the conventions where you would cosplay in pajamas and a robe and a towel.
Nice.
And you would go into the room, and the first thing would be some girl would stick a Swedish fish in your ear. So we would be there.
Oh my God.
We'd be there drinking, and we'd all be in,
that sounds like a good party.
We'd all be in pajamas and bathrobes with a Swedish fish in our ear.
All right.
That was the first time I saw an ebook. There was a.
Depends who's putting the fish in your ear. I mean, if it's a pretty girl, then okay.
But yeah.
Or whatever you like. Or maybe you want a pretty guy to put a fish in your ear.
There was.
If it's somebody you don't want to put a fish in your ear, then it's not such a good idea, is it?
Well, it's. I remember that party. There was a guy there who had a portable computer, and this is before laptops. Tandy Radio Shack had a little slab computer with a mechanical keyboard, and the display was a strip of monochrome LCD. And he had hand typed in the entire novel, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. So that was his cosplay. That was his guide. And that was the first time I ever saw an ebook, which was kind of mind-blowing.
You saw the first time you saw a what? Sorry,
an ebook.
An ebook.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought what's he saying? Eagle.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh yes. Oh well, yes. Well, it was very sort of, well, he embraced all the technology. And
I think he and Stephen Fry were like heavy-duty Mac heads.
Yes, probably. I mean, we like there was a lot of Mac loyalty, especially amongst the sort of nerdy groups. I think, it's funny. Yeah, somebody like I had some guy who's like, oh, the Macs are all for Spock ear people. I'm like, oh, I always thought that was slightly backwards, but I think there was somewhat of an attitude of that in England.
Well, when I went over to England, the hot computer was the Sinclair ZX81. And when I came back, that was my first computer. When I came back, the personal computers, this is before the Mac, they were the Atari computer, Texas Instrument, the Commodore 64, and then for some reason, Sinclair did a deal with Timex, who makes watches, to import the ZX81 over to the United States. So that was my first computer, this little tiny box that had a membrane keyboard that you can only type on it one finger at a time. I like the tree.
Well, it's I don't know what's going on over here. I mean, again, I'll have some fun with color. back here. These are a little more stable areas to let the eye rest a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
There's still some stuff going on. Oh my god, my hands are getting stiff. I haven't done this much computer drawing for a while. Oh my god.
Is it the stylus?
Yeah, it's a Wacom stylus. It's just it's just been a while since I did it. You know, I'm like, stiff.
Remember, you got to pay attention to ergonomics.
My little gloves. I have some little finger gloves that I wear sometimes. All right, Dale, I'm going to take a break.
All right.
You know, can you? I'm just going to look for my gloves.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
All right.
And can you just, I don't know, tell them about the Kickstarter rewards or something?
Okay.
Or
I'll tell them about the Kickstarter.
Yeah, I'll move. Wait, how do we get back over here? Hang on. I'll put that. So. Ooh.
Okay.
All right, here we go. There you go. You can play sort of spot the alien or something. Here we go.
All right.
Right, I won't be long. I'm going to look in the other room so I can find the gloves.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Urfspace. This is the art of my pal Chuck Whalen, who's going to look for his drawing glove. And the reason we're broadcasting this today, first, Chuck has a deadline and needs to finish the drawing that's on the screen because he's been putting it off for months. And he's also letting people know about his Kickstarter, which is Urfspace Beyond. So if you go to Kickstarter and look up Urfspace Beyond, you'll see his 2 new books, and you can support that and get copies of the books. And there are bonuses such as a music CD that you can play while reading them. And also, if you like, you can actually get a bonus of original art. There's a gallery where you can choose an original ink and watercolor drawing that's in the book. So my advice is go to Kickstarter and look up Urfspace, which is URFSPACE. The books contain original ink and watercolor musings by Chuck and poems with them. So they're a good giggle, and they make a great gift if your friends are weird. But they're fun. And today on the screen, you can see Chuck's working on a crowd scene. And when he comes back, hopefully he'll work on the bar. If you look in the lower left-hand corner, you'll see that there's line work that's in orange. This is an underdrawing, and he uses that to work out the spacing. And then he'll improvise all of the characters in black line. While it looks like pen and ink, it is actually, he's working in Photoshop with a 4-pixel round brush. If anybody's there, if you want to say hello in the text. Oh, there's Chuck.
I'm back. Hi.
Hi.
Oh, I should turn my camera off probably. But all right, here I am. Found me gloves. Found me tea as well.
Okay. Oh, so
All
I
right.
told them the Kickstarter, and I told them that you're underdrawing the bar, which is why some of the line work is red. And I told them that your books make great gifts.
They do. Yes,
They do.
I think anyone would be happy to receive one of these 2 amazing books. Probably one of them's got post-it notes because I told my wife to highlight all her favorites, which were in Urfspace series. I already took the post-it notes out of this one. I went through that, but she had a lot of favorites in here too. Here's one of the ones. You won't be able to get any more because my backer has claimed that one. One backer has. So I don't know if the other backer has claimed anything yet, but I just sent them the list. So there's the clown girl. She's got a poem too. Into the tent she ran with me, a clown girl on a wicked spree. Her chainsaw buzzing with a wicked roar, frightening the crowds to their core. Her face twists in a maniacal smile as she revs the tool with deadly style. Her madness knows no bounds nor law. A crazy clown girl with a paint chainsaw.
That's a nice poem.
See, I made it painting yet. So she's not actually.
Well, girls in clown makeup are hot.
Yeah, sexy clowns. You see that's sort of the trend. And then I've got a lot of circus, the Urfspace circus. That's another sort of thing. The Urfspace circus was a little more mysterious. They don't obey the rules of law.
Well, clowns do obey
Or
law,
science.
but it's clown law.
What's that?
I don't know if you know any circus history. The clowns have their own laws.
Okay, tell me some more about circus. I find circus very interesting. I've had dreams of joining the circus. I like the circus. I'm a bit of a freak.
The
circus makes me feel like less of a freak.
Well, when you were a kid, did your parents threaten to sell you to the circus?
Not the circus, no. But I similar threats me.
Oh, well, here in the U.S., it's common for parents to threaten their kids with either they're going to sell them to the circus or they're going to sell them to the travelers, which the inappropriate slang is gypsies. And
we have.
And then the other threat is I'm going to send you to military school.
Yes,
but if you're a girl, they would send you to finishing school.
Yes, I think that we had a similar thing with the girls in Britain.
What I didn't understand was
girls would go to finishing school, and they would consider that was rather marvelous. That was your thing. Like if you're posh, you went to finishing school in Switzerland. Yeah.
I actually looked that up. I had a coworker, a lovely young woman, and first of all, we were goofing off and we were bored at work, but we were convinced that we should have everyone at the job donate money so we could send her to finishing school because we thought that she needed to be finished. And I looked them up, and this was in the early.
You felt like she needed finishing.
We felt she needed finishing, which is ridiculous. She's married and has a kid now, so she didn't need any finishing. Of course, she didn't need it at the time either. She was lovely, but it was a way for us to goof off all day and research Swiss finishing schools. And what we realized.
That's a good topic. So, what did you learn about them?
They're gone.
No more Swiss finishing schools.
Yeah, they morphed into co-ed etiquette schools.
Yeah.
So it's not.
Well, that's good. I mean, I don't know.
It's not.
Yeah, I mean, I was at mostly all boys schools. All boys schools. There was like some girls there later on, but mostly it was all boys all the time for me. Didn't really like it. I would try and get out and see girls whenever I could.
Well, here in the United States, public education is typically co-ed, and I don't know if I had any friends who went to a single an all boys or all girls school.
They don't really go for it here, do they? Not out here, like Catholics do somewhat.
There's religious schools and schools affiliated with churches, but the real people who are terrified of public education do something called homeschooling. And
well, yes, and there's lots of different reasons for doing that. Actually,
yes,
yeah.
But I've met. The problem is some of the people I know who are homeschooled, it's because of the religious beliefs of the parents. And sometimes that backfires very badly.
Yeah, it's probably, it seems like, I don't see how you can, raise a child in ignorance of the world.
Well,
it seems like the world is the world. The facts are the facts. You hiding your head in the sand and trying to be. This is what against the idea of tribalism and sort of this sort of thing. I mean, we're all the same tribe. We're the living things in this dead universe.
Yes. Unless we're a simulation inside a machine, and then the definition of life becomes a little sticky.
But that's just maybe. But what I'm saying is like you can try and build a better simulation, but this is the simulation you got.
So, what are you doing on the drawing?
I don't know. I'm making little sort of shops and things. I'm just sort of thinking where things are going to be.
So you're under drawing?
Yeah.
Put up on the screen. I know what you look like. I want to see what the drawing looks like.
Oh yeah. Okay, sorry. Sorry, I was showing you my books.
Okay.
I should put some of my palettes over here. Let's keep it over there. Okay. Well, I mean, this is quite an intense crowd. They're all very crazy. I'm doing some little robot-y things.
They're all going in the same direction, I notice. Well, no, I take that back. I see some looking off to their left.
Yeah, this is what I suppose some people are pushing. I did again because we did all this on show. Yeah, I've got them all coming out of here, but then they're all in there, so they're waiting to get in, I guess, or they're milling them out, or they're having a little dance as they get off. I think some are getting on, some are getting off.
Oh, did you put it?
It's about to take.
Oh, did you put in a disco ball? It needs a disco ball.
Oh yeah, no. Oh yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, they should be.
Do it on another layer.
Of course, I'll need a circle template for that. Wait. Okay, I'm going to draw the planets.
All right.
I sort of used circles for those already, but I'm going to do it. Okay. I got to do what's in there as well. Oh, I don't know where to go. Okay. I was doing that there and I stopped and I got over here. Okay, this is the big thing that I've got to do in here that I don't really know what that is.
What do you mean?
I'll send on a postcard, please.
What's the big thing you need to do and you don't know what it is?
In this area here.
Are you talking about that capsule where you're looking down in? Okay, where the giant X is.
Yeah.
I didn't
behind
realize.
a planet, there'll be little spaceships. They're all little improv-y things. They're very easy. That's all fairly easy.
I know what you need in there. You need a shuttlecraft. That's a hangar.
Is it? I was thinking it was another sort of like just a little loungy area. A hangar, but yeah, you're right. I don't have it.
I think it needs to be a spacecraft.
I did do some bits there. It's like this, and then is it there?
I think it needs to be a spacecraft.
But this thing up here, the main thing is the spacecraft with the palm trees. So it sort of docks on the dock here.
Okay, I think it needs a spacecraft with a sign that says taxi.
Okay, taxi. Oh, yes, I did do this as a bit of a garage station, actually. All right. Well, maybe you're right. Maybe it is. Yeah, there's some vehicles in here. Okay.
Well, just draw whatever you want. Don't listen to me.
Well,
I'm not the one who's going to be coloring it. That's for sure.
What are you talking about now?
Shut up. I'm not coloring that damn thing.
About to ask you to. I know that coloring it. Well, coloring is normally where I sort of turn off and I put on an audiobook, to be honest.
Yeah.
Drawing, fine. Like this bit normally, I can't really concentrate on an audiobook. I usually listen to sort of music, or the old days I used to listen to more to the news or something, which I didn't, or some programming that I don't care too much about. Gilbert Gottfried, I was finding was quite perfect.
Oh, I miss him.
you didn't really have to pay an awful lot of attention. You know, you can
I
sort of
was
zoom
just
in.
starting to get into his podcast because of you, and then he had the bad manners to die.
It was a bit cheeky of it.
Yeah, that's too bad. He actually won a posthumous Rondo Award for being a monster movie fan.
Yeah. Yeah, he was into all the things you like. Well, you can still go back and listen, and I still am listening. I'm still going back and listening. I think I've probably heard them all. What they
I know, but it's just it makes me sad. I just it was. Did I tell you that I saw him live once?
Oh yeah, how was he? Yeah, I'm sure he was great. Well, I don't know. I'm sure he buried.
He was performing in San Jose, and I did not have tickets, but I was driving downtown past the Improv, which is a great comedy club in downtown San Jose, California. And I saw him just walking down the street. And you know, I've talked to stand-up comedians before, and I have no doubt he was preparing himself mentally for the show, because I looked at his face and it was just a blast furnace of anger. And so I thought I might roll down the window and yell, "Hey, Gilbert," and I realized, no, I do not want to F with this guy.
Well, I think he always said he was really nervous before shows.
Oh, I know that.
He would wish that the owner would come in and tell him that there's been a fire.
Oh, I don't doubt that. I've met comedians. I'm surprised he didn't throw up before a show.
Yeah, well, you have to get over that. Come on,
he was such a monster.
I don't know how you could do it. I would not go in for that. But I'm a bit curious about stand-up comedy, but the physical.
Well, you write comedy. You have a general idea.
Yeah,
we should talk to Amber
of that,
because Amber's done stand-up. I wish Amber would come back. She's probably doing mom stuff.
Well, it's one of those things. People become parents, and then they're not really happy with that.
Oh, just put the kid in a closet, you know.
Did you ever see that show, The British Empire?
I watched a few episodes with Chris Berry from Red Dwarf.
Yes. It was actually, the more you watched it, the better it got, really. They had the woman who raised a kid in a drawer. Like, they had a kid. It was like a kid, but this kid sort of stayed in the drawer. It grew up in the drawer, and it sort of lived in the walls of this building after a while. It was pretty bizarre.
I like Chris Berry. The thing is, I saw
he was good at that show. He was good.
I saw him. He was doing some interviews for The Promised Land, the last Red Dwarf episode they did for Dave. And
Tina hated that one. Tina did not want to watch it.
They showed him before he went into his Arnold Rimmer makeup. Because remember, Rimmer's a hologram and he's not aging. And then they show Chris Berry, who is, he's a bit older now. He doesn't look like Rimmer anymore.
Right.
Yeah, it's, and then of course David. What is the name of Lister, the actor? It's something Charles. Is it David?
Craig Charles.
What?
Craig Charles. He's
Craig Charles. Yeah. Craig Charles. Craig Charles is a little. He's a little. He's like me. I've swollen, so he looks like he looks like a middle-aged man now, which I don't know if that makes me feel good or if that makes me feel bad.
Swole. I know that word.
But Danny John Jules, man,
Danny John Jules, the cat. He had a lot to do with making that show as popular as it was. I mean, I remember watching it myself and just thinking, well, I get quite like a sci-fi show, but then the cat just turned up and he just.
Oh, the cat was brilliant. I love the cat, but he had a long career in that mystery show, Death in Paradise, and I love.
Okay. I haven't seen that. Okay, all right.
I love that show.
Are you looking at that? Okay. Oh, you Britain fetishist! You're just a pervy British fetishist.
I'm not. Okay, I'm an Anglophile, you know. And I'm sure that you, when you were in Britain, you were wondering how cool it is to live in the United States. Now you know it's not that cool.
I really was. Although for some reason my prep school library did have a paperback book in my prep school library. It was like on the cover was the photograph of a large pair of breasts with a USA flag.
Yeah, that's the ad.
I never read that book.
That's the advertising version of the United States. What they don't tell you is those breasts are on a man.
I'm talking about books. It should be in school libraries.
My parents, one of the best things they ever did for me was move into a neighborhood that was within walking distance of a library back in the enlightened 70s, where there was a lot of books I shouldn't have been looking at.
Yeah. I think I did eventually figure out why the book was there, because I think it was somewhat of a critique. It was supposed to be some sort of critique
of the United States.
Didn't really. As soon as I learned that, I wasn't really very interested anymore. I wanted to know more about.
Yeah, it's that that would be a good profession. Someone who's like a country reviewer, like a restaurant reviewer.
Well, that's what Travel Guide is.
Yeah, I don't think the United States would get a Michelin star.
Yeah, it would probably come with I don't know, some sort of warning. But the United States government pays a lot of money to make sure that people still come here, despite its bad reputation.
Well, the United States is the only country that needs a drive-through.
Well, you are very spread out here. Yeah. I mean, you're just not that spread out in other parts of the world.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe in Russia. I don't know. I don't know what.
Well, the reality is, the United States isn't one country. It's a number of different colonies, and so the different states are like different countries, and then the metropolitan areas, in essence, are a different country from the rural areas. Like I can go to Seattle or Los Angeles or Philadelphia, and I'm in essence in the same country. But when you go out into the rural areas of a state, that's when it's actually a different country.
Yeah, but they're nice enough.
Yeah, well. When I would travel, the things that I would want to do is see if there was comic book stores, bookstores, used bookstores, record stores, and that way I got to talk to the nerds, and they would give me feedback about what it was like to live there.
I realize that there are some pretty bad people around this country, but there are also a lot of really amazing, great people, and the fact is that the number of amazing, great people that I meet all the time far outweighs.
Well, remember, Chuck, that my philosophy is that I'm filled with hate and regret, so I'm not the best reviewer.
Yeah, well, I get it.
But one of the most interesting.
Well, I don't really. I mean.
One of the most interesting trips I took was my friends took me to some place called the Blue Mountains, and I can't remember if it was South Carolina or North Carolina.
Or Australia?
No, it was definitely was it the Smoky Mountains? I don't know, but I was I was in one of the Carolinas, and they took us to this incredible motorcycle museum, because this section of the mountains, this was like a legendary place for people to ride their motorcycles. It was just so beautiful and such an insanely fun ride that they put in a motorcycle museum. And we're talking about, it was a very scholarly museum, even though it looked like a junk shop of motorcycles, because it had, motorcycles were originally just bicycles with a motor bolted on them. And people would ride across the country on a motorized bicycle. And they had some of those. And then, of course, they had motorcycles from various wars and choppers from different decades. And it was just an incredible museum. And the mountains were beautiful, and the places we ate to eat were great. And so I got talking to the guy who owns and runs the museum. And, you know, I assumed that he was living in paradise. And he just told me how much he hated it, and they were trying to move to California and take the museum. And I'm like,
yeah,
really? Like, because I'm looking around, it's absolutely beautiful. And then the guy just gives me this long list of litanies of why he wanted to move. And, you know, the hair was going up on the back of my neck, and I go, oh my God, this place is horrible. But
yeah, well,
every paradise is somebody's hell.
The thing about California and the States is, like, there's a lot of people who came here thinking, like, oh, you know, I'm willing to make the effort to try and find something better. So,
yeah.
But then, you know, their kids are like, well, it's pretty good here. I think I'll just be fine, you know, and then that's the end of that.
Well,
it's all idiocracy. Idiocracy is basically what it is.
When I was a kid, a lot of
my own kids love to do that.
When I was a kid, a lot of college graduates, especially engineering, came from small towns. They would be in a small town. Some of them would be the first person to have gone to college, and they would get an engineering degree. And then they would come out to the West Coast to work in the defense industry, either down in SoCal or up here around Moffett Field. And so you had all these small town people coming to California, to metropolitan areas, and it was all alien to them. So San Jose had lots of people from other states, and they're all working in the defense industry. And their hobby is to complain 24/7 about how horrible California is.
Oh yeah, that's an expat thing. Look, that's what I learned when I met expats when I traveled, like British expats who live somewhere else. They go live there for a few years or whatever. They do nothing but complain about where they are and complain about the place they came from. You know, they never, you know, it's like what you have to do, because otherwise you'd have to accept that you are where you are, and then you're like, oh well, oh my God, I'm being native or something. So, you know, no, I don't have any time for that. Sorry.
Yeah, I've had decades of that. So, but they never move back. They never go back.
No.
They may visit.
Well, okay, yeah. Well, I don't know. Some do. It depends. Yeah, I don't know.
They may visit, but they hate it while they're there.
Yeah. They're never very happy anywhere they are.
No.
I don't know. But I don't know. Who knows? I mean, but who's happy anywhere? Whatever.
You could tell. Okay, when I was a kid in the 70s, you could tell if another kid's parent worked in the defense industry by how depressed the other kid looked. So you could go up to a kid who's just looked like, you know, he's got the wide-eyed look, he's wandering alone along the play yard, and you go up to him and you ask, your dad works at Moffett Field, right? And he goes, yeah.
Why were they so depressed if their dad was working?
Oh, it's engineeritis.
Wonderful.
Engineeringitis is
they can't be enthused about anything.
No, it's a this is a You know, I'm going to have engineers give me a lot of hell over this, but I don't care.
Hey, engineers! Some of my friends are engineers. You know, call in engineers. Tell us what you think. Is Dale crazy?
No, there's
Has
actually
he got it in for engineers?
there's
Should engineers gang up and block his IP and prevent him from ever accessing
this is
1970s content from Britain again?
as I got older and I would talk to my friends, we would use the term engineeritis to describe parents who kind of had a know-it-all. They were right all the time, and it was just a way of describing. You know, they were right, and they always had the solution for something, and they knew everything about everything because they were engineers. Now, I'm certainly being unfair to engineers. I'm sure most of them are nice and rational, but not in San Jose.
Well, they were busy building the new age, so
Yes.
they had a certain amount.
But that also applies to
And they've
software
gone to the
engineers.
top schools to really prove themselves to be the smartest of the smart.
It's not a question of being smart. It's being able to take advantage of the environment you were in. Some of the most successful people I know are not smart.
No, yeah.
One of my favorites.
Some of the smartest people are not successful.
One of my favorites was I was taking a painting course in Palo Alto. No, drawing. Sorry, I was taking drawing in Palo Alto, and there was a kid who I must have been in my 30s, and this kid was in his early 20s, and I got to talking to him, and I discovered that he had been one of the people who had helped found a business. And he was just like some nobody in the business, but because he helped found it, when the business was sold, he got a chunk of money. I mean, a significant chunk. Okay, and so he was fired, financially independent, retire early, long before I had ever heard the term. And it's just, I'm sure he was very intelligent. He was very smart, but sometimes being lucky is better than all of that put together.
Yeah, well, luck is and luck does, and the wheel of fortune turns. Yep. And the secret is to remain at the center of the wheel and not to be spinning on the outside.
No, he was a great kid. I'm saying that, and that's disrespectful. He was a very nice young man, and one of the people taking the course as well was a very lovely young woman who was under 18, and she obviously had a huge crush on this young man, and it was really fun to watch him be a gentleman and not lead her on. And he was very kind to her and kept a distance. But I found out later, once she turned 18 and she asked out on a date, he went.
Oh, because she was young. Oh,
she was about 16, 17 years old.
I see. Oh, wow. Okay. Well,
and he wasn't that much older. Right. But
well, yeah. Oh, yeah. They're pretty tight about that here, aren't they?
It's fun. It was fun to watch. I don't know if that school exists anymore. It was the Palo Alto Arts Center in downtown Palo Alto. It was a little co-op gallery that had classes, and I used to have life drawings up in the gallery once in a while. But I think that's gone because the real estate is just so expensive. They probably sold just to cash in on it. Hey, Chuck, can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
You know the giant video board that has the couple in front of the pyramids under the dome?
Yeah, like we're just working on that. I'm adding a pet for them.
What I would suggest is, do you want to put a moon or a couple suns up in the sky?
Yeah, I was just thinking about that. But the thing is, I might again do that all in the color.
All right.
I might do it in the color. Yeah.
If I wasn't going to color it, I would, but because I'm going to color it.
Okay. Well, as you know, I'm morally opposed to you just doing it in color. I think you should draw it in.
No, Urfspace is very colorful.
All right.
I'm not Sergio. I admire Sergio. But I don't try to emulate him that much. Like sometimes, like certain things. I mean, I try to learn from him, but I do.
No.
There's one project where I did sort of try to emulate him a bit more. I had to do some D&D. I'm not D&D. What am I talking about? Dover books. They were like comics, like write your own crazy comics, and I had to do comics with sort of speech balloons that had to be sort of fairly open-ended. That I tried to make him so that kids could write it. And I'd just be reading that big Sergio Aragonés Mad book, where it's got all his pretty much everything, well, like a whole lot of it anyway. And so that was my most Sergio influenced work, I would say. But it was also still quite an early work, as far as I was concerned. It was sort of a project where I learned a few things, I think.
Good. Are you learning anything from what you're working on now? Such as don't have me on here talking to you?
No, actually, I'm sort of learning the opposite. It's quite fun having you, because you distract me just about the right amount.
Good. Glad to be distracting. You should put an apple on that tree with something reaching up for it.
Okay. No, I don't know. Yeah, this bit I've been a bit vague about what it is. I'll put some weird little fruity bits.
Oh, what are you going to do about dinner tonight? Or is Tina cooking?
Well, we do have some Indian food in the fridge. No, Tina's going. Tina's going out for dinner with Janae and like the girls and stuff.
Oh, she's going out.
I'm sticking with it, and I'm going to be eating probably leftover Indian food out of the fridge.
So Tina's going out with real people?
Yes.
All right.
I think I mean it's sort of my goal seriously to keep doing this. You don't have to be here, but I might be.
No, I don't know if Sabrina's home from her mom's. I should call.
Well, I'm getting a bit tired. Is this the point where I want to go take a nap now? Just thinking about staying on that long is really taking it out of me. I'm like, what am I doing? Or I'm starting to go crazy. I'm getting hysterical now.
You're pushing yourself.
Well, I never did a 24-hour comics, to be honest. And neither did I ever want to.
I've known people who've done it. I wouldn't be able to do it. I saw, since we're talking about Sergio, and I'm such a gushing fanboy, there was something called 8 pages in 8 hours, and he did one of those once. So I got to see, in essence, him roughing out a page an hour. And it's quite fascinating because you get to see how loose his style becomes.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's all practice. And the more you do it, the more you learn how to do it. But yeah, you have to sort of have ideas. I think the ideas flow pretty freely to him. I mean, it's the sort of thing of ideas. I guess I have ideas too. You got to sort of, it's like, drawing at the pace of your ideas, I suppose. Somewhat.
Well, I mean, at our age, we've been exposed to so much pop culture, other cartoonists, science fiction movies, TV. We have a relatively large visual library. The question is, can you access it? You've done it a lot more than I have, so you're much better at it. But
yes, yeah. Again, it's just practice and repetition.
Yeah.
I suppose.
And also, I've looked at your work long enough. I can see the visual cliches that you have ways that you solve problems graphically. And like I'm looking at the piping in the illustration, or I'm looking at how you're tackling this new tree. You have stylistic formulas, and that's one of the things.
Yeah, well, yes, a lot of what I've been doing is been working those out. What I've been doing recently is actually, more consciously thinking about what they are and working in that way a little bit more. And I guess the looser you go, like Sergio certainly, I mean, I feel like this tree's getting a little like talking about him makes me think about it. I don't know. I'm a little bit like I'm a quite Zelig-ish, though. If I start talking about him, I'll start drawing like him. If you start talking about someone else, someone I like a lot is Ken and James. He does all those. He's doing some great stuff for Goodman. He's so neat. He does all these sort of beautiful, neat, like that. And I'm like, oh, that's a whole different thing. I'm not doing right now. I could just sort of love to go that way.
Well, I liked what you were doing for Goodman Games. That thing with the dragon attacking the plane, that was brilliant.
Yeah, I love that. That was that's a lot to do with you and Matt thinking about Mad Magazine and comics. But I mean, yes, cartoons, Mad Magazine. I mean that's where I'm at. That brand, that X-Core brand, is right in my wheelhouse. It's sort of real, but it's funny.
You watercolored that, if I remember right.
And yes, that was all pens and watercolors. And
do you think that worked well as a cover, watercolored? I mean, it's beautiful. But did they approve that? Did they like that idea? Because your other work, like all your kids' book and Urfspace, and this that you're working on now, is going to be flat cell color.
Goodman Games, it's a slightly different world in what I'm doing for them. I mean, I've done stuff for them for years, and it's more like sort of D&D. That is all more black and white stuff that I do for them, but I prefer doing color. And I was doing all these maps for them. I don't know, I did cartoons for them. I was doing cartoons, so this is a sort of bit of a mixture of different things. But I don't know, it was also sort of putting things back together after having sort of been going all this sort of simple, taking things apart. It's sort of going back to something a bit more like elaborate. As far as watercolor versus digital, I mean, I'm also using sort of somewhat acrylics, and I've always done that with Goodman Games covers, in watercolors / acrylics.
Okay. Now, do you think that what did you get out of doing that cover? I mean, I'm not talking about money, but did you learn anything, or did you get something from doing that illustration? Because that looked stylistically different than stuff I had seen you do before, and it was extremely dramatic.
I don't think so. Not if you look at the other things that I've done for Goodman over the years.
All right, I haven't seen that much you've done for Goodman.
Let's see. I don't know. I used to have it. Oh, I tell you what, I have my Dice Troller account on Instagram. Let me send you that.
Okay. I like that tree that you just drew that's in that dome, because it has a very bonsai look to it.
Yes, that was good, wasn't it? I like that one, yes. Here we go. Instagram.com. Here we go. Dice Troller. Yeah, it's like almost a whole separate like double life I have with Goodman Games. I mean, I'm cross-posting some of my Kickstarter stuff there right now, but if you scroll down a bit, I don't think, again, I don't know if you can drop that into the main chat, because I still can't see the chat for some reason today.
Well, I haven't dropped any of that in. What do you mean by the main chat?
Like there's the chat at the side where it goes out to all the channels.
I don't know if I can. Let me try. No, you see, I can't either.
Well, there's something going on with the chat today. Sorry, folks. I wish. I sort of wonder if I should start it again or what I should do. Why am I having trouble with
Well,
the chat?
it might be because I'm a host.
It all looks good.
This may just be displaying the chat from. So this restream, it's on your Facebook page, right? Let me go to your Facebook page.
Yeah, go. Yeah, look on my Facebook page. Yeah, all right. Okay. I'm going to stay here. I'm going to sort of work on this bit. All right, I'm fine. I'm going to have to take another break in a minute.
Do you need a nap?
I'm starting to feel like I need a nap.
I don't see you're live. I see the announcements, the Draw-a-Thon, but I don't see, when I refresh your page, I don't see any running video.
Yeah, it was all there earlier. Wait, no, it's there.
All right, then.
There's Chuck Whedon's live now. Wait, share now. Okay. I can share it onto.
All right, I see it now.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to post that in the comment.
Yeah. Well, I guess I can do that too, to be honest, at this point.
And let's see when I come over here back to restream. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm going to actually look at that because I haven't seen it. Wow. Al Jaffe was 102. That's amazing when you think about it. Okay. I'm looking at it. Oh, some nice stuff here.
Thank you.
I love the chef with the giant egg in the backpack.
That's the Eggman. He's from my D&D game. He's an NPC I created that my players didn't care about too much. In his backpack, in his side bag, he's carrying the Pentagon papers.
Oh, I know what I was going to say. Crap, I have to look the guy up. Hang on a minute. Did you look at National Lampoon when you were a kid? Do you know the?
No.
Okay, there was an illustrator named Rick Meyerowitz, and he worked in Prismacolor, colored pencils. And when I look at this cover you did for Goodman Games, the one with the dragon in the jet.
I'm familiar with his work. Yes.
The fact that you watercolored it and you rendered it, I'll tell you, whether it was intentional or not, it reminds me a great deal of Rick Merowitz's work.
Oh, I might have to look at him a bit more. I see that. Okay, I see what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. He has a website.
Yeah, I wasn't that familiar with him actually. All right, he's done quite.
Oh, look at his stuff.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yes. Yes. Well, I definitely recognize the work, but yes, there's a chimpanzee. I recognize that. Yes. Okay. But yes, this is somebody who I've not studied enough. Yes.
But well, that just tells you that both you and he, it's parallel evolution.
Yes, we didn't have National Lampoon, but then I've absorbed a lot of things since I've lived here. I think it's part of Urfspace is like it's the time where I'm crossing over. I've lived here more,
So
yeah,
you're a day walker. You're British, but you can walk in America and understand us. You could probably order a burger.
Yeah, I understand you as well as I understand British people at this point.
Well, you could probably order. You're probably at the point where you can order a burger at McDonald's, right?
I had trouble ordering some water at a food truck the other day. They were like, "What are you saying, water? Water? Oh, you mean water? Say water. That's what you mean. Say water."
Yeah. That's you gotta. There's a number of different dialects in the United States, but yeah.
And I like to. Tina was watching Survivor, and there was a lady on Survivor. She was saying big, big. They couldn't say what she was saying. It's in the bag. And she said, it's not bag like a sheep. That's like a sheep, not bag like a sheep. Bag. The bag. So that's a good one. That helped me with my pronunciation a lot. Bag. Everything's in the bag.
I loved Rick and Merowitz when I was a kid because I would sneak issues of National Lampoon until I was 18 and I could buy it. And Rick Merowitz, because he worked in Prismacolor pencils, Prismacolor actually used him in the advertisements for their colored pencils. So when you were young, did you ever?
That was the good old days. Nowadays, they want like Higgins Inc. Want you every artist to submit all their best work and sign a license that it belongs to Higgins.
Yeah, yeah. Hey, we'll pay you an exposure.
Maybe I'll take one of them if you're lucky and give you some exposure.
We'll pay you an exposure. Yeah, back in the airbrush days before Photoshop, the art students would all be trying different media, trying to figure out what clicked with them for illustration. And Rick Merowitz, he was the reason a lot of kids bought those enormous Prismacolor sets and then usually cursed them because the leads would come pre-broken.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
I tried it. And then Drew Struzan, the guy who did all those movie posters, that was acrylic, and then he would use Prismacolor on top of those.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, such things may happen. I don't know who these chaps are. I'm sort of starting to lose my mind now. It's like I'm getting to the point where I'm starting to hallucinate.
You need to take a break.
No. This guy's got a sort of cape.
I like the plume.
He's got a plume hat. This one's like, I don't know, sort of construction worker or something.
I haven't seen that many robots.
Well, okay. Now you said it, I'll do some more. I start doing robots, and then I do nothing but robots. And I say I'm going to not do any more robots.
Do a robot with a brain in a bottle. That way, you're getting the best of both worlds.
Yes. All right. I'll make this guy a brain robot then.
Nice.
I don't know. Yeah. That looking at fresh brain.
I love brains in bottles.
Somewhat wired
up. You can't be more sci-fi than a brain in a bottle.
You can't be more. That's as sci-fi as it gets.
Yeah. Brain in a bottle, maybe some wires in the brain. Did you ever see RoboCop 2? The sequel to RoboCop?
I don't know if I ever did, to be honest. I really love RoboCop. I'm a big Paul Verhoeven fan. Oh my god! I don't know. I was like, people were like, "Oh, it's not as good as RoboCop." I'm like, "Well, it's not Paul Verhoeven." I was a bit like, "What's the point?"
If you want brain in a bottle porn, that's the movie to watch. So the classic brain in a bottle movies would be RoboCop 2. Steve Martin in The Man with Two Brains.
Well, I watched that one a lot growing up.
Yeah, that's some good brain. And there is a good brain scene in Saturn V with Farrah Fawcett.
Oh, I never saw that one, actually.
I haven't seen it either. I should finally get around to watching it.
I just always thought, I don't know, it never really looked that good. It was the sort of thing they talk a lot about in the sort of magazine.
Yeah.
But I'd be like, doesn't really look that good. But maybe it's better than I thought it
But I
was.
I do like.
I often do that with science fiction. I love science fiction, and then I'll see a new science fiction movies coming out, and I go, that doesn't look like that good, and I don't see it. And then eventually I see it, and I love it, and I'm like, well, why didn't I see that before? I was just being, cynical.
Because half the fun of being a sci-fi fan is being a snob.
Yeah.
We're better than everyone else.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I don't think I'm better than everybody else.
Yes, you do.
No, I'm just trying to prove I'm as good as everybody else.
You're fine. I wonder what Amber's doing. Probably more parent stuff.
I mean, I'm trying to be as good as I can be. That's what I can tell you.
I'm not. I'm being lazy.
Yeah. Well, lazy exercise. That's what I learned from my acupuncture Chinese medicine. You don't need to be pumping iron. You just need to be sort of doing some gentle stretching, really.
Oh, I don't do that. I pay someone to beat me up twice a week.
Yeah, well, that's super lazy exercise. That means they do it so you don't have to.
Yeah. There are muscles in my body that I had no idea I had, especially in the neck. Oh my God. Did you know how many? There's like dozens of muscles in the head and the neck.
Yeah.
And they all hurt.
These seem to be sort of limpety creatures. How can you draw like limpet creatures? Okay, come on. I'm going to do the bar here. Come on.
Okay.
I'm pushing it. Oh my God. I mean, again, I normally would not push myself this hard. Oh. Sergio is probably looking there going, oh, this guy's a pussy.
That would make a great reality TV show. Sergio Aragona's Drawing Boot Camp.
Yeah. It'd be like Gordon Ramsay yelling at everybody. I think he'd be a bit nice. I think he'd be better. He'd be a bit Gordon Ramsay, but not too much. He'd be a bit nice.
There was a show like that. It was the guys who did this is well over 10 years ago, if not longer. Penny Arcade. The guys who did that web strip.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, they were always very nice about people.
Yeah, they had a web show called Strip Search. And they got web cartoonists on the show, and they gave them web cartooning related tasks. And they would eliminate a artist every episode. And they would have draw-offs, and they would make the artists cry. Yeah, it was a great show.
Yeah.
But that would, I would pay to watch art students crying.
Yeah, Scott Kurtz, like Gilbert Gottfried would say about Jerry Lewis. That's it. Scott Kurtz is always very nice to me.
I think you're thinking about Player versus Player.
Yeah. Sorry, I am thinking. Yeah, sorry, I thought we'd gone on to that. Yeah, sorry.
No.
Yes.
I like that strip, but I haven't read it in a long time. The last time I read it, his dad was pretty ill, and he had started a new strip to deal with his dad's illness, and it was really good. It was really poignant, but I haven't been back to see if PvP has started again.
Yeah, he did. He's done different things. He'd done different things before PvP, and then he did some stuff with Modern Tales and like Joey Manley.
Yeah.
Joey Manley said that like the problem with Scott Kurtz was that he was
Well,
once he started working with him, he was getting like millions, huge long emails from him all the time.
the webcomic I still read is what's the name of it? I read it and I can't remember the freaking name. It's by Trudy Miller. It's the adult one. Hang on. Ogloth.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, I can't discuss much of it here because it's not safe for work, but I think that's just technically very competent.
Yeah, it's very confident and competent and very well drawn, beautifully done,
Yeah.
very sort of sexy. And I'm like, oh, how the hell? What? I want to do that. I was a bit surprised when I found out it was a woman. Actually, I was like, wow, you know, she's doing really sort of sexy stuff.
I think her husband does something to help with it, but I can't remember what it is. I don't know if he's a writer or a colorist but Trudy, I think, is the primary artist on it. He may be more behind the scenes than anything else.
But did I hear that she's like Welsh or something?
I got the impression they're Australian.
Yeah, I had no idea. I thought I thought it must be European just from the style of it. I figured that had to be European. But at some point, I heard that she was Welsh. I was like, what? I was like, there's a woman and she's Welsh. I was like, wow.
Yeah, she is. I send her $1 on Patreon, and occasionally she updates what she shares on Patreon. It's a complete waste of time.
Yeah, she's not doing the Patreon thing much.
No, but sometimes she'll post sketches, and that's fascinating to look at. So I do it for that.
Did you know there was a guy, Hugo Tate? He was an artist. No, well, that was his character, was Hugo Tate. Nick Abadazis.
I'm sorry, I'm terrible with names. Try to explain it to me a little bit.
Well, Hugo Tate was one of his characters. He was a sort of undergroundy guy, like around like in the early 90s doing some stuff. I saw like he did a comic, like I think it was just a personal project, but it was in a little mini comic that I got somewhere, or not a mini comic, it was a proper comic, and it was called The Fat Lady Sings, and he sort of did this big spacey crowd scene with all people like all different sizes. And that was really cool. I love that. Wait. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I've got to look him up now.
Okay. I'm going to step away for a moment to get a cold bottle of water out of the fridge. I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Don't go away.
Okay, I found it.
All right, give me a minute.
All right. Nick Abadzis. Oh, he won an Eisner. He lives in New York. Yeah, pretty good. Oh my God, guys! Yes, well, all right. Kickstarter's at $3,561. I'm $1,000 away with 3 days to go.
Good. I hope you make it.
It's nerve-wracking. All right, I just sent you a link to nickabadzis.com.
Okay.
And Nick Abadzis. And wait, I'm going to see.
I wonder if I know this.
I don't know if I can find it. Well, particularly so obscure, but no, there's some old Hugo Tate stuff that he did.
You know, knowing our friendship, you've probably shown me this already, and I've forgotten.
Hugo Tate, he was a bit like, he was a sort of a round smiley face kind of guy in a more realistic sort of world.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a bit sort of presaging some of the stuff that Jason Thompson did with his sort of Mothman stuff a little bit.
No, I don't know this work.
I don't see, there's not a lot there that I'm finding. I'm not finding this.
Oh, he's a visual facilitator. I wonder how that business is doing now. I admire it, but I don't know if that was a fad or they still get hired.
What was it?
You'll notice on his website, he does visual facilitation which is a kind of note-taking and cartooning and diagramming during a meeting. So they'll have a meeting and they'll hire a visual facilitator, and the facilitator will illustrate the meeting. And
yes, I did something a bit like that once.
I was looking into it, but it involved me actually getting up and doing something, so I realized it wasn't for me.
That wasn't for you. No, yeah, it is. That's the bit I always have a bit of a challenge with, is getting off my arse and actually doing it. These are the things you have to work out. But I did this thing where there's a company IDO who they're sort of ideation company, and they do all sorts of different things. They mostly sort of have ideas. They're sort of international, and they have some campuses here in the Bay Area. And I was working with an agent, and they needed some illustrator to come in, or there was a couple of us. So it was me, and there was a woman there who was an illustrator, and she seemed a little more. I'm not sure if she knew more about it or she thought I knew more about it. I don't know. She seemed to have done a bit more like it, but we were there, and they had all these people from Cargill. Do you know Cargill is like one of the big meat packers in this country?
Okay.
And they were having like a sort of 3 days of ideation around the idea of RFID tags, like this technology of RFID tags. They knew it was going to be very important for how they, how they deal with cattle, and how cattle, and all that. And so we were sort of brainstorming, or people were brainstorming, like all different ideas of how you would use RFID tags in terms of Cargill's business. And I was sort of. And me and the other illustrator, we were sort of there, and we each put with the group, and we had to sort of draw up some of the ideas and things like that. As ideas sort of came up, we were sort of to throw things together. Yeah.
Well, I used to have to train people at Apple, and because the beginning of Apple retail, they sent a lot of managers to our store, and I'd have to teach them how to think in terms of our inventory system. So I had to whiteboard a lot of stuff, and I did it as a comic strip, or I would do it from left to right, which is how people read. So I came up with all sorts of visual shorthands: trucks, boxes, buckets, ghosts, computers, cash registers, salespeople, etc., and bunnies. I used a lot of bunnies. And it kept people amused because I would diagram it on the fly while I was giving the lecture. And man, I got in so much trouble for that because I would not flow chart it. And they were mad that I did not use flow charts. And I told them, this is not how people learn. They don't learn from flow charts.
I know. If I see a flow chart, I just fall asleep.
Yeah.
It's like automatic.
Yeah, I learned that was a big lesson. No one ever complained. Everyone learned it, but I learned something about teaching that day.
Well, were you working for a company like Microsoft that makes flowcharts for a living? Then they probably want you to use a flowchart.
But no, of course, half the fun of giving a whiteboard lecture is the smell and the markers.
Oh yeah. Well,
I think part of your problem is, Chuck, is that you should get a Sharpie and keep it open while you're working on the computer, just so you have that smell in the background.
Is Sharpie's really the best thing to draw in?
Keith Knight loves them. And that guy I know, Mr. Lobo, when he does cartooning and illustration, he likes Sharpies.
Yeah,
I think they're fugitive, though, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah.
You can scan it and save it, but they're fairly quickly fugitive. I think there were some things I did like in my early days of doing Pupil and stuff where I would use like non-archival markers, and I realized very quickly these aren't going to, they're not going to last a few years. And I mean, if you want to be archival, you really have to use those more difficult materials.
Well, that's why people used dip pens with India ink for so long with cartooning rather than fountain pens, because they didn't have artist ink for fountain pens. There was one fountain pen by Kohinoor that could use drawing ink, but a regular fountain pen, you can't do it. You'll clog it and kill it.
Yeah, no, and there's something about like the dip pen anyway that it sort of, again, it forces you to be more present with what you're doing.
I used it when I was in school, and I went through all the different nibs, but when you get that ink spatter, when the nib catches on the illustration board and it sprays ink everywhere, I was kind of done with that. Did you have a set of tech pens when you were growing up?
At some point, I had, like, when I was about 15 or 16, when I was sort of getting into Judge Dredd and stuff, I acquired from somewhere. I think some other kids had sort of sold me some or something, or I got hold of them off them. Like some Rotring pens, a set of Rotring pens that were in a really bad shape, but I cleaned them up and got them working pretty well.
Okay.
And and I did use those for quite a long time. And then after a while, I abandoned them.
I remember when the disposable tech pens came out, and I forget who made them. It was a Japanese company. It was non-fugitive ink. They were called Microns. And
well, you mean like the Pigma Micron?
Yeah, it was the Pigma Micron. I remember when those things came out, and all my friends were like, "Have you seen these?" And they were like, everyone's abandoning their tech pens.
So but they are archival?
I think they are.
I've never trusted them as archival. I use Pitt Artist Pen because I know that uses India.
Yeah, the Pitt came later.
Yeah, I don't know. I prefer them generally. I mean, Sharpie's still better to draw with, but the Pitt at least is India ink, so I feel like that's what I would rather use. And I don't know with microns, maybe they're fine. I don't love them. For me, microns aren't really rugged enough. They're a bit too smushy, breakable, whatever.
Well, at least you don't have to clean them.
Yeah. Well, I know there was some sort of weird joy to having a clean Rotring, for a minute. So it got fogged up again. And I did do stuff, and I had the different weights. I mean, that's the thing, is they were too like, that's it. I felt like, I have to go to using brushes and nibs and things. That's what proper cartoon used to use.
Well, when I was a kid before Adobe Illustrator, you had to, when you were doing logo work, you had to use tech pens on Duraline, and we would have to clean it up, the Duraline up, with a razor blade. God.
Can you tell me why this guy is sitting on an office?
Yeah, I was wondering about that. It's kind of silly. Because technically you'd want him on a bar stool.
I
like the fact he's passed out in a puddle of vomit. You better have a glass near him. Or a bottle. A weird shaped bottle.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah, this is your opportunity to do all the Deep Space Nine liquor bottles.
Oh yeah. Oh, that was one of my favorite things, was the Deep Space Nine bar, the old Star Trek ride that they had at the Sheraton off the Strip in Las Vegas.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, that was the best.
Why that ever ended? Oh,
I know. I'm glad you appreciate it. I don't feel like anybody really appreciated it. I mean, I went with some people and they didn't really appreciate it. But I'm like, no, if you're a Star Trek fan, this was fantastic. I got beamed up on the Enterprise. you know, I got shown around. I had a good 20 minutes looking around on the Enterprise. I flew on the shuttle. I got made thoroughly sick. It was a funny ending. And then I got to sit in Quark's bar for as long as I liked.
Yeah.
And the queue was like a museum. I was like going really slow. They were all going, "Get a move on, get a move on." I'm like, "No, look at this queue. There's all these things to look at."
Oh, I love the Star Trek experience. But the transporter blew my mind because I couldn't figure out how they did it.
Yeah, it was so clever.
And you can look it up now on the internet. I don't recommend it.
Well, I assume that something spun around. You know, like we were like stood still, and it sort of something spun around.
Google it. It's even weirder than that.
What is it?
You're on a platform that goes down. And
we went down on an elevator. Yes, okay, great.
And the reason you see all those sparkles is that there were fiber optics in the walls. That was the thing that blew my mind, which was I'm being beamed and there's all these flashes of light, and then I end up on the transporter pad. And that was worth the price of admission alone.
Yeah, that was great. Yeah, that was a great trick. You know, then they're all in their actors, and you're on the bridge, and there's like people attacking against the bridge. That's fantastic. You know, hurry, get on the shuttle. So we were on the Enterprise. I don't know. You know, we got on the shuttle and we flew through the transport and we crashed into the bottom of the hotel. And there's a woman, and you come out and there's a woman sweeping up. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, I remember that.
That was classic. That was so funny.
The best part was that one of us is the descendants of, one of us is the ancestor of Jean-Luc Picard. And you're wondering.
Oh, was that? Yeah, I can't remember. Yeah, I would have done it. I would have loved to do it again, actually. Yeah, it's funny. You know, I used to like to do haunted houses. I got a bit into that like at school at one point, and you know, yeah, I love putting those things together, and that was just like, to me, that was the best haunted house ever, really.
When Sabrina, before the pandemic, Sabrina and I went to Universal Studios. Sabrina had a court case down in LA, and so we made it into a trip to LA, and we did all the bizarre LA stuff, like going to Felipe's French Dip, and I got to go to this very old courthouse, which had been in so many movies. And we decided to go to Universal Studios, and we paid. She wasn't feeling too good and didn't want to stand in line. So I paid through the nose. I mean, it was just, I think it was like $500 for the two of us. And we got to bypass every line.
Oh yeah, Universal. Yeah, I did that with when I went with my family. I don't know, it wasn't too bad. They had different levels of it. Yeah, but it's worth doing at least one level.
Yeah, and I got dirty looks. I felt kind of bad about it, but a lot of the rides at Universal were motion simulator rides. They're a type of roller coaster with a synced motion picture. And one of the things they had there at the time was based on the Walking Dead TV show. And you go in, and it's just a building that's been made to look like an abandoned, ruined hospital. And you walk through it, and there's guys in zombie makeup. They kind of half-heartedly chase you, and they let you escape.
Yeah, they're not very.
Yeah, they're not very good zombies, but they don't want to actually like eat you. They're just employees. But I'll tell you, of all the stuff all the stuff I went on at Universal Studios, these multi-million-dollar motion simulator rides, the most fun I had was in that haunted house.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? I mean, you know, what I liked about the Star Trek thing was apart from my family, I wasn't rushed by the ride.
Yeah.
You know, and the ride rather cleverly sort of divided up my experience, you know, and I could take my time looking at the exhibit, and I could take my time at the end. And, you know, I got my ride, but I got something more, and I got some theatre on the way, and a couple of great magic tricks, you know, where I was in the track, you know, I was disappeared. It was a magic trick, like where I was the guy on stage and got disappeared and reappeared somewhere else, you know, great.
There's a lot of, I really enjoyed that. I haven't been to Disneyland since. And I look at all of the things you're supposed to do, like put this app on your phone, and you go at this time when it's not busy, and you pay for this upgrade so you can get on all these rides. And it's just, Disneyland just looks like too much work.
Yeah, I don't know. I went with Sam when he was small. We had a good time. I was glad. I think I went one time before that as well with like Tina and some of the family and stuff.
No.
But yeah, it was. Yeah, it's not really my thing. It depends if you like theme parks. Like Tina really likes theme parks. I love some of the rides. I really loved Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yeah.
And before they revamped it, and I really love Small World. I'm glad I saw those before they were revamped.
Mm-hmm.
They were a similar sort of thing. I like that sort of charming, all the ideas that went into it and the animatronic, and just sort of try and make it all come to life and have a little story to it. I thought it was all really clever. Okay. I like Disneyland. I love Disneyland. I was indoctrinated by Disney as a kid, and I would get a Disney comic.
Mm-hmm.
Which I guess my dad would get me that from fairly early on. And, they'd show pictures of Disneyland. It was always my dream to go to Disneyland as a kid, but it was kind of a dream that I knew was never going to come true. And even when they built Euro Disney, I was like, well, I'm a bit too old for that. At one point, I thought about getting a job at Euro Disney.
Yep.
But my friend talked me out of it. I had a friend who was probably wiser than I was. He thought it was a shit idea.
I knew a couple that were serious Disney fans, and they had been to every Disney park on Earth. And
I mean, there was a big call out in that time. I was about 20, 21, and they were opening Disney, and they needed to staff that place up from scratch.
you need to thing about Disney is, for some people, Disney is a serious addiction.
Yeah. There's something I was looking at. Did I tell you this? I was looking at this little Pocahontas comic for some reason. Someone shared it. I don't know why.
What you're looking?
Just a Disney Pocahontas, like a comic strip.
Oh, okay. Go on.
A comic strip, like a Disney comic strip of Pocahontas. But it was something about it, just seeing it.
Where did it? Disney?
There's something about it that it just like hits a little spot, a little zone. It's like this little perfectness of that little Disney world, and I can't even describe it other than like I just like, oh yes, no, I know exactly what you're talking about, the addiction. There's just a little sort of perfection, containedness, simplicity, safety, easiness, and familiarity. Even though I'm not that familiar with Pocahontas or all that comic, I was like, oh, this is like the little Disney comics of my childhood that I would see, and they would break the story down into the nice little comics.
Well,
and it was all like it was there. Yeah, I don't know. There's something about
we're the wrong audience for it. I remember Rip-Off Press, who published the Fabulous Freak Brothers. In the back cover of one of the issues, they actually designed their own theme park, and that was the theme park I wanted to go
to. Yes. The freak. Yes, I did see that at one point. Yes.
Yeah, they used to. Gilbert Shelton used to design these amazing buildings, these fictional headquarters for Rip-Off Press, and I love those.
Yeah, he seemed like a pretty right-on guy, actually, Shelton.
Yeah, he moved to France.
I haven't seen any of those new Freak Brothers animations they've been doing, but I saw they got a second season.
I'm not going to look at it. I can't.
I don't know. I don't know how much he's involved with, and it looks like them. I don't know.
Well, he cashed the check, I guess.
He's paying a lot of homage to the original stuff, as far as I can tell. I'm sort of following it as a thing. Like but I haven't watched it, but I'm sort of following them on social media. But I kind of like what I'm seeing, and I'm like, okay, it seems like these are the Freak Brothers.
Oh, that reminds me. I forget which blog it was on. Maybe Cartoon Brew or no, I think maybe Tom. I forget how to pronounce his last name. Tom Hientes, who puts out Hogan's Alley magazine.
Oh yes.
There was some article that came up. I guess the people making SpongeBob, they would draw a lot of obscene drawings of the characters of SpongeBob on Post-it notes, and someone collected it in a book. So out there is this legendary book by the artists of SpongeBob SquarePants of just horrible, obscene drawings of SpongeBob and those characters, and I am dying to see it. I love that show, and they had a number of really adult in-jokes in it. Hang on, I dropped something.
Yeah, I enjoyed watching a lot with Sam. We had a little golden age of animations there. I think when he was a kid, there were some pretty good things. Like I enjoyed them all. Like everything. Like they had Adventure Time and Gumball. I quite enjoyed Gumball. I really liked all of them. And then I didn't see some of the later ones. I was a bit sad when we got a bit older and we didn't really watch Gravity Falls, which I've heard is quite good.
I like Dexter's Laboratory. Dexter.
I never saw that one much.
Oh, yeah, Dexter was fun. And then, of course, when I was much younger, my friends were addicted to Ren and Stimpy. In fact,
I wasn't as mad about that as some. I sort of like the idea of it more.
Oh, that was huge when it came out.
Yeah, I liked. Well, I guess I liked. I did like Ren and Stimpy more than I didn't like Animaniacs, which Amber likes. Anime.
Yeah, Amber's into that. I'm an old Warner Brothers kid. Growing up in California, when I did in the 70s, it was just all the cartoons in the afternoons for the kids. They were all old Warner Brothers cartoons, old Tom and Jerry cartoons, Merry Melodies. In fact, they would even show black and white Popeyes, which were just,
Oh, I love those. Oh my god! Anytime, yeah, I have a bunch of them on DVD, but those early Flash Popeyes.
Yeah,
I just love those.
Oh, they're amazing. But
and all that Flash stuff, all the Flash stuff.
Yeah, and then they would also put on a lot of Three Stooges for the kids, and so all the kids in the Bay Area all became Stoogeaholics.
I didn't get as much Three Stooges, somewhat, but I think we got more Laurel and Hardy and some of the others.
Didn't get
Cat Player. I like Laurel and Hardy, my favorite, I guess. Harold Lloyd, we got stuff. I don't know. We get those old Flash Gordon serials with Buster Crabbe.
We get those.
Yeah, those were pretty fundamentals to summer holidays. When I was a kid in the 70s, they would run, the Buster Crabbe things during the mornings and the holidays.
Well, one of the things they would run for us, there was it's still there. It's Channel 2 out of Oakland. But the guy who was the horror host, Bob Wilkins, he took a vacation to Hawaii. And in Hawaii, they were showing all these Japanese rubber monster TV shows. Ultraman,
okay.
And
yes,
there was Japanese animation like Star Blazers.
Oh yeah, we got way too little of that, and I saw a bit more of it in France, and I was always like, "Oh, why didn't we?"
Yeah, we got a lot of it. There was a show. He would actually host the show as Captain Cosmic. He would dress up as a spaceman. This is like a year after Star Wars came out. And they brought all this Japanese sci-fi and a few British things like Captain Scarlet and the Mysterions.
Oh yeah. Oh yes. Oh yes. All the Yes.
And he had a robot sidekick named 2T2. And Bob Wilkins has sadly passed away years ago. The robot is actually in a comic book store in Santa Cruz. So I go there just to hug the robot about once every couple of months.
Tutti Frutti. That was the disease that overtook Mega City 2. in early on in Judge Dredd, and he had to do his trek through the cursed earth for some reason.
Yes,
Through
because it turns them into cannibals.
Yes.
Yep, that's part of the early indoctrination. Remember, cannibalism is where it's at.
Yes. No, I'd sort of forgotten about that lady. Thank you for reminding me.
Oh,
I heard they were remaking Soylent Green. I don't know. That's quite good. I don't know, but why remake?
what is a musical?
What?
Is a musical?
There's a documentary.
Yeah, the live version. Oh, God.
You don't have to say that. If you've had enough, you got to go. I mean, I might be time for a break. I might have to take a break. I'm just keeping doing it. I mean, I'm really pushing it
I
here.
know you're pushing it, and I'm here for you. My movie group, though, does start at 7 o'clock, and I will have to go get dinner before my movie group starts.
What is it now? We're at 5 o'clock.
But if you need me here, I'm here for you.
No, I don't need you. You've been amazing.
I am amazing.
I don't know. Do you want to take a little break now, though?
Yeah, why don't you take a break? Because you know your body, and I don't want your hand to cramp up.
Yeah, I'm getting a bit sort of stiff and starting to hallucinate.
All right, so
there's some very strange things going on. I've got no idea.
Do you want to put up back in how many minutes? And
yeah, I'm going to put back in 10 minutes. Okay.
I'm going to leave now then. I'll use the link to get back into the backstage.
Yes. Hello there, Mr. Dale Sibley.
You're alive.
I forgot to put up my back in 10 minutes sign. I made it, but I didn't put it up. But now we're back.
That's a terrible.
Hello there. But we gained a viewer while we was away.
That's a terrible accent. Is that Irish?
That's my Irish accent.
Your Irish accent.
So it is, Bigorra. If we have any Irish viewers right now, I just wanted you to know that I just love to do your accent in the same way that Americans, when I live in America, they like to do British accents. I like to do an Irish accent because my name is Whelan after all, and you can talk about Whelans and Whelans and Whelans, but you know, here I am.
Is Whelan an Irish
I was
name?
raised in Britain, in Nazi Britain, in 1970s Nazi Britain, which Dale is so fond.
Nazi Britain. Okay, where the Nazis won the war.
So here I am. I'm sorry. It must be all the drawing today.
Have you been to Ireland?
Get to my head.
Have you ever been?
Gosh, and Bigorra.
Gosh, oh God. Okay.
You don't want to hear my American accent, then you'll really be offended.
No, I want to hear your American accent.
I do love to do an accent. When your own accent is bad, but Gilbert, Buddy Gilbert, he could do any accent he wanted. He always chose to speak. It's stupid voice of this.
Yeah, I heard him use his real voice once. It was kind of true.
I could do the rest of the show like this. I could just be Irish. I'd probably
No,
do that, but I think that Russell Brand. You know that Russell Brand?
I'll kill.
Dale. You know him? That Russell Brand.
Or Rita.
I don't think he really talks like, oh, I'm going Yorkshire. Yeah, I nearly went a bit Yorkshire there. Oh,
Okay.
Oh no.
I'm
going Yorkshire.
I'm pretty much convinced that most British accents are fake.
Dale from the Dale. Are you from Wensleydale or Isleydale or Ilkley-Dale? Ilkley-Dale by more. There's a famous seaside place called Blackpool that's noted for fresh air and fun.
Really?
And Mr. and Mrs. Ramsbottom went there with young Albert, their son. They're now, I can't remember any more of it right now, but maybe it'll come back as I go. Stanley Holloway monologues. You'll have to look them up. They're an early form of British comedy. Is the Stanley Holloway monologue.
Okay.
Oh, I'm getting back to Irish again.
Okay.
There we go.
Have you ever been to?
Oh, now I want to dance a little jig. Go look for me pot of gold.
You're the world's worst leprechaun.
I do like Irish music, though. I do like it. I like it, Mr. Fawlty. I always love that in Fawlty Towers. What's that actor's name who is Ned Devine?
Oh, I know who you're referring to.
He goes, oh, I like it, Mr. Fawlty.
I remember. He was also in. He was in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory as Grandpa Joe.
He was so mad. What about John Cleese? Are you going to go see him when he's in town?
Oh God!
Or did he come already?
He hasn't come yet. I have seen him before.
Wait, I can't hear you. You've gone quiet.
Can you hear me now?
I can't hear you, Dale.
Oh, hang on.
Can you even hear me?
Hang on.
Have I just been talking in the wind? I hope that wasn't all wasted. I can't hear you, Dale.
Can you hear?
Have you tried turning it off and on again?
Can you hear me now?
The lips are moving.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
You can hear me? Okay. Well, that's good. All right. Well, I don't have anything more to say. I'm quite glad that you let me carry on all that uninterrupted. Just when you should have been interrupting me, you weren't able to. I'll try turning you off and on or something. Oh, yeah. Hello. Mute, unmute. Off.
So I was muted by you.
I think you might have to try turning it off and on again. Try refreshing your browser. All right. Well, we apologize for that, viewers, because I'm sure Dale was able to. He would have told me to stop making fun of people's accents. It's not funny. I don't know. It's not funny. I like to do it. And people in England, people in America, I've noticed they like to do my accents, or some sort of British accent. And I decided that it's not offensive. Who are all these people? I feel like this is like a hot MILF here. Where's Dale? Dale, hello? Are you backstage? Oh, you need to come back in. Hello?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Oh, I can.
Okay. That was the world's worst Irish accent. Now I understand why you were completely ignoring me.
Now you know why I'm not allowed to go to.
Now, I'm curious, when you lived in England, did you ever visit Ireland?
No, I never did. Some of my friends did a trip. That was a sort of trip. I guess once I moved here, I missed out on that. Otherwise, I no doubt would have gone with my buddies when they went to Ireland a year or two after I moved here. But I abandoned them all for the colonies and never saw the motherland. Not that I'm sure that came from Ireland, but Whelan is an Irish name. I mean, that's like one of the basic Irish names, like Whelan. Yeah, Whelan. They're Whelans and Phelans. Like there's Phelan Avenue in San Francisco, the Phelan Building. I think they're trying to phase him out. I think they replaced him with Frida Kahlo. But you know, they're one of the original the Wolf tribe of Ireland. It's the Wolf tribe of Ireland. It's the Whelans, basically.
Wolf tribe?
Yeah, but I'm like an obscure branch. They're mostly spelled like A-E or A or for some reason my family they call it WHELON, which seems fairly unique. If you're spelling it ON, mostly they seem to be quite closely related. But then I've seen that name pop up sometimes, so I don't know.
Okay. No, I've never been to Ireland. I remember when I was in England, when I was much younger, they still had signs in the tube warning you to be careful of unattended packages.
And people with names like Whelan.
And people with names like Whelan. Yeah. No, just
not really, but you know, yes, I supposedly it's an Irish name, but my family's pretty much English as far back as anyone.
I have a lovely friend who I used to work with. She was working at Apple. Apple is actually based out of Ireland for tax reasons, and they have a business presence in Ireland. So she went over to Dublin on a business trip just as the pandemic started. Her husband was going to join her, and they were going to make a trip out of it, but she got stuck during the pandemic in Dublin. The poor girl.
What a terrible place to be. I don't know. Dublin's all right. I don't know. I know a very nice Irish girl I work with, Sarah Maguire, her husband Paddy. They were Irish. They moved back to Ireland, raised their family, live in Dublin. Sometimes I see her post on social media. Looks like she's having a nice time. She's a very Irish girl. She was like quite Irish. I mean, I know I got met a friend here, Mary Tehan. Don't see much of her lately, but you know, she's very Irish. Well, she's the one. Like I started asking about. She was a bit drunk.
I'd like to visit Ireland someday.
Whelans and Whelans. Oh, don't start asking me about Whelans and Whelans. She made it sound like there's a lot more to it than I probably ought to know, but I don't know.
I'd like to go to Ireland.
You know, they're quite good at Irish people are really good at winding you up. I know that much. They like, you know, and I'm a bit like that myself, so you know, it takes much to know one. But yeah, Irish people will wind you up if they can.
Well, I was hoping to travel more during retirement, but the pandemic kind of put an end to that for now. I'll be happy when I can go back down to LA, let alone go to Europe.
Oh. So here's the thing, Dale, like with this closing up of lines business, because now I've got this sort of foot, and then it's going behind the antenna, and I got her dress. There's like a lot of crazy lines going on.
Yeah.
That's where it gets complicated.
Yeah.
You know, then I don't read it. But nobody, that's so deeply buried, really, that no one's seeing that. That's the last thing anyone's looking at.
God, look at that.
You know, at some point, it's got to end. At some point, you know, you're just in the chaos.
Yeah. Yeah. Sergio would be done with this by now.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I suppose he would. I don't know.
Actually, he wouldn't. I asked him once how he did these scenes.
Well, and this one I'll be working on several years, by the way. So yeah, he would.
He only does a little bit at a time, in between other jobs that he's doing. So you know, I know what you're doing here is a marathon, but you know, I'm worried you're going to get burnt out and you're going to start drawing me into the scenes.
I already did. I think you're this Ewok over here. Or thing that looks like an Ewok. Ewoks are copyrighted property. This is a satirical pastiche or something that looks stupidly like an Ewok, but it's not.
It's a fair use alien.
I'm commenting on how comedic it is that these things look like other things. It's all getting very complicated.
Well, it's amazing to watch you work.
Well,
accent or no accent.
Well, I do like to do a bit of an Irish accent, and I'll challenge any Irishman to a fight. Then they'll know I'm Irish. If I challenge them to a fight, they'll believe I am Irish.
You realize you're going to be on the Dublin News. American cartoonist insults the entire nation of Ireland during his Draw-a-Thon. By the way, here's his Kickstarter.
Well, look, listen, my good friend Jerry, who's in the Seagulls, she's more Irish than anybody from Ireland.
How do you know she's more Irish than anybody?
Because her parents came out of Ireland and they came into Canada and they came into Chicago, and she grew up in the worst part of Chicago. When she was a kid, for entertainment, she had to skeech. I didn't know what skeeching is, but now I know. What is it? Well, skeeching is when you hold. This is what they do, like the poor kids in the streets of Chicago, in the worst neighborhoods in Chicago. In the early 1970s, what you would do for entertainment was that you would grab onto the back of a vehicle and you would squat down and you would slide through the ice, and that was called skeeching.
Okay, yeah.
And that was entertaining. So that's my name for her now, and I'm putting her, when I do my new Pufel, there's going to be a skeech character there, which is going to be a gnome. Pufel's going to have a problem with all these gnomes living in his walls. So I've got to have Noma in it. I thought, well, I've got to have Noma and Pufel. I'll have them in it, but they won't know each other really exist. Or they might have to talk like Noma's in the walls. So the Noma strip's like in Pufel's walls. And then Pufel's complaining to his landlord about the gnomes in his walls, but the landlord's actually the gnomes, and Noma works for the landlord, and she's answering the phone. But he's not going to know it's Noma at all. But there'll be this whole subplot of Noma. It's going to be like when the Fat Freddy's cat was at the bottom. That's what I always wanted to do. Is when it was like when they bought a house, Fat Freddy's cat went to the bucket at the bottom. It's going to be like that.
Okay.
Which was a masterpiece. I've never seen anyone do that as well.
No, when you were a kid, did your parents have gnomes in the garden?
No, gnomes were considered a bit, But I like gnomes, and I bought my dad this toad to go in his garden that he really liked. Actually, it was quite a realistic toad. I saw it in the garden centre. It was big, fat, and it was like it was sort of cast in cement or something. But it was
my grandfather,
you put it there, and you suddenly caught your eye, and it looked like, oh my god, there's a real gigantic fucking toad. But it wasn't that gigantic. Big enough.
My grandfather lived by a river in Pennsylvania. And I remember as a kid, we went to visit him. And I got out of the car, and I thought it was something like a concrete toad because it was the size of a woman's handbag. I mean, this thing was enormous. And I didn't realize it was an actual toad from the river. And my grandfather had to explain that was the house toad. And the reason the toad was living there at that exact spot is if you looked up, that's where my grandfather put the electric bug zapper. So all this toad had to do was wait for the noise of a bug getting zapped and then open his mouth and tilt his head up. And so he was fed constantly on baked bugs that would fall from the bug zapper.
Oh yeah, my friend Peter, he had a sort of pet toad when he lived in Oxford, which sort of lived in his front yard. All right, well, this makes me laugh though, because then when the canals flooded in Oxford, his whole basement was flooded, including the area where the toad lived. The toad lived there for a good reason. But he was quite pleased with his toad.
My friend Jordan was, damn it, he was desperate to live in San Francisco. So he lived in some sketchy places, and one place he lived in was an artist colony. A number of artists had rented a house, and each one got a room. And I asked him, you know, where's your room? And it was like down in the basement. And it wasn't even in the basement. It was annexed to the basement. So it was this long, narrow room down in the basement. And in the winter, when the rains would come, it would flood. So all his furniture and his bed were up on cinder blocks. And I went to visit him sometime during the rainy season. It was like being in Venice. You know, there was 2 inches of water, and he was just living above the water. And his furniture and his bed, which was up on cinder blocks. And
it's romantic as long as it's not your place.
It was romantic. He would take girls down there.
Yeah. This is cool.
It was cool. He was a serious bohemian. I hope he's well. He's up somewhere.
Chris and I went to an interesting space the other day. We went to the Crystal Mirror Space.
What's that?
It was this guy, this artist, who in one of these art spaces, when we went onto the radio show there to talk about the album that we're doing. This guy, he was pretty. Oh my god, what's his name? He's the Crystal Mirror Space, and he puts it on Airbnb, and it's an experience that you can go and have, and it's like, you know, you go into this warehouse, and then you go like upstairs and along, and open the door, and then suddenly you're in this little space where it's all surrounded with silver foil, and he's got his like keyboards and everything, and yeah, it's a whole little sort of spatial experience, I guess. And people go there, and I guess he plays the music and gives them tea and things.
Okay.
Yeah.
My friends lived in there was a warehouse in Oakland, and it was turned into a work-live space, and I think it was just barely legal. And people would they would rent sections of this warehouse, and my friends rented a loading dock, and they sealed the door, they cleaned the loading dock, and they turned it into an apartment, and it was absolutely beautiful. Running water, they were brewing their own beer, they had a garden, the ceiling must have been 40 feet tall. It was one of the greatest apartments I was ever in. And unfortunately, eventually the law caught up with the building, and they got everyone was evicted. But man, it was a neat place, except for
evicted. Oh my god, yeah, okay, sorry, yes, it sounds cool, but yes, like what's that? Not like the ghost ship.
It was very similar to the ghost ship.
Well, similar, yeah. The ghost ship, that was terrible tragedy, really. Dear, yes.
Yeah, and you know, there but for the grace of God went them, because the other tenants, you know, very few of them turned their workspace into an apartment that beautiful. A lot of them used it to hold raves or enormous pot plantations.
Well, people do crazy things, I guess.
Yeah.
Some would say what we're doing right now is pretty crazy.
I like the place that I'm renting now. It has a kind of warehousey charm.
Doing good. All right, let's finish this little bar area here. All right. Oh my goodness. All right. Who's looking out the window here? I'm going to look at my folder of reference again. I haven't been in there for a bit. Ooh.
You could turn it into a barber shop. Put in a barber pole.
Well, okay. Okay. Well.
Or a dentist.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, that's going to tie with this little reference. Both of those tie with this. It's going to be. It can be both. Some old-fashioned drawing I found here.
I don't even know if kids recognize what a barber pole is anymore.
Well, don't they have barbershops? I thought barbershops were like a hot trend right now.
Yeah, but I don't know if people know what that symbol is. I know it, but I'm old.
Yeah, they do. It's where Santa lives in the North Pole.
You know why the barber pole is red, right?
I would like to. Oh, something to do with all the blood that from
Yeah.
the hands. Yes, yes. Well, there's a lot of hair and horns and teeth on this kind of face here.
I don't know what I'm going to do about dinner. I'm going to have to leave in about 12 minutes and go get dinner. So
okay, I'm gonna have to seriously contemplate. I might sort of stop and go and eat and like return a little later.
Okay.
Or I might just go. I can't take it anymore. I'm a bit done in. I am a bit tired, but I would like to try and finish all the. I can see I'm not going to get to the coloring today, and it's.
Chuck, you're not
well,
getting...
I really wanted to do this. It's about Interstellar Earth Drive. It's one of the great tracks on the album. I need people to understand how great this album is, and I'm going to draw this character again.
Chuck, you are not going to finish this today. You know that. It'll be finished when it's finished. Today was just
as I go.
Today you put in a lot of work and you got a big chunk of it done.
And I got a new backer jumped on board my Kickstarter at
new backers on your
level.
And we met.
Well, I don't know if this is a Paul who's watching or a Paul I know or a Paul I don't know, but thank you, and I really appreciate it. And
we talked to someone from Serbia.
We talked to a lovely person from Serbia.
And we talked to Amber, who's our pal.
And Amber's here.
And I got to watch you draw for a few hours, which is very educational for me. Pity it's not motivational because my ass is glued to this chair.
How do I know it's a barber?
I don't know what I'm going to get for dinner. Oh.
So what do you mean get for dinner? So what are you doing for dinner? Yeah, so you've asked me that question. I have not asked you the same.
My movie group starts at 7.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, Mr. Lobo's, yes.
Yeah.
So what are you guys watching?
I have no idea. Could be an episode. Could be him just babbling about the episodes he's making. I try to keep up on it because my cat is an associate producer.
Well, I've heard this, yes. So that's fantastic. That's a good cat.
He is a good cat. He's the best cat. I highly recommend getting yourself one.
Yeah, I will have another cat at some point, no doubt. I love cats. Yes, I'm with you on the cats. I mean, I'm definitely with you on the cats.
Hopefully someday, so will I. A home is not a home without a cat. Or a trophy wife.
Or a dog. I think I don't need a cat and a dog necessarily. I mean, some people like all the drama of having both pets at once, but I feel that's a little too much excitement. They have different requirements. It's all right for somebody to look after one pet, but look after 2 pets, that's difficult.
A cat is like taking care of a cranky old senior. A dog is like taking care of a toddler.
What is the time now? It's 5:51.
Yeah. I don't know if I want Japanese or something else.
All right. There's a sort of demon barber. I've noticed in this country that people, well, I've said this often, but people do like Sweeney Todd in this country, but they don't like meat pies.
I know, and that sucks. Oh, I didn't tell you. I found a meat pie place.
Oh, yes.
But they call them empanadas.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. Because Mexicans, like most people in the world, they love a meat pie. Here in the USA, probably for very good reasons, people don't trust meat pies.
No.
Remember the story of Sweeney Todd? Remember what people put in meat pie?
Well, they like chicken pot pies, but
Yeah, chicken's all right. Yeah, because you know it's chicken. That's not likely to be the mystery meat that they don't want
Yeah.
to pie. They know
No,
people are too willing to do. They're too willing. That people are too willing to cheat you and put crap in the pie here.
when I was a kid and later a young adult, there was an Australian restaurant in San Jose, and you would drive by it. It was a dump, and they had a sign that said, "Eat here before we both starve." And a friend of mine turned me onto it, and I met the owner, Claude, and he made incredible Australian meat pies. And the best thing about the place was he hired the mentally differently abled. And because he was doing this to give them work experience. So you would go and you wouldn't necessarily know if you would get your order, and sometimes you get someone else's order. But it was still a cool place, and he
Okay,
would come out.
there's a little element of randomness to the service.
Yeah, the food was great.
So what is this place?
It was the Australian restaurant on Lincoln Avenue in San Jose, California, and it's sadly decades out of business.
Okay.
But the guy who ran it, you go in that restaurant, and there was an entire wall covered with awards from charity services to this guy for helping.
When did it go out of business?
Differently abled. He was a saint.
When did it go out of business?
He eventually retired.
Yeah, but when?
Oh, this would have been in the 80s.
Oh, back in the 80s. Okay. I feel like it went somewhere like that, but a while back. But yeah, not back then.
It could have been early 90s.
I mean,
I think it was the 80s.
Mid to late 90s.
I like meat pies. I like Cornish pasties. Oh my god. Pasties, a meat pie. I'm okay with shepherd's pie. But I love a pasty. And there's like a place in Sacramento that has pasties. Grass Valley has a place that sells pasties. It's just out here, no one wants meat pies. The closest we have is like Totino's pizza rolls or Hot Pockets.
Red on that there. You got some red on it. You got red on you. Ooh, there's something about red biro that gives me a funny feeling too. Red like that red, that gives me a funny feeling.
You do realize you've like made me hungry for meat pies, you bastard.
Yeah, black and red is quite fun. That was not with the Insta girls. I was just sort of doing some things where I was just, black or just adding some color, just really playing around like with basic tools, like like the same sort of tools that you have lying around. I really like that.
Are you going to put scales on the palm tree trunks?
It might end up quite dark in the color, so I've left them like that.
So you'll do it in color.
Yeah, I'll probably do like some tone first, but yeah, I'm gonna, it's always good. It could be black. That's the thing, and the same with that floor. So I sort of want to make them like what they're going to be and see how they're going to look then.
Yeah.
And then I'll sort of figure it out. Yeah.
Damn it! I don't know what to go get for dinner. I hate you. I don't want Japanese again.
Yeah, the way these things it's just going to keep me. I like say this section. I do this bit. I just get that bit done. I get that bit.
Okay.
And then one day, eventually, the whole thing's done. Some years later, when you're like,
yeah. Oh. You know, the interesting thing is you've done this so long and so much. There are actually neurons in your brain that have made connections that optimize you to do this.
At one point, I had a dream. It was sort of fairly early on, but I was sort of doing Pewful, and I sort of had a dream of like suddenly I was drawing. I actually remember what I was drawing. I was drawing Jackal, like kind of coming over a hill. And I could just do it, and I was just drawing it perfectly, just as I sort of envisioned it, and I do it, and I remember that feeling when I woke up. And I tried, and I thought, oh, I have to remember that feeling, and because that's a feeling I have to get to.
Mm-hmm.
And then later, when I sort of learned a bit about sort of self-hypnosis and stuff like that, it's true. You have to sort of visualize the feeling like when you were successful, and you got to try and sort of build a resonance with it.
Mm-hmm. It sounds like you're trying to enter into the flow state.
Yeah, I suppose so, yes.
I remember when I was going to Life Drawing a couple times a week with my buddy Jordan, and every once in a while I would slip into the flow state, and I would, kind of shake my head and wake up, and there'd be a drawing in front of me, and I had no idea how the hell it got there.
Flow state, yes, but flow state is very sort of ephemeral in a one level.
Yeah.
And then there's something more timeless, which like comics and cartoons offer something very sort of powerful and timeless. Like they haven't existed. People like sort of dismiss them. And you say, well, okay. And they say, well, caveman art, but they're way more sophisticated than that. They're way more sophisticated. People don't really understand that. That's the problem.
Well,
how powerful they are, and how this sort of effect that they create. You've got all this other media, but it's not the same thing. As this sort of hand-drawn iconography.
Well, I kind of wonder sometimes if they deliberately don't understand it because it's a threat. A cartoon can be a very powerful form of communication.
That was everything, yeah.
And that way, pretending to not understand it or belittle it takes some of that power away.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, yes, they hate it. That's the one thing they hate is when you mock them.
Yeah.
They really don't like it.
The devil cannot abide to be mocked. Oh, I don't want Thai food. I don't want Chinese. I don't want chicken. I just don't know, Chuck. I may have to
isn't that song? I don't want something. I don't want chicken. I just want some finger licking.
I'm gonna have to get in my car and just drive somewhere, and hopefully I hit food. These would be.
Yes, you're why this country's the way it is, aren't you?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Get in my car, drive around till I find something I want to eat. Then I'm gonna.
Yeah, that's in essence America right there.
To my accent. My accent.
Yep, I just got to drive in my car, hopefully find food. But I don't want a sandwich. I don't want a burger. I'm really in a predicament. I may have to go to the grocery store.
Well, I mean, okay. I mean, you can go eat out. You can go eat at a restaurant. That was something very liberating for me. Is that I read that people don't like to sit and eat on their own, but the fact is, nobody cares about somebody sitting and eating on their own.
So I love eating on my own.
You don't need to. You can go and sit in the restaurant. You can eat on your own, and nobody cares.
I went to WonderCon. I went to WonderCon one year, and in Anaheim, the WonderCon is in a hotel by a Morton's Steakhouse. And I thought I would treat myself, and I went to Morton's Steakhouse alone, without a reservation. And they seated me, and I had like the best service ever.
Yeah.
And even the manager came out and talked to me. And that was when I realized they were convinced I was a restaurant reviewer.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, if you eat alone in a restaurant, they think you're a reviewer. Oh, I don't want a steak. I don't know what I want. I want food. I don't want Italian. Huh. This is really bumming me out, man.
It's bumming you out. Well,
Oh, I know what I want. I want barbecue.
oh yeah, okay. There's good barbecue in San Jose.
Oh, yes.
Yes,
There's
I
great
had it.
barbecue in San Jose.
Yeah, which is the place that you're going to?
I might go to the Smoking Pig, either Smoking Pig or Winchester Barbecue. In San Jose, the best barbecue is undoubtedly Henry's High Life in downtown San Jose. That is just legendary barbecue in San Jose.
Oh yeah, okay, I've been there.
There used to be a place in Campbell called Andy's Barbecue, which moved to Santa Clara, but sadly they closed. That was hands down the best barbecue in San Jose. After they closed, it was Henry's. But the contenders for best barbecue in San Jose, there's the Smoking Pig. That's a great joint.
Yeah, I think I went there. Is that like kind of a little more kind of remote and it's like in a house? It's almost like a house and you're sort of sitting out in the porch in the verandas.
No, I'm starting to wonder if you're thinking about there was a New Orleans kind of place.
Yeah.
And that's been closed because they literally moved the house. Smoking Pig, there's a modern strip mall one over by the airport, and then there's kind of an old school restaurant one in downtown San Jose. If you're thinking about a porch, there was a place on Winchester. It's called the Winchester Barbecue, and they have craft beer, and they have a porch where you can eat outside. Henry's High Life is kind of like in a really old building, but they didn't have seating outside.
Yeah, no, I went to Henry's High Life a different time. Yeah, that was.
There's a place called Famous Dave's, which is in San Jose. It's a chain, and they're actually down near a cemetery across from it. And I'm trying to think of the other good barbecue joints in San Jose. There's all these chain barbecue joints, and then there's some strip mall hole in the wall ones like I think J&J's on Sunnydale Saratoga Road. But probably Smoking Pig is one of the best. I don't like going to Henry's for takeout. I would want that to eat there. But I've gotten takeout from Smoking Pig a lot. Yeah, I'll get barbecue. Or I can just be lazy and go to Armadillo Willie's.
What do they taste like?
It's fast food barbecue.
A fast food barbecue Armadillo Willie.
I'm sorry. No, they don't serve Armadillo Willie's. It's a restaurant named Armadillo.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, in England, the Willie is something different. So.
Yes, I know what a Willie is.
they go ordering Armadillo.
No. That was a big deal. My girlfriend.
If I saw a sign that said Armadillo Willie's, right?
My girlfriend worked for Andy's and as a cocktail waitress. So we had to go to all the different barbecue joints in the Bay Area. and it's, you know, barbecue's kind of a religion, and there were some good ones back in the day. Adam's Rib, which doesn't exist anymore, it turned into a sports bar. That was one of the best barbecues in San Jose, but it was weird because they didn't use barbecue sauce. It was a honey teriyaki glaze, and they had people who raved about it. But yeah, I'll get some takeout from the Smoking Pig. Oh, well, that's settled.
Yeah.
I like the monster with the big lips and the eyes. I like the hooded cyclops in the kilt.
I'm losing it a bit there. I don't know. Yeah, the bug with the eyes is sort of Captain Radula from Pufel. Really, she's an established character.
Okay,
that's the race from the Pufel world. The slugger, the viscous molluscans.
Okay.
You know, they don't like being called horrible, slimy slug people. The preferred term is a viscous molluscan.
Okay, I like the iris window that's on that door protrusion.
It took a minute on that one trying to make that right. Yeah.
Chuck, I think you need to wrap it up.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. I've done pretty well today. I mean, I really thought I was going to get a lot further, but I'm actually not far away because I've got to do this bit in here. Oh, and like I could do spaceship. I suppose I have to think about that a bit more. I really wanted to get done. Oh my god, but I'm so exhausted at this point.
John, Chuck, just take it easy. Because if you screw your wrist up, you're gonna put a delay on it. So now's the time for you to look at it and reflect, and then let your mind digest it and come up with new ideas.
Well, the thing is, the rest of it doesn't actually have a lot. It's just little sort of space things floating about. I've done all the hard bit. Yeah,
right, sure.
I just got to think what goes on in there. But yeah, I think you're right. Maybe some little vehicles or something. Yeah,
I think having some sort of spaceship that's like a taxi in there would be cool. And I do think that parts of the ship that
can it be a police car? Can it be an Urfspace police car?
It could be a police car.
Police.
It could be a police car.
Like a little Urfspace police station.
I do think that you do need some people crawling around on the outside of the spaceship, like doing repairs or a spacewalk of some sort.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. So they could. Yeah. Well, they could be little sort of robot-y things, couldn't they?
Yeah. Robot-y things.
Here we go.
God, I do not want to color that.
Well, I might try. I don't know. I'll probably still throw like a random thing at it. I don't know. Yeah, it's yeah, you're right. I don't know what the fuck everything.
Well,
I could print it. I could just sort of.
Do a dolphin in a spacesuit. That's an old sci-fi classic trope.
Also, watching the coloring is not very fun to watch, to be honest.
No.
Like, the drawings are a little more fun to watch.
No, I'll stab knitting needles into my eyes if I have to watch you color.
I think like super speed it up, especially my random methods. What I do is I randomly fill it with colors.
Don't you have the B-Pelt plugin? The B-Fill B-Pelt? Yeah.
Yes, I've used that for years. I find it's very good. And actually it's got better. It's a bit better at sort of filling gaps and stuff now as well. So
I would kill for that in Clip Studio Paint, and I know people have suggested it, but for some reason they won't implement it.
Well, he's just a guy. He doesn't even charge for it, really.
Well, it's just I would kill for. I don't think they have the plugin architecture inside of Eclipse Studio Paint, and they have they have gap detection. It's just, I don't think that the engineers who do that, make that software, really know much about cartooning. Is that up where you are?
The fire engines, yes.
Uh,
Yeah, I got the doors open. There's usually some excitement. I'm only 2 blocks up from Mission Street.
okay.
I know it looks like I'm in an idyllic garden paradise, but that's only because I've been working quite hard on keeping my
You
garden
are
going.
in an idyllic garden paradise. I've been there.
Yeah. Well, I've worked very hard on making it nice the last few years.
It is a nice place, except for the parking. The parking sucks.
Yeah, the parking sucks. Yeah, it's.
Next time I visit you, I'm parking at the 5th Street garage and taking an Uber.
Or you can take Bart to
No.
Balboa Park and walk down.
No.
No.
I'll get eaten by like the San Francisco zombies.
No, you won't. I
Yes,
do wish though that if they need to open, I don't know if they ever made that. They were going to open a entrance of the bar out onto Ocean Avenue. They need to do that, and that's still easier than to come down this way.
Okay.
From Balboa. It's about equidistance between Balboa and Glen Park. Either way, yeah, it's not a super fun walk. The Balboa is a bit better probably. Glen Park's still nice.
Remember to put that line below the guardrails on that bridge between the 2 sections, because it just looks too thin.
I'll take either Balboa Park or Glen Park over any London tube station. They can be any London tube station here to mention that I've ever visited anyway. They're very nice. Glen Park, I like Glen Park. It's particularly nice, I think. I mean, compared to London tubes.
I used to take Caltrans up to the train up to San Francisco to Macworld, and the staff on the train, the ticket taker, would point to me where people would shoot at the train. The train had bulletproof windows.
Where was this?
This is me taking the train from San Jose up to San Francisco. I haven't
Like
done
going
that
to
in a
East
while.
Palo Alto and that was bad. Is that what you're talking about?
I don't know if it was East Palo Alto, but they used to get shot at. The train would get shot at. He would show me the bullet holes.
All right. Well, now this is great. This is a good idea. Little police vehicle. That was an anime I really liked. Was when you got to go, just say I got to go, and go. But in the meantime, I really like Dominion Tank Police. Was a really good series.
Okay. I think because of the design of the buildings you're doing, think about the vehicles that were in Fifth Element. Because I liked the blobby kind of taxi the guy had. And the police cars.
Yeah. No, I've been enjoying doing this like sort of funny police vehicles. I don't know why. I'm liking this police. I mean, it's sort of. I think it's a sort of Judge Dreddy thing. I don't know. Sexy police women in uniforms. Britain being Nazi Island.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. The Duke
Is
of
that
Wellington.
the new name for England now? Nazi Island?
What?
Is that your new name for England now? Nazi Island?
Well, that's what I heard some people are calling it these days.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Because of J.K. Rowling, basically. Thank you, J.K. Rowling. Feel a bit sorry for her. They were like, J.K. Rowling, tell us what you think. Tell us what you think. She wouldn't say anything for you. Then she finally starts saying what she thinks. J.K. Rowling, shut up.
Yeah. Yeah. Someone who created a beloved children's series and a wonderful movie franchise, and then she stuck a knife into it all. Just shut up
Well,
and
I
cash the
understand the
check.
instinct. I understand the impulse. I can't tell you. I don't know what to tell you. But yeah, I think she's it's very difficult. I think people want to be respected to be feminine if they want to be respected as feminine. You know, I think both sides of the point. I hope they can work it out, and I'm keeping it out.
I'm sorry, but I know they're going to milk that franchise for every penny over the next 100 years, but I'm done with it.
Well, I don't know what more there is to have done with it. I mean, I guess you can keep going.
Oh, are you kidding? Look how long Star Wars has been going.
I get it.
Star Wars is an old horse they should have taken out back and shot years ago.
Look, they're just the corporate versions of these things. Like Star Wars, like those things weren't that original. You know, there was schools of magical stuff. She took a couple of different things. She took a bit of like, Enid Blyton, like who wrote these sort of like school stories where they would 7 years each book. They'd sort of go up, and each book would be a bit fatter and more like aging up with the kids. So she took that and she mixed it with like some sort of stuff that Terry Pratchett was doing, I think, with the humor and so she got put her own spin on it and made it like a heart for kids, a story that kids like a Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, a bit of Roald Dahl, she put it all in there and she magic it up, and that's what you do. And okay, I'm not her politics is a different thing.
I tried reading the first one, and my staff loved it, and they were badgering me to read it, and I read it and I couldn't get into it. Because it's a kid's book. I was waiting for the nudity. I was waiting for the dead bodies, and it never came. So,
well, there's other series that people have done though. She opened the doorway. Now you've got something like The Magicians or something where there's loads of.
Well, I was reading fantasy like that. Randall Garrett had a series about a world where magic was a real thing, and they were detective stories. It was like setting Sherlock Holmes into a world like Harry Potter. So they were police procedurals, but with magic. And the main character was Lord Darcy, and they were great books. I love those things.
Hey, Lord Darcy. I read Pride and Prejudice, and now that's the only thing I can think of.
Did you ever see Pride and Prejudice versus Zombies?
Okay, punchy. Yes, I did, and I enjoyed it a lot. Yeah, I thought it was pretty good. I was like, okay, yes, they did Pride and Prejudice and Zombies.
I love the opening where they explain the world with those little paper cutouts. I thought that was amazing. All right, I'm going to go. And
thank you, Dale.
You should pat yourself on the back for putting in a monumental effort. But remember, you need reflection. So take a break or hang it up for tonight and work on it tomorrow.
All right. Well, once you're gone, I'm going to say Dale doesn't know what he's talking about, viewers.
Okay, I have my phone. God, you're absolutely useless. Hey, thanks for inviting me.
I don't know. Yeah, I'll probably take a little break in a minute, but you got me excited about this. Please go on. Actually, I don't think I've got that much more to do. At least as far as thinking, I'm not going to do the coloring. I don't think today, probably.
You do have more.
I think I'm gonna like this stuff is actually not gonna. There's not a lot there. There's just a few little different spaceships and things floating around. I'll think about it, and then I will reflect about a few little details and things.
Okay, you still have the planets to do.
But those are like largely going to be in color.
And then you have to add a couple of robots outside of the ship on the hull.
Yeah, some robots. Yeah, there'll be a few little spacemen and robots. Maybe even somebody floating up closer to the hull.
Do you want me to stay? I'll stay.
I could put a sexy woman floating right here. Well, I can put anything I want there. I can put that later.
All right. Put in a sexy woman. Have the air hose coming out of her butt.
Or a sexy female. I'm not going to say woman. I'm going to say a feminine.
Have a sexy female alien in a spacesuit, but have the air hose come out of her butt.
No.
Okay, maybe not. All right.
You just made it weird now, Dan. Go,
I'm
go,
tired.
go join the host of the Robert Crumb Show.
All right. So talk to you later.
All right. Yes. Dale. Good one, buddy. Yeah. If I'm still here later, feel free to come back. I'm going to keep going. I'm going to take a little break myself in a minute and contemplate what I'm doing next. But I think next I'm going to draw a space card. All right. Bye, Dale. I'm turning you off.
Take care.
All right. I'm going to draw a police car. Right. Well, somebody's watching the show. I don't know who that is. Okay, back for some more drawing. All right. Well, I wanted to play music from the album. I don't know if I do that. Is that going to work? Let me have a go. Let me have a go here. Drive. Drive. Okay, can I just go to Drive? Thank you. All right. All right. Well, I don't know how this is going to sound, but I'm going to play the song that I'm basing this on, Interstellar Earth Drive. All right. That was okay. I'm going to try something because I don't see the chat. I don't know if anyone's there or not. I see some people, but if I reload, I could lose everything. I don't know. I guess I'm just going to keep going. I think maybe if you find me on YouTube, hopefully, I can see the comments from there. I don't know where I'm seeing anything from. All right. All right. Here's the opening track from the album. All right, that was Lost Loser by Charm World. Another track on the Urfspace album, kickstarting now. Over at Urfspace.com. We'll take you right there. Now through Wednesday, July 26th, 2023, 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. That's the deadline. Not sure, I haven't checked in a little while. Where are we at? Well, I'm less than $1,000 away from my goal, which is a little way and a long way. So 3 days to go. So come on, folks. If anybody's been hanging in there, get in there. But in the meantime, let's have some fun. And next track on the album, Taking Off by my good buddy Thomas Muir. Thomas Muir mastered this album, or is mastering the album with some help from Chris. They're sort of working on it together. And here's the track. All right, there we go. Taking Off there by Air King Sound, aka Mr. Thomas Muir, who's kindly helping master this album. So what's next? All right, here's another. Here's another song written by a neighbor of mine, Mark Gordon. The song's based on one of the poems in the book, Urfspace Beyond Into the Radlands, kickstarting now at urfspace.com. And the song is Lonely Day in Raintown, which may be only the second song ever written about Basingstoke. All right. That was another lonely day in Rain Town. Drawing away. Almost forgot that I'm playing you these songs. All right, what's next? Well, I'm just going to go through the album now. This is Astro Kitty and the Urfspace 5 with Into the Radlands. Can I do that? All right. Well, all right. That was Into the Radlands. Astro Kitty and the Urfspace 5. Next, War by Simon Ferocious. Right, boy. Oh, how about some more music? So let's get a bit carried away with the drawing. I'm forgetting to play any new music. I don't really know what I'm doing. Okay. Theme from Planet Earth by Chris Porter. All right, that was the beautiful theme for Planet Earth by Chris Porro. Now here's Future Lady Cops from Astro Kitty and the Urfspace 5. All right, well, that's another short one there. That was Astro Kitty and the Urfspace 5 with Future Lady Cops. Now here's a blast from Supersonic Symbiotic, Disney Jail. Oh my goodness, Disney Jail, Supersonic Symbiotic. They have a new album coming soon. They've just been in the studio again, I hear, recording. So watch out for that. And now here is Raw Dog from the Citrus Kids. Another fantastic cut there from the Citrus Kids, based out of, well, the West Coast. Now let's have some more from Astro Kitty and the Urfspace 5, electronically enhanced. It's very ridiculous. I can't see the chat. All right, I'm realizing I'm sort of reaching the end of it here, but we're pretty good. All right, I can't see the chat. That's the problem. Okay, I'm going to try something. This might cut me off. If it does, maybe I'll be back. But I'm just going to try and refresh this, and maybe I can start seeing the comments or something. So it's not loading the chat. All right. Okay, maybe that works. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm just trying to figure out some stuff here for connecting. What? Okay, I think I'm done. Oh, my brain hurts. Facebook, why? What? Wait, this says it's not sharing to my Facebook personal program. What? Hang on. Okay, sorry, I'm a little stalled here. I'm trying to find out. I guess I'm still going out on Facebook. There I am. Just want to see if I. Sorry, I'm trying to find out. Okay. Well, I'm a little confused. It says comments are like comments are not going to my personal feed. I go here. Make streams public. Settings. Okay, well. Okay, well, I don't know what I'm doing anymore. All right. All right. All right, guys. I think I gotta call it quits. All right. I've been doing my best here, but all right. I don't know. Is anybody watching? I've got some comments. Send me a comment if you're watching. You want me to keep me going? I'll keep going. But there's only a little bit more I need to do. All right. I guess I'm just gonna plunge and keep doing it. All right. Here's another track from the album. Oh, there you go. Where'd the album go? Here it is. Oh, hang on. There we go. Right, where do we get to? Where do we get to? Electronic. Okay, Mama Knows Best from the Seagulls. Oh, right. Okay, Mama Knows Best by the Seagulls. Fantastic. Here's Astro Kitty and the Urfspace 5 with We Live in Space. Okay. Well, we're getting through this album as quick as I can draw it. All right, how about Gravity from Matt Holdaway's Army? Okay, guys. Well, I think that's probably it for me. I don't know. I mean, I could could carry on into the night and try and color this. I think I'm going to be done in if I do that. Thanks for watching. It looks like there's some of you out there watching. Cheers. Sorry if I couldn't see your comments. If you're looking at it later, cheers. Put your comments in. I guess I'll see them sooner or later. Yeah, I'll color it. I don't know. Yes. That's about my limit today. All right. Thanks so much for tuning in. Cheers. Thanks for everyone backing my Kickstarter. Thanks for getting it where it is. Oh my God. Yeah. I mean, Paul, if you're one of the backers watching this, thank you, or whoever you are, where everybody is, thank you, everyone. There's a few backers. I don't know if I know them or not. They put that they put their first name, but I don't know the second name. So I'm hoping, anyway, I appreciate it. It's 49 of you guys now. I think I need like 20 more people to jump in the next few days to make this happen. Or a couple of big buyers. I don't know. Come on, guys. I don't know. Yeah, please, any level. Anyway, if you're watching this, cheers. Thanks. And I'll be back again soon. I think we're going to do a late night show on Tuesday, sort of try and boost this thing through the very end. So appreciate it, everybody. Thanks so much. I'm gonna end the stream. I'm gonna end the stream now. All right. Oh, I can do. Yeah, I don't have the video. Okay, I'm gonna end the stream now. All right.